es dichosa. La intención. My name is Roberto Reveles. Please. My name is Roberto Reveles, founding president of Somos America. We are a coalition that's committed to protecting the immigrant community and promoting civic engagement in acquisition of citizenship, voter registration, and voter turnout. First of all, I'd like to thank Dr. Manuel Hernandez for arranging this event. We are here because for the first time in contemporary history, one of our nation's major political parties has been taken over by a demagogic advocate of bigotry against fellow Americans. We are here in solidarity against a presidential candidate whose campaign cynically is creating fear and divisiveness. We are here to call on independents and members of the once proud grand old party, the party of Abraham Lincoln, to reject and repudiate a presidency that is built on an apologetic hate and racism. And in the spirit of Martin Luther King, Cesar Chavez, and the recently departed Muhammad Ali, we are here to promote and to urge peaceful nonviolence, even as we confront the violence of untarnished bigotry. Tomorrow, community residents will hold a community rally at Encanto Park, located at 15th Avenue in Encanto, from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. We welcome and invite you to share that occasion with us. Today, you will hear brief comments by elected officials from every level of government, local, county, state, and federal. You will hear remarks by civic and faith leaders and by individuals, all dedicated to promoting dignity and justice and rejecting hate and racism. You've been handed a list of the speakers. They will be available for individual interviews at the end of the program. We ask you to hold your questions in the interest of conserving time until all speakers have spoken. I'd like to start off by introducing our first speaker, Senator Martin Quesada.
Thank you, Roberto. I'm very glad to be here with Somos America and all of my colleagues here. For the record, my name is Martin Quesada. I'm a state senator out of District 29 in the West Valley. That's parts of Phoenix and Glendale. And we're here today to reject the hate and the racism that is being promoted by Republican presidential nominee Donald Trump. And we use words like hate and racism specifically. We use those words on purpose because, make no mistake, that's what his beliefs, that's what his policy proposals are based on. They are based on hate and racism. Arizona and our nation should be past this. We should be past this type of ideology. Although Arizona typically makes national news for the divisive politics that we promote here down at the Capitol, I want the community to know that that is not what Arizona is all about. We are better than that. As Arizonans, we respect all races and ethnicities. We respect all religious faiths, all countries of origin and immigration statuses, all sexual preferences and identities, all languages spoken at the home. The Republican presidential nominee, Donald Trump, is counter to all of those values that we as Arizonans share. So I have a message for the voters. I have a message to all Arizonans, and I have a message to those who are still professing to back the Republican nominee for president today. I want all voters to know that we understand that you are tired of business as usual politics. You are tired of the divisive politics and the rhetoric that is constantly being on display here at the Capitol. But Donald Trump is here to capitalize on that frustration. And we must all be keenly aware that he is not proposing any solutions. Demanding dignity and justice would be a solution. Rejecting hate and racism would be a solution. Love would be a solution. Donald Trump is not a solution. Thank you.
Representative Leila Alston.
Good morning. My name is Leela Alston, and I am a state representative from Legislative District 24, which is Central Phoenix and South Scottsdale. I am here today to stand with my brothers and sisters in this community to reject the hate and racism that we have seen coming into our community. I hope that all of our citizens who share our views of love and peace can be with us tomorrow at Encounter Park so that we can let our community know how important it is to reject the evil rhetoric that is coming out of the Republican Party. That is not the Republican Party I have dealt with for decades as I have served in this community. It is not the Republican Party that any of us have known, but they have been taken over and infiltrated with people who hate for no reason, hate our children, hate our adults, hate our immigrants, hate people up just because they're different. So please, let's join together and let our community here in Phoenix know that we're above that. And I stand firmly with my brothers and sisters to promote peace and justice and love. Thank you.
Member of the Maricopa County Board of Supervisors, Steve Gallardo.
Thank you, Roberto, and thank you so much for putting on this press conference. For the record, Supervisor Steve Gallardo, Maricopa County Board of Supervisors, District 5, Southwest Maricopa County. Folks, tomorrow, one of the most polarizing individuals of our political season is coming to the Valley. Now, I was here when we had the most darkest days of our time, when bills like Senate Bill 1070 was introduced and bills like Proposition 200 and 300 were being debated. When Donald Trump comes to Arizona, he brings back those terrible days of Senate Bill 1070, that divisiveness, that hatred. He brings that back to the state of Arizona. Those dark days that we have seen for so long that are now starting to go away, he brings that back. My message to Donald Trump is you are not welcome in the state of Arizona. We have gone past those days of hate, past those days of divisiveness and rhetoric that has divided and polarized our state. We have gone past that. So when Donald Trump comes to the state of Arizona, he brings back those dark days of Senate Bill 1070. You know, Sunday morning, I woke up and I received a text message from one of my staff members and said, "Supervisor, turn on your TV." And unfortunately, we all woke up to a horrible tragedy in Orlando, Florida, where so many people were gunned down and murdered for no reason. And all of us, at least for myself, I know, was shocked. I was shocked and saddened to see what I've seen. And one of the first tweets I see coming out on Twitter were those from Donald Trump. Those that were using this massacre and exploiting it for his own political use. Instead of standing with the families and the victims and mourning together, he's taking victory laps. He's patting himself on the back. This is not the type of individual we need leading our country. And Mr. Trump, as a gay Latino in the state of Arizona, you are no friend of the gay community. We need people in our leadership position that are going to bring our country together. They're going to end the divisiveness. They're going to bring people together to cause solutions, not problems. Donald Trump, you are not welcome in the state of Arizona.
Next, in Spanish, that'll be translated, Antonio Velasquez, representing Ama Justicia from the community of the Maya Chapin. Antonio.
Muchas gracias. Dios los bendiga en esta hermosa mañana.
Thank you very much. May God bless you on this beautiful morning.
Mi nombre es Antonio Velázquez. Soy presidente de la organización Maya Chapín de Guatemala en Arizona y trabajo para varios grupos de pastores hispanos en Arizona.
My name is Antonio Velasquez. I'm the president of Maya Chapin, but I also work for a group of pastors under the organization Ama Justicia.
En esta hora, yo creo que estamos aquí para invitar a nuestro pueblo a la unidad.
We're here to invite all of our people and the community to become active.
A buscar la paz para todas nuestras comunidades que independientemente de lo que sean, necesitamos respeto.
We're searching for peace, and we're searching for respect and dignity.
Y que no vamos, como pueblo que vivimos en Arizona, no vamos a aceptar el odio, el rencor, la división de los pueblos.
As a people in Arizona, we're not going to accept division of the people.
Lo que queremos hoy en nuestro país es unidad.
What we want now is unity across the country.
Queremos gente que venga a buscar la unidad con nuestros pueblos.
We want people who come into Arizona seeking unity of all of us.
Le vamos a dar la bienvenida a aquellos hombres y mujeres que vayan a buscar esa paz, esa unidad y ese amor para los pueblos.
We should welcome all who come to create that unity and foster that love and unity.
Pero aquellos que solo quieren buscar la división, le vamos a decir que no son bienvenidos.
But those who come in and sow division amongst us, they are not welcome.
A nuestras comunidades, a nuestras ciudades, porque hoy por hoy nuestras ciudades, nuestras comunidades necesitamos unidad, amor, paz y dignidad.
Today, our people in our cities want peace and unity.
Yo invito a todas las comunidades que sean sabios en elegir a sus representantes que aman la justicia, pero sobre todo que aman a Dios, que tengan a Dios en su corazón y en su mente y en sus pensamientos.
I invite all Arizonans, all Hispanic Arizonans to consider voting for those who create unity and not division.
Pero cuando alguien tiene odio en su corazón, no va a poder hacer nada por nuestras comunidades, no va a poder hacer nada por esta gran nación.
So, someone who has hate will not be able to do anything for communities nor for our country.
Cuando un hombre no tiene a Dios en su mente y en su corazón, no podrá gobernar un país con odio, con divisiones. Es un país sin éxito, es un país quebrantados, divididos.
Anyone who does not love God will not be able to govern, particularly if they saw hatred and disunity.
Pedimos a Dios que Dios bendiga nuestras comunidades y que Él es que sea, que ponga y quita el que ha de gobernar nuestro país.
We ask God to come in and help us choose He who will govern with justice and not division.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Carmen Conejo, a longtime advocate of the Dreamers.
Hello, good morning, everybody. Well, I just want to echo the commentaries that have been already said. We reject the presence of Mr. Donald Trump here because he's not bringing a positive message to our communities. Also, I invite all the young people to not react in violence to the provocations and the incendiary comments of Mr. Trump, because it's just playing in his own rhetoric of hate and divisiveness. I really want the energy of the young people to be into engaging the community in healthy conversations about policy and politics in the nation, and also to register people to vote. It's very important that we mobilize people to support the positive candidates that bring peace, unity, and not divisiveness to our communities. Thank you so much.
Alicia Russell, Living for Change.
Good morning. My name is Alicia Russell. I'm with Lucha, and I'm here to denounce the words of Donald Trump and the hatred that he brings to just not Arizona, but to this country. And that's something that we will not stand by and let happen, because we care about our community. We care about our LGBT members. We care about all of the hardworking families, the immigrants. We care about the education in this state and in this country. And we know that if we continue to believe that the words that Donald Trump speaks to our country doesn't stop, that we will go in the wrong direction for our country. So we believe that with all of you here and with the community involvement and everyone getting together, voting against what we know is the right thing to do, that we will stand up and say no more to the hate that Donald Trump and any of the other people that stand by him bring about in this city and in this country. Thank you.
Johnny Lozoya, representing the oldest Mexican-American civil rights organization in the United States, the League of United Latin American Citizens.
Good morning. And I'd like to thank the media for being here to document this historic event. Somos America is doing a great job. LULAC has been around since 1929, representing human rights, civil rights. We're here to share and to be part of this event. We are in solidarity with Somos America, and we would like to invite everybody tomorrow to Encano Park for a rally press conference at 10 a.m. and the rally will continue to 1 p.m. Thank you.
And to close our press conference, City Councilman Michael Nowakowski.
Thank you. Father's Day is Sunday, so my kids got together and they said, "Dad, what do you want for Father's Day?" And I said, "Whatever you guys want to do, surprise me." So they went into my closet and they started cleaning out all of my shirts and t-shirts, and then they came up with a couple shirts that were interesting. First of all, it was back in 2006 where we had a grand march, and it was basically, we called it Somos America. And these are the two shirts that were handed out, basically letting people know that we are all Americans. We are a great country of immigrants, and we gathered the largest march in the state of Arizona, starting from the Veterans Coliseum all the way to the state capitol. The end of the line, when the first part of the line got here to the state capitol, the last people were leaving the Veterans Coliseum. There was over 200,000 individuals that came together to let our state officials know that we are all Americans here and that we need to respect all people. And what happened back in 2006 is happening today. It's uniting all different people from all different walks of life to go out and register people to vote. And that's what it's all about, folks. It's about electing the right people to office. It's about going out there and registering to vote, making sure that our voices are heard, making sure that we elect the right person at the very top of this country that represents our values, American values, my children's values. Somos America. We are Americans. And the theme was, today we march, tomorrow we vote. Well, folks, tomorrow is here. And now it's time to get out and vote. Vote for who you want in office. Vote for what values we want to have here in this great state of Arizona. So I'd like you to all, if you're not registered to vote, contact any of these organizations behind me. Go out there and register to vote and let your voice be heard. Thank God.
I admit to mistakes. He was the penultimate speaker. The last speaker, Tony Navarrete, Promise, Arizona.
So yes, my name is Tony Navarrete with Promise, Arizona, and we stand in solidarity with Somos America in our fight to say no to Donald Trump. The message that Donald Trump and the Republican Party have been sending to Americans is that they do not stand with American values. And that's the values of inclusiveness, that's the values of being engaged, that's the values of fulfilling their dignity for all families. Again, you know, one of the things that we're going to be doing this weekend, and I invite the public to attend, is that we're going to be registering voters and then joining our brothers and sisters at Encanto Park in the afternoon on Saturday morning. Otra vez, mi nombre es Tony Navarrete, con Promesa Arizona, y estamos aquí porque no estamos de acuerdo con el mensaje de el Donald Trump ni el Partido Republicano, porque esos mensajes no están en acuerdo con los valores de nuestras familias, los valores de nuestro país, porque no son inclusivos y no valoran a nuestras familias. Este fin de semana vamos a estar en las calles registrando votantes para votar, porque la manera que vamos a ganar al Donald Trump es para registrarnos a votar y salir a votar. So the only way we're going to beat Trump is if we as a community stand in solidarity to register others to vote and stand against Donald Trump by going out to vote this November. Thank you again.
Any questions from the press? The speakers are available for one-on-one interviews, so thank you very much for sharing this beautiful Arizona sunshine with us. Okay.
Obviously, your protest is going to be useful, but
Barry, please.
Obviously, you guys are conducting a peaceful protest, and it's going to be away from the policy. What do you say to people who are, unfortunately, some of them anti-Trump, yes, but they're also itinerant agitators? What do you say to those people?
To the itinerant agitators, I tell them, welcome to express your constitutional right of freedom of expression, but please understand that the rest of the community also has its right to get its message out in a peaceful, nonviolent way. Respect the dignity of our cause. Thank you.
But there is a responsibility. There is a responsibility upon folks like Governor Ducey and our state treasurer and those members in our congressional delegation that are supporting him. They're going to be there. There's a level of responsibility for them to talk to Trump, to say stop the hatred, stop the rhetoric, stop that divisiveness. So the responsibility lies on the governor's office and those people in political leadership to calm Donald Trump down, tell him stop the hatred.
And that's what we mean by saying reject and repudiate. And the public is going to start looking all the way down from the governor's office through the U.S. Senate, through the U.S. representative, through members of the state legislature to see which of them are attaching themselves to the hateful idea of denying equal justice under the law to a significant number of their own constituency. Do not let Trump lose the soul of the Republican Party, because it is pretty much self-destructing right now. Again, thank you very much.
You didn't bring your phone by chance. I left mine in the car. Sorry.
over the lens. Now I know what I'm buying again.
stand by for future live shots. If we're clear, just let me know. How does that sound? We're doing a mic and IFB check. We're good on this end. We are good. What?
Take 2 steps back.
Keep going? Oh.
Right there.
Okay. You're trying to kill me?
Sorry.
It's okay. I just want
All right, guys, looks like we have lost this feed of the anti-Trump protests. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and play this for you. Today marks 1 year since the Charleston church shooting. Exactly 1 year, and a service was held in Charleston this morning. Governor Nikki Haley spoke at the event. We're going to go ahead and take you to this event now. Stand by.
And may we pray. Our God, our help in ages past, our hope for years to come, our shelter from the stormy blast, and our eternal home. 1,000 years in thy sight are like an evening gone, short as the watch ends the night before the rising sun. Time, like an ever-rolling stream, bear all its sons away. They fly forgotten as a dream dies at the opening day. We pray thy blessings upon this day. We thank you for the leadership and the continuity of care from our Episcopal leaders, the Right Reverend Richard Franklin Norris, Mother Mary Ann Norris, our ecumenical bishop, the Right Reverend Reginald Jackson, and our residence bishop, retired Zedekiah Grady. We thank you for the leadership of our state by way of Governor Haley, Mayor John Teckenberg, retired Mayor Rowley, We thank you, Lord, for the presiding elders and the leadership of this Edistal district, Dr. Norvell Goff, Dr. Alon Wayne Parrott, and the presiding elders of the entire state of South Carolina. Now, God, we thank you for these pastors, not only in the African Methodist Episcopal Church, but throughout the entire ecumenical community, for their prayers for us the entire year long through. Thank you for Dr. Betty Dees Clark and all of the pastors, clergy, and ministers who have assembled themselves as a part of this celebration. Oh, how we do remember. We thank you for these 9 families who are represented, steadfast, unmovable, yet holding on to your unchanging hands. Help us, God, as we learn not only about the vulnerability of life, but of the value of human life. We have gathered to remember the terrible price paid, and also the terrible price paid for the indifference and the silence all around the world. Help us to harness positive energies as we work and pray together to banish all human oppression from the world. God, help us to recognize that when any fellow human being is stripped of humanity, or any person is turned into an object of repression, tortured, defiled, or victimized by terrorism, or prejudice, or racism, then all human beings are victims likewise. O God, our Father, we do remember the suffering and the death of the Emmanuel Nine and all those who were victims of senseless gun violence. We remember this awful night in Charleston and even the early morning in Orlando that took place in our lifetime. We share the wounds of the survivors. We recall the pain only because we must never permit it to come again. Our spirit is strengthened by remembering our hope in our strength. Help us, O God, never to deny humanity in others, for it is then we destroy humanity within ourselves. Help us, God, never to reject the human and the holy in any neighbor's soul. Lord, have mercy upon us. Have mercy upon the soul and the life of young Dylan Ruth. Have mercy upon all of our souls and all of our lives. And now, God, with the forgiveness of all of our sins, hear our prayers as we petition Thee and Thee alone. In all things we give Thee thanks, for we know that You're able to heal all of our soul diseases. Bless us now, God, and we shall be blessed. Teach us and we shall be taught. It is in the name of Jesus we pray. Hallelujah. Amen.
right, guys, we're going to cut out of this Charleston memorial service. We'll go back to it a little bit later on, but it looks like we have the live feed of the protest, the Donald Trump protest in San Antonio, so let's go back to that. All right, guys, now a senator in Florida holding a press conference. Let's go listen in now.
Why in the world would we want them to purchase a weapon? But all of those wouldn't have caught Mateen. And so my legislation has been added to Dianne Feinstein's, and that will be voted on Monday. And it is that if you were on a terror watch list, as Mateen was in 2013 and 14, then if you're going to purchase, and that's closed, and you're going to purchase a weapon, then the FBI is pinged that you purchase that weapon so that they can go back and talk to them if, in fact, they need to. And of course, in this case, if that had been law, they would have caught Mateen.
So he had been investigated and then closed and off the FBI list.
That's correct. He in 2013, he had 3 different interviews, and over the course of about 10 months, he was on that overall terrorist watch list, which in this country is about 5,000 U.S. persons today. That's a U.S. citizen and a person that is legally here. About 5,000. When they closed the case with no prosecutable evidence, then that case was closed. He doesn't stay on the list. But if we had a notice that he was purchasing guns, that would have caught Mateen. And happily, that my bill has been added to Dianne Feinstein's bill, and that will be one of the 4 options that we'll vote on come Monday.
Senator, there's been reports about a gun shop in Gentle Beach, and the owner said he alerted the FBI to interactions with the team. Do you think there were red flags that the FBI missed in that?
I don't know those details. And again, my info is dated with my talk with Director Comey.
Are you able to tell us if he did fund Islamic radicalists?
Yeah,
Did he ever fund Islamic radicalists at all? Was there any funding sent over to them?
Funding dollars? We know of none. What we do know is that he made these statements, which is very typical of what ISIS is doing now. They say, don't come to Syria. Stay right where you are. Get radicalized. Pick a soft target that will be a lot of damage, a lot of loss of life, and then you be our ISIS brother by inflicting the damage on Americans right there in America. And, that's very difficult to be 100% on that, because if they're operating as a lone wolf and he's not communicating with anybody, that's tough. The sad thing about Omar Mateen is that since he had been on the list, if the FBI, if the law had said, you let the FBI know when he purchases that weapon, they find out, my Lord, he's not only purchased a semi-automatic handgun, he's gotten a long gun. And not only that, he didn't get an AR-15, he got a Sig Sauer, collapsible stock, easier to hide, even a more penetrating bullet, high velocity. The FBI would have been calling him. We want to talk to you again. And that might just have avoided this. So it ought to be law. We shouldn't be talking about it. And that's what I think is different. I think 4 years after Sandy Hook, I think 1 year after the church in Charleston, and now this, and then 15 hours of constant evaluation on the floor of the Senate, causing the Senate to come to a dead standstill on doing anything with the appropriations bill. I think it's brought the attention. I'm very proud of Senator Murphy, Senator Blumenthal, also from Connecticut, and Senator Cory Booker, who stayed on the floor the whole time.
Senator, you said you feel like it's going to happen this time. Why do you feel that? We've heard this agency, we've heard this before.
I know. I think it's going to happen in the Senate because, for example, I've talked yesterday to Lindsey Graham. He's got a bill that's close to what I just described to you with Susan Collins. You get him into the mix, whether it's a Democratic bill or a Republican bill, I don't care. I just want to get it done. You start then throwing in some more senators that are feeling the heat when 90% of their constituents are telling them that they want them to support this legislation and they are on the line because they're up for re-election this year. You throw in a few more of those, you're getting pretty close to 60 votes to cut off debate.
Do you think it's the magnitude of this now? I mean, just what's your gut feeling, and with bills aside?
I think it's going to get close, if not past the Senate, but Lord knows what's going to happen in the House of Representatives.
Why do you think? Is this enough is enough? I'm trying to get this human emotion.
Well, you just got it. You just got my human emotion.
Senator Nelson, Dan Billow from Channel 2, in the context of your concerns about all these closed businesses, is there any way of knowing how long this will go on, the investigation of businesses continuing to be having to be closed?
I don't, but that's one of the requests that I have made to the Small Business Administration. And I made that request yesterday. All of these businesses that can't function, they're losing money daily. They ought to get some assistance. It's probably pitifully little that they'll get from the state of Florida. So I think we ought to get the federal government in, and although this is not a hurricane, they would get assistance if it were a hurricane. This is worse than a hurricane because a hurricane doesn't kill 49 people.
Senator, as a resident of some of the fund that's being gathered as a GoFundMe site and things like that to encourage, that some of that be available to replace lost revenue?
I think it's great that these funds are being collected, but I can tell you as the former elected insurance commissioner, beware. This is the time for a lot of scam artists, and so just make sure you know what you're donating to. And when you have a legitimate organization that'll get the money here, please give generously, as the people of Orlando and Florida do. I mean, I can't forget that sight of the lines wrapped around the block giving blood. That even chokes me up.
Senator, as a resident of the community, how do you see Orlando moving forward? How do we pick up the pieces?
Well, we will, and we have to. Otherwise, the terrorist wins. What the terrorist wants to do is inflict enough pain so it causes fear, so it throws us off our game, and as a result, we can't go on about our normal daily lives. And that's what we've got to overcome. I might also say that one thing I said on the floor of the Senate yesterday or the day before, I lose track of time. I blew up the picture of the trauma surgeon's shoes, the blood-stained shoes, and then I read what that doctor had put up on his Facebook page, where he said, with all the blood that was soaking my scrubs and my shoes, I didn't know if they were black or white. I didn't know if they were gay or straight. I just heard the screams and the pleas for help as we were trying to save lives. That's pretty compelling.
Do you have any information on if the wife will face charges? Where's her status on that, Senator?
I asked the FBI director. He said he did not want to comment on that. That means to me that they were in an investigation of the wife. I have heard additional news that you've heard today, which would be exculpatory. But that's what the FBI is doing. They're doing the investigation.
Is Mark Zuckerberg being cooperative? Is Mark Zuckerberg from Facebook being cooperative? And is he going to be going before the Senate committee for briefing?
Who is
Mark
it?
Zuckerberg of Facebook? Will he be cooperative with information?
I'm sure he will. By the way, that's another issue. Let me give a comment on that. You know, I couldn't understand after San Bernardino. Here's a terrorist phone, and the FBI cannot get into the phone. Now, as you know, they were ultimately able to defeat it. That wasn't the case with the computers here. Even though it was damaged, they got into it. It was not an iPhone. It was, I think, a Samsung. This is a day of reckoning that we're going to have in the future between, and it is that constant tension between the right of privacy and the right of protection of the nation. And that's what's so hard about this. We value the right of privacy. But at some point, if a judge has given an order, a federal judge, and said, open up, we've got to have this information for the very likely protection of the country from the next attack, I think that's where we have to draw the line. Let the judge decide. The judge stands in for the protection, and this is a special federal judge in what's called a highly classified court called the FISA court. He protects our rights of privacy, weighed against the need to get the information to protect the country from terrorist attack. And fortunately, that did not play out here because they were able to get into these phones very quickly.
Senator, we know about the delay between 2 a.m. and about 5 when the police went in. Do you think that's something that's going to need to be looked into? Is that concerning to you?
Well, I've talked to Chief Mina, and I know it's already been looked into. And almost every evaluation that I've heard, once you get out of an active shooter situation and they start to negotiate in a hostage situation, they have a certain protocol that they do. But to answer your question specifically, that's being looked at very, very carefully.
Is he radicalized on the internet, would you say? Is that safe to say?
There seems to be that he was ISIS-inspired. Now, it's coming out that it looks like that there's also a hate crime here. And on top of that, it looks like that there was a question of mental health as well. So we've got, you know, these things are usually not simple. And it looks like this is one of those complicated, troubled personalities ever since he was a kid in high school. Okay, guys, thanks.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, guys, that wraps up this impromptu press conference that was just held in Orlando. We're going to take you back now to San Antonio, where protests against Donald Trump are underway. San Antonio, Texas, Donald Trump holding a private event there. Again, you're looking at live images of the Trump protest in San Antonio, Texas. Mike Page will be joining you guys momentarily, and he'll be joining you all day tomorrow when Trump makes his way to Arizona. We'll be streaming that live here on News Now, guys. Just wanted to give you the heads up.
represents a lot. And they were very nice to us. But we do need a bigger venue, and we'll get a bigger venue next time. I want to thank you, and I want to thank thousands of people outside, and they're waving, and I want to just stop, and I want to go and wade in and hug them and kiss them. But there's a problem. Secret Service doesn't love that idea so much. Well, I want to thank you all. So, a lot of things are happening. Thank you. Thank you. I love you, too. I love you, too. Love you, too. So we're just beginning this process, and you know it started, believe it or not, right? June 16th, 1 year, the escalator. 1 year, this is the 1 year anniversary, and we're going to make it, hopefully we're going to make it a worthwhile year. They're all talking about we've created a movement. Somebody said, doesn't make any difference how Donald Trump does from now on, because what he's done has never been done before. I said, like hell it doesn't make a difference. It makes a big difference. I am so looking forward to the debate. The debate. There's so much there. I am so looking forward to it. The debate with crooked Hillary. I assume she's going to be allowed. No, I assume she's going to be allowed to run. I mean, you tell me. You think that's a fair situation? Oh, boy. But one of those things. And Bernie's still out there. He's still out there. Bernie is out there. And I'm hearing we're going to pick up a lot of Bernie supporters. Because, you know, one thing, which is amazing, but if you think about it, we're very similar on one thing, except I can do much more about it to fix it. Trade. Because he understands that our country is being totally ripped off like you never saw before, ripped off on trade. And I understand it. The difference is I'm going to make the greatest trade deals you've ever seen, ever, ever, ever. We're going to bring our jobs back. And Bernie can't do that. That Bernie can't do. But he understands the basics, and the basics are exactly that. And it's going to be about jobs, and we're going to have an administration that's going to be you're going to be so proud of your country. Forget about your president. Who cares? We want to be proud of our country. Let's just get it. But you're going to be so proud of your country, and hopefully very, very proud of your president. And I watch this really horrible but professional campaign. I watch it, where Hillary gets up and says, you know, she reads that teleprompter, ba-ba, 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 ba-ba. And then they say, it was a great presentation. What? And she's reading what they're telling her to read. But it won't be easy, because the press for this, you know, it's funny. I didn't love the press during the primaries. But now it's like brutal. These people are so one-sided. I have never seen, honestly, I've never seen, like as an example, there are 5,000 protesters. They just said it, one of them. I said, I asked my people, how many are there? Maybe 300, 400, or 500. And the thousands are the people. But this is what it is. It's so biased. It's so slanted. It's so one-sided. And all I can say is the people out there are really smart, because they get it. They understand what's going on. They understand what's going on. And I appreciate it, okay? So look, a couple of things. And I just watched President Obama. And he does it a lot. He does it a lot, because we have one after another. We have tragedy after tragedy. And it's a tough situation. But he's largely, to a large extent, he's blaming guns. And I'm going to save your Second Amendment, folks. I'm going to save your Second Amendment. Totally. And Hillary wants to abolish the Second Amendment. Remember that. Now, more sophisticated than that, but the end result will be she will abolish the Second Amendment. Just remember that. Just remember that, okay? Just remember that. And she's now trying to come back a little bit, but she can't come back because Bernie's over there and others are over there. And actually, Bernie is better on that issue than she is from our standpoint. Maybe we want to run against Bernie, but we can't have, can you believe this guy doesn't give up? One thing, you got to give him credit. You got to give him credit. He doesn't give up. We could have used a guy like that 4 years ago that didn't give up. Wouldn't that have been great? One thing, we don't give up, folks. We don't give up. The problem with our country is we have leaders that give up. They give up on so many things. They gave up on trade. We're being just ripped left and right. They gave up on the borders. They gave up on the borders, totally. They gave up on so many things, and they certainly gave up. It's almost like they gave up on ISIS. I mean, if you think about it, they gave up on ISIS. And just remember this. One of the top people in the administration, the current administration, just said, and I actually wrote it down, that ISIS is working very hard to come into the West. They're working very hard to come into our country, and they are working very hard. And you saw what one sleazebag can do. One sleazebag over the weekend, what he did, the horror that he wreaked on us. All
right, everybody, we're going to be taking you to a live press conference right now. Looks like to be.
All right, good afternoon. Everyone's ready to go. Can you hear me pretty well? All right. My name is Raj Singh. I'm one of the Incident Public Information Officers for the South Central Sierra Incident Management Team. First of all, thank you for everyone attending our press conference. Some notes in the beginning. Please turn your cell phones off. And then if you have any questions, please wait to the end. We have several speakers, and we hope to answer all the questions you have through our speakers. And at the end, if there are any specific questions, we'll direct them to the appropriate agency or spokesperson for that. And then we'll also have folks standing by after the press conference that you can speak to directly if you need to. So I'd like to start off with Supervisor Farr from the Santa Barbara County. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for being here today. My name is Doreen Farr. I'm currently the Vice Chair of the Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors, and I also specifically represent the area where the Sherpa fire is now burning. At 10:10 a.m. today, the county proclaimed a local emergency due to the extreme fire behavior and its potential impacts. Fire commanders and first responders continue the firefighting effort with full force, and fortunately, no lives have been lost or injuries have occurred. Further, no residences have been lost. Unfortunately, there has been damage to agriculture, and that assessment of the damage is underway right now. Due to the continued evacuations in place, the very real potential for additional evacuations, also the potential for further damage to agriculture and natural resources, the need for a local emergency is necessary. This proclamation will allow that all county resources are available for the fire control efforts, and it will also provide the foundation in the event that further evacuations or damage occurs, and there is a need for a request to the governor for a state declaration of emergency, which would provide further resources. The county and all our partners continue to make safety our first priority as we fight this fire and protect residents in critical facilities. There are important steps the public can and should take. With quickly changing conditions, it is important to monitor the county's website, countyofsb.org. The local public can also call 211 for updated information. This line can provide information about road closures, evacuations, and other impacts. If you are outside of the county, you can call 1-800-400-1572 to reach the same 211 line. And if you haven't done so already, I would strongly encourage everyone to sign up for alerts at awareandprepare.com. You can see that over there, because if we don't know where you are, we can't alert you. So in closing, on behalf of the entire Board of Supervisors and the people of Santa Barbara County, I want to sincerely thank all of our first responders and county staff that are involved. We are extremely fortunate to have so many partners fighting this fire with us. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Robert Lang. I'm one of the federal incident commanders in this Unified Command effort.
My name is Paul Van Gerwen. I'm a CAL FIRE Unified IC.
I'll start off with a quick update here. Currently, the fire is about 4,000 acres with about 5% containment. The cause is under investigation, and we have about 1,230 firefighters working on the incident. Over the past few days, the interagency effort has protected the oil refinery, the railroad, and several campgrounds. Highway 101 has been impacted several times when the sundowners surface. But when they do surface, our offensive opportunities are extremely limited, and we need to fall back on more of a defensive strategy. Our defensive strategy will continue to emphasize the protection of life and property while we look for a place to turn the corner and push this back up into the mountains and get full containment.
And not to repeat what several speakers are going to talk, I'm just here emphasizing our support for all of our cooperators, Los Padres National Forest, as well as Santa Barbara County Fire Department, and all the other various cooperators that are going to be here. Stand here and support. That's my message.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Eric Peterson, Santa Barbara County Fire Chief. Now there are over 1,200 people working here, many of whom who have come very long distances to help us. Some from all over the state, some even from out of the state. Most of the people out on the line now have been working long hours under difficult conditions with very little sleep. And although this fire has more than doubled in size in the last 24 hours, there's been only minor structural loss and no civilian or firefighter injuries to speak of or report. I just want to say that all of us in Unified Command appreciate the supreme effort that our firefighters are out there putting out. And now I'd like to hand it over to Sheriff Bill Brown.
Thank you, Chief. My name is Bill Brown. I'm the Sheriff of Santa Barbara County. Here to just tell you about some developments that have taken place and to re-emphasize a few points that were made the other day in terms of our evacuation areas, both mandatory and warning. The development that I want to inform you about is at 1:45 a.m. this morning, we issued 11 more emergency notifications. These were sent out to the El Capitan Ranch Equestrian Center, and it was an area that was brought into the expanded mandatory evacuation area. I want to emphasize that this is still a very dynamic fire situation, and we do not want residents who are living in or adjacent to this area to be complacent. Even though conditions may appear to have become better during the day, the reality is that things can change very rapidly and do change very rapidly in the evening, and we do not want our residents to have a false sense of security. Residents need to adhere to evacuation orders if they are made. We do not evacuate areas unnecessarily or lightly, and if you are given the order to evacuate, that means that you are in a location where there is an imminent or existing threat to life or property, and you need to leave that area immediately. Just to be clear, there are areas where there are mandatory evacuation orders where no one should remain, and there are areas where there are evacuation warnings where people should be prepared to evacuate. No one should be in the evacuation areas except for public safety responders. And we provide roving patrol with our deputies to protect those areas as well, but they are sealed off areas at that point. Right now, the mandatory evacuation areas include Refugio Canyon, Refugio State Beach, Venadito Canyon, El Capitan Ranch, El Capitan State Beach, and El Capitan Canyon. For the most part, residents in those areas have been very compliant with the evacuation orders. We have had some residents who have refused to leave, and we caution you again that not complying with a mandatory evacuation order is something that is done at your own peril and could result in injury or death. We ask anyone who is in those areas to please cooperate with the evacuation order. If you are in an evacuation warning area, it means that there is a strong likelihood that you are in a location where there could soon be a threat to life or property, and you need to be prepared to evacuate at a moment's notice. This does not mean waiting until you're given the mandatory evacuation order to get prepared. If you are in an evacuation warning area, you should have a plan for yourself, for your family members, for your pets. You should gather your valuables and your irreplaceable items in your home, any prescription medications that you have and so forth, and be prepared to leave again at a moment's notice. Currently there is an evacuation warning in place east of El Capitan Canyon all the way up to and including Farron Road. And the area includes Cañada de la Destiladera, the Las Lagas Canyon, Gato Canyon, Las Varas Canyon, Dos Pueblos Canyon, and Eagle Canyon. And I want to also talk about the area west, at the west end of Goleta that hasn't been yet placed in an evacuation warning area due to the proximity of the fire, but nevertheless we do want residents who are living in that area, in the vicinity of El Capitan to the west, to also be thinking about what items they would want to save if they were ordered to leave quickly. Don't wait until the last moment to be prepared. Now is the time to be doing so, just in case. We're also getting a number of questions about how many people have been evacuated. And due to the unique area that's included in the mandatory evacuation zone, we really are not able to give you an accurate number. The area is made up primarily of ranch and ranchette homes, wilderness areas, campsites, campgrounds, adjacent to the beach and so forth. What we can tell you is that emergency mandatory evacuation alerts were sent to more than 400 telephone lines in the area. And again, we've had, for the most part, very good cooperation and response from residents in those mandatory evacuation areas. We will continue to keep you updated, and again, we ask that any evacuation orders be complied with and that anyone in the evacuation warning or adjacent areas be prepared to plan ahead. Thank you.
Hi, good morning. My name is Robert Baird. I'm the Forest Supervisor for the Los Padres National Forest. I think the acknowledgement of the county declaration of emergency, state of emergency, acknowledges the challenges we're facing here. There's been a lot of heroic actions of the firefighters in protection of those structures. As the federal partner to the county, we're in this in unified command. There's been over 500 federal wildland firefighters that have been brought in to augment these efforts here out of the total of 1,200. We also have a significant portion of the federal air tanker fleet and the aviation resources that come from throughout the United States. We have two of the largest air tankers have rotated onto the fire, the very large air tankers, the DC-10s. They provide a significant capability to those men and women on the ground fighting the wildfire. We also have 6 large air tankers as well as 13 helicopters currently assigned to the fire. And those numbers vary depending on the situation as we rotate crews in and out. But that's approximately what we have for aviation resources. We're leveraging the air tanker base at Santa Maria, which has been a tremendous capability, so we can reload the aircraft and get them back to the wildfire as fast as possible. We've also brought in the night air attack and night water dropping helicopters, which is a unique capability the Forest Service has, as well as Kern County has brought up their aviation resource that does night flying helicopters. So in cooperation, we stand with the county in this state of emergency, and we're prepared to do what's needed to deal to this emergency. The forest has also gone into fire restrictions. We went into fire restrictions Monday, and we asked that you get that out to the public. The last thing we need is another wildfire to start for some careless actions that may happen in the public. The weather situation is going to continue to be a challenge as we deal with this wildfire, and we ask that you get the word out about the fire restrictions on the forest as well as other areas. Thank you.
Hi, good morning. My name is Eric Bolt. I'm the warning coordination meteorologist for the National Weather Service, last name spelled B-O-L-D-T. To give you an idea of what the weather has been doing the last couple of days at the fire location, it's been very typical for the south coast of Santa Barbara. We've had highs in the 70s, humidities mainly in the 40s, and then we've seen the sundowner winds that pick up in that region each evening. You can pretty much set your clock by it. About 5 o'clock in the evening, the winds start to pick up. And we've seen winds of 40 to 50 mile per hour wind gusts fan the fire in the last couple of nights. Unfortunately, we are predicting a heat wave. So tomorrow we ought to start to see temperatures increase. We should then be seeing readings in the 80s, and that means a little drier on the humidity. We do expect winds to pick up again tonight, very much like the last couple of nights, just to backtrack there a little bit. So this evening the winds will be very similar to what we saw yesterday. And then tomorrow the higher temperatures. Sunday we ought to be seeing temperatures push into the 90s, especially if we get up in the foothills and the mountains. And then by Monday we are expecting a peak in this heat wave. That's when we can see 90s right down here to the ocean and 100 degrees plus up in the mountains on Monday. At that point, our humidities could be some of the lowest values, pushing down to around 10% near the fire. We will see the winds each evening. Right now, that could be very similar like we've seen the last couple of nights, right through Monday night. By Tuesday, we start to see a swing around of onshore winds, which means a little cooler conditions, higher humidity is starting to move in, but it will still be very warm and above normal for this region. So we are working closely with the Incident Command Post to provide weather support. We do that by providing a spot weather forecast for the incident. And then later today, we'll have an incident meteorologist arrive to be working with the Incident Command around the clock. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. My name is Lieutenant Steve Larson, L-A-R-S-O-N, and I represent the Santa Barbara Area CHP office. The good news, 101 is open. The bad news is that we've closed it now twice in the last 2 nights. So again, I need you to let the motoring public know that there's probably going to be more closures. You just heard the briefing from the weather person, and we're probably going to be in for another night of high wind and so forth, which is going to close. I was actually on scene last night and saw some of the fire tornadoes, and I tell you what, it's no joke. And I actually had to hand stop some folks to keep them out of it, and it was off the hook. So anyways, there's probably going to be some more closures. We definitely need to press to get the word out to everybody that, you know, you may want to change your travel plans if you're going through Santa Barbara late at night, because you might have to be redirected to another alternate location. And again, just talking about our closures, we closed the southbound lanes at Mariposa Arena, which is just north of here. That's kind of the last off-ramp that we have before the fire. And if you're coming northbound, that's going to be at the Winchester Canyon location, which is just outside of Goleta. So those 2 locations have been working pretty well. We're going to readjust as the fire moves and that kind of thing, but right now it's been working pretty well. Now, if you get caught on either side of those closures, those folks are going to have to go to Highway 154, and if you're coming southbound going through Buellton, you're going to have to take 246 and then hit 154 to take into Santa Barbara. If you're coming up from the LA area, you'll have to take 154, and I'll get you around the fire too. And you can stay on 154, and that comes out at 101, or you can take 246 into Buellton. Again, I just want to say the CHP, the Santa Barbara area, is in constant communication with all the fire agencies and with the Sheriff's Department in opening and closing these roads. I mean, we have people, I'm on scene just to monitor the fire and make sure that all of our folks are safe, along with the public. All of our decisions have been based on public safety. Okay, so we're not closing these roads because we feel like it. It's like right now, everything's fine, we're not going to close the road. But again, public safety. And the Habitrol, of course, we want to provide the people of the state of California the highest level of service. So thank you very much.
Good afternoon. My name is Eric Jelstrom. I'm the superintendent in charge of the Santa Barbara sector of California State Parks. Refugio and El Capitan state beaches are part of my area of responsibility. As you know, last night this fire took a very fast run down El Capitan Canyon, and unfortunately right at the top of that canyon is where the water treatment plant is for El Capitan State Beach. All the water at that park comes from that plant, and that plant was burned down last night. So my staff is currently assessing the damage and working on coming up with a response plan. I don't have details now, but I can tell you the reservation cancellations at El Capitan State Beach are very likely to be extended. At this time, we're updating our information as quickly as possible to all of our websites, State Parks and Reserve America, and we're going to do the best we can to get these parks back open once the evacuation is lifted. State Parks will continue to stand unified with Unified Command in protecting public life, property, and protecting natural and cultural resources. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Erin Arlen Janae. I'm the director of the Santa Barbara County Air Pollution Control District. And yesterday you heard from Dr. Wada with the Santa Barbara County Public Health, who announced the joint media advisory we issued for air quality warning for Santa Barbara County. That warning remains in effect, and it will continue throughout the weekend. The Air District continues to monitor air quality conditions throughout the county. We have a very robust network of monitors. Particulate matter levels continue to be high, obviously in the vicinity surrounding the fire, but also we're seeing high hourly levels in Goleta and Santa Barbara areas at times, and it is obviously very dependent on the meteorological conditions. So I did want to make everyone aware of where you can go and find your hourly air quality conditions. That would be at ourair.org. And I want to also reiterate the importance of using common sense. If you see or smell smoke in your immediate surroundings, you need to take action, take precaution. If you are elderly or young children, they are most susceptible to the harmful effects of particulate matter. So if you see and smell smoke, we recommend that you stay indoors. And even for healthy individuals, if you see and smell smoke, to limit your outdoor exercise. And I know that's going to be difficult when the weather increases, but if you can stay inside and if you're fortunate to have air conditioning, keep that on recirculation so you're not drawing in more of the particulate matter from outdoors. So once again, I do encourage you to pay attention to your local conditions, use common sense, and visit ourair.org. Dr. Wada and I are also available for any comments today. Thank you.
Now we'd like to open it up to a few questions if anybody has them.
Just getting back to the cause of the fire, our sources are saying that it's human caused. What can you tell us about that?
Who wants to direct the cause of the fire?
It's currently under investigation.
Did they release the cause?
No.
It's under investigation.
I'm being told by the incident commander that it's still under investigation. As soon as we are able to release some information on that, we will.
So there's no idea. You're not leaning forward.
Right now, it's just still under investigation. So.
Is it a criminal investigation?
It is not.
It is not a criminal investigation.
What does this fire portend for the coming season for the summer? We have a lot of fuel out there. We've had below normal rainfall the past winter. We're in our mid-year drought. What are you guys looking at?
I'll pass that to Santa Barbara County since this is their area. So, expected fire.
I'm sorry. Could you repeat the question?
What does this fire portend, if anything, for the coming the fire season that we're in? I mean, there's a lot of fuel out there. We've unfortunately had below average rainfall again this winter. We're about a mid-year drought. What are we looking at here? I mean, do you think this is not so good indication of that we might have to face this?
Right. So the question is, what kind of portent is this fire and how it relates to the drought? And I'm not going to say it's not ominous. It is ominous, and we are concerned because the fuels out there are drought stressed. There's a lot of tree mortality out there that makes fire behavior worse. So the drought is making a already pretty volatile situation not any better.
Back to the cause of the fire. Initial dispatch, it seemed to indicate that it started on Rancho La Sherpa. Is that the case?
Yes.
Yeah, that is correct. So that's where it started, but the cause is still being under investigation. So somebody had a hand up here.
Have you talked to any local businesses that are concerned that they were also impacted by the refugio oil spill last year?
I think emergency management, we talked about that briefly.
The question was, what are the impacts on the economy, essentially, as a result of the fire and, of course, on the heels of the refugio oil spill? Certainly, that is a concern of the elected officials in the county and, of course, the emergency managers, that we need to do the best we can to get this fire out, of course, as soon as we can, so we can make sure that tourism's needs are addressed. It's a major industry in the county, and we certainly are all concerned about that. And also we have the economic issues associated with agriculture. Agriculture is an important industry in this county. It's $1.48 billion industry in this county, and we need to make sure that we're doing everything we can to protect that industry.
Earlier you mentioned ag losses. What types of ag losses have been sustained so far?
I'm going to invite the Agriculture Commissioner up to answer that. Robert Lewin, Office of Emergency Management, LEWIN.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Kathy Fisher, Santa Barbara County Ag Commissioner. As of 10:30 this morning, we have received reports of damage in the fire area, specifically the Benedito Canyon and Refugio Canyon. The commodities that are directly in the fire area include avocados, lemon, pasture land for cattle, and some olives. We're in the process of working with our commodity groups and gathering the statistics and information as far as what is the value of those losses so far. It's a very dynamic situation, so our growers are busy right now working with firefighters, creating fire breaks, and assisting one another in evacuating their cattle.
So we're going to wrap it up for questions, but we can definitely...
All right, folks, looks like we lost that feed there in California. We're in about 10 minutes, we're going to be getting our own feed in from right here in Arizona, detailing the Cedar Creek fire. That's coming up in the next 15 minutes, but we have another live event for you happening right now. State Department Daily Briefing.
Over to you. Good luck to you. Good luck to you.
We're going to need it.
Don't be easy on them.
They never are. I can't possibly.
Why don't you and he switch jobs?
Thank you for that, Arshad. Not even going to attempt an opening statement today. We're just going to get right to it.
Can we start on the internal memo that I'm sure you and everyone else in the building is now aware of? Firstly, what can you confirm from the various news reports about its content, its subject, etc.?
I can confirm that we have this dissent channel message. I can confirm that the principal topic of the dissent channel message is Syria. But I don't think it'll surprise you that I'm really not able to get into any more detail as to the content or the arguments that were put forth in it.
Did it surprise you that so many people have signed on to a document that, without getting into its details, a
Sure. document
that dissents from what has been the administration's policy toward ending the war for now 5 years?
It is unusual for a dissent channel message to have as many signatories as this one. It's unusual.
And what does that tell you about the current policy, which we've spent so much time on this week, this month, this year, this administration? If so many people inside the building, people directly dealing with it, are so unhappy?
I think it tells us several things. Like, it tells us that we have a unique process in place here through which employees at the State Department can offer candid and unvarnished views all the way to the top as they desire. I think it tells us clearly that Syria
matters a lot to the people who work here at the State Department, as it should. And I think it says to me that we need to keep on working just as hard as we can for better outcomes, as the Secretary and so many others are doing. No one's content with the status quo. We talked about this several days this week. Too many people are dying, either through starvation or being bombed. Too many weeks have passed without getting a political process moving forward, and there's been too many violations of the cessation of hostilities. And frankly, far too few people are getting the food, water, and medicine they need, and too many people are deciding to take a very treacherous, dangerous trek outside the country to survive. So, as I said earlier this week, we're going to continue to explore options. Obviously, our focus remains on the three big muscle movers in front of us: getting the political talks back on track, getting the cessation of hostilities to truly be accepted and enforced and adopted nationwide, and getting more people more of the aid that they need. But it would be imprudent for us not to explore other options that may be available to us, and we've talked very openly about the fact that we're doing that. So back to this message: we welcome alternative views. We welcome input. We welcome dissenting opinion. Before this week, I had never heard of a dissent channel, and the more I learned about it, the more in admiration I became of it. It's a pretty unique tool that you don't see in government. This thing that's been in place since 1971, that allows people that work here at the State Department to proffer their views, even if not especially if those views differ from stated policy. So it's a pretty unique tool and vehicle. The Secretary very much respects the tool itself, and as I think you may have heard him say earlier, he looks forward to getting back and to taking a look at this.
I have just one more, and then I'll yield. How effective can you be in pushing your current policy when it is clear that so many people directly involved in this policy don't believe in it?
Well, again, I'm not going to speak to the content of this message. We have always said that we have to work hard at getting to better outcomes in Syria, and we have and we're going to continue to explore our options within the policy that we're pursuing, as well as options that may at this time fall outside the current policy. We have to do that, but as the President has said and as the Secretary has said, as we look at other options, none of them are great options. The best option forward for Syria is a political process that leads to a transition to a government away from Bashar al-Assad, a political solution. And we still believe that a political solution is the best solution for the people of Syria and for the region.
Can I ask you some follow-ups on this? One, to your knowledge, has there been any change in the Obama administration's policy towards Syria not to attack Syrian government forces or targets?
No.
Do you expect any change in the policy as a result of this dissent?
I'm not going to speculate one way or the other.
Has there ever been, to your knowledge, you said it was unusual for 51 people to sign a dissent channel message. Is that the most that have ever signed a dissent channel message?
I don't know.
Is there a way you could take that one?
I'll promise you this. I'll take the question, but I cannot promise you that we can provide that answer. This procedure, this vehicle has been in place since Secretary of State Dean Rusk was in office in 1971. I don't know that there is a continuous record of every single dissent message that has been sent forward since that time. So I don't know that we'd be able to answer that question, but we'll go ahead and take it. Typically, these are sent forward by single individuals or very small numbers. That's my understanding.
And just can we be clear on when it actually began? Because Rusk, I think, was gone by 69 when the Nixon administration came in. So I don't think he was Secretary of State in 1971.
I think it was
unless I'm mistaken.
1971, and
Okay.
my reading of the history said that Rusk had something to do with it, but I'm not going to quibble with you over the history of the program.
I just want to get it right. And then on the most famous example that I'm aware of a dissenting cable, although it's not clear to me that it was in the dissent channel, is the so-called blood telegram of 1971, which is from the U.S. consulate in Dhaka, and it argued that the U.S. government should have done more to prevent the then unified Pakistani government from preventing massacres, and what they said was genocide against Bengalis in East Pakistan, which, as we all know, became Bangladesh. It didn't actually change the policy, but that was signed by 20 people, and so I'm interested in understanding if it's possible to get an answer, if this really is far and away the most that have actually signed something. So if you
Again, we'll take a look, Arshad, but I'm not going to promise you that we're going to have that kind of information.
Why, so a couple more from me. Why, do you have any sense of I mean, obviously they disagree with the policy, but do you have any sense of the motivations of the people who signed it? And the reason I ask is that normally one dissents with a policy when it's at an inflection or a decision point. And I don't sense that we're at an inflection point in the last, 7, 8 months of an administration. Do you have any understanding as to why now?
I don't.
And has the Secretary yet seen it?
No.
And he said, I think in Copenhagen, that he planned to, or he expected to meet with some of the authors. Do you have any idea when that may happen?
I don't believe that's what he said. I believe he said he was looking forward to reading it and to probably or potentially meeting with some people back here. I don't believe that he said that he had an intention to meet with the authors.
Okay, I misunderstood then. And any idea when that'll happen?
I don't. I don't have any updates on the schedule.
You make a good case for the respect you have for this as an alternative source of opinions. If the authors of the dissent, though, were confident that the dissent channel was the right place to put this, why did they also leak it to the Wall Street Journal and the New York Times?
I have no idea how this message made its way into the public domain. I have no idea how that happened. Sorry?
Could I just ask you on the diplomatic part of it? I mean, they say 50 diplomats. Are they diplomats, the way we understand diplomats to be, or are they just mid-level employees? I mean, what is the difference here in your definition? I want to understand.
Look, I'm not going to speak to the identities, obviously, of the authors or describe or characterize their employment here at the State Department. I think if you were to ask Secretary Kerry, he would tell you that all of us here at the State Department are diplomats in our own right. But I'm not going to get into characterizing each individual, what their job is, and characterize.
All right, folks, now we are going to take you live to the United Kingdom, where people are joining together and coming together to mourn the loss of a politician, Helen Joanne Cox, or like she liked to be called, Jo Cox. She was a British Labour Party politician. She was the Member of Parliament for the constitutions of Bantley and Spen. She died just 13 months after getting elected in May of 2015. On June 16th, Cox was fatally shot and stabbed outside a library in West Yorkshire prior to attending a scheduled meeting with constituents. According to eyewitnesses, she was shot 3 times, once near the head, and stabbed multiple times. A 77-year-old man was also stabbed while trying to prevent her death. Initial reports indicated that the assailant shouted "Britain First" as he carried out the attack. The far-right Britain First Party issued a statement denying any involvement or encouragement in the attack and suggested that the phrase could have been a slogan rather than a reference to our party. A 52-year-old man who reportedly had a history of psychiatric problems and links to the American-based neo-Nazi group, the National Alliance, was arrested in connection with Cox's death shortly after the attack. In a statement issued the day following the attack, West Yorkshire police stated that the suspect's links to far-right extremism were priority line of inquiry in a search for a motive. All right, folks, it does look like Chopper is leaving. Oh, looks like it's just hanging around there. Oh, we got another shot. So, folks, welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream. In just a little bit, we are going to go back here locally to Arizona, where we are going to be getting an update on the Cedar Creek fire burning near Show Low. Right now, we do have a memorial service underway right now as the UK is mourning the loss of a member of Parliament, Jo Cox, who was brutally shot and stabbed on June 16th. What a horrible, horrible murder by a suspected man.
Hello, sorry. Sorry to break this silence, but in case you don't know already, well, firstly, thank you all very much for coming out. It's really appreciated. And then secondly, if you didn't already know, at the striking of 8 o'clock of Big Ben, we will be holding a 2-minute silence for Jo Cox. Thank you very much. Thanks for coming out.
friendship and politics are two words that you don't necessarily hear together. And yet, friendship and politics go hand in hand and are so common, more common than most people realise in the building behind me. Friendships cross political divides and issues, but there is a particular bond of friendship that comes among a group of people elected to Parliament at the same time. And I know that for every MP, particularly every Labour MP, elected barely a year ago, the last 24 hours have felt as though we are drowning in tears for our friend Jo. We've suffered such a terrible loss. Only on Tuesday night, we were together on Jo's boat, her now infamous boat, down the Thames. We were laughing and crying and sharing stories of our year in politics together. And that was Jo. She was someone who brought people together, always, on campaigns and causes, for parties and drinks. She was always the life and soul of the party. And as we arrived on Tuesday night, there she was, with the twinkle in her eye and the beaming white smile that she seemed to carry with her wherever she went. And she had her small daughter with her, welcoming us, because above all else, Jo was a committed mother, and she loved her children more than anything else. And in the course of the last year, she has made her mark on this place more than many politicians make during the course of their lifetime, taking up humanitarian causes, particularly the plight of children in Syria and the humanitarian crisis long before it began to hit the headlines and became slightly more fashionable. And with dogged determination, she fought to give people across the world who had no voice, the voice that they desperately needed, in the hope that those people and those countries that had the ability to make a difference were to do something and act. And that was Jo. That is how she spent every single day of her life, her working life, her political life, waking up every day with seemingly endless amounts of energy, thinking, what can I do today to change the world? And really all I wanted to say to everyone gathered here today is that the solidarity we've seen in the last day has been overwhelming. And in this time of overwhelming grief, it can be hard to find anything positive to hold on to, or any sense of hope, or any sense of joy that someone so brilliant, someone so bright, someone so loving, and someone so caring could be snatched from us in this most appalling way. But we have to celebrate Jo's life too, and we have to commit to her memory and to her legacy. And what we can all do here today is pledge ourselves in any way that we can to make the world that Jo was fighting for a world of humanity, of decency, of compassion, of solidarity, of human rights and social justice, simple kindness. That's what we can do to live up to Jo's example. There are no words that can possibly capture how those of us who knew Jo felt and how bitter and angry we feel at what has happened. But in tomorrow there is always hope, and in Jo there is the brightest example to follow.
All of you who've come here today, you are, together with the thousands that have gathered all around this country, you're showing that you mourn the loss of Jo Cox, and you're showing that you mourn the tragic loss for her two children of their irreplaceable mother, and you're showing too your admiration for what she stood for and what she campaigned for, and all the causes that she was so passionately and vehemently committed to. But although Jo was a passionately committed campaigner for the causes of social justice. She was never divisive. And I think that what we all want to do, and as Wes said, what we want to do going forward is heed the words of her husband Brendan and unite against the hate that killed her. Today, there's been no political campaigning, and there won't be tomorrow or for some days to come. But when we do resume, we will still have our political arguments, of course we will. But let's think about how Jo did her politics. Let's aspire to leave behind the venom and the toxicity and the division, and let's have our arguments, but let's seek solution without division. And that can be our best legacy to the wonderful, wonderful woman that was Jo Cox.
Friends, we come here to honor the memory of Jo Cox. And we come...
Okay, folks, now we're going to take you to Arizona. The governor is there as well, where Arizona officials will update us on the wildfire, Cedar Creek wildfire.
Welcome and thank you all for coming today. My name is Adam Wolf. I am the communications manager for Navajo County. We are here to talk about the Cedar Creek fire today, and I know you'll have questions, but please hold them until everyone has had a chance to speak. I am joined up here today by Governor Doug Ducey, members of the White Mountain Apache Tribe, members of our Navajo County Board of Supervisors, and many of our partners who have been so crucial in this endeavor. We have John Pearson from the Type 1 Incident Management Team who will be up to speak to brief you on the specifics of the fire, but we are going in the right direction. What's important to note is that we are still in pre-evacuation notices for Show Low, Pinetop Lakeside, and McNary. So though we have had good news over the last day, it's important to please stay alert and stay prepared. The fire is still a danger to the community. So please remember, we are in pre-evacuation notices. That being said, we have had a good 24-hour run, and that is largely due to the incredible partnerships that we have in place. Both local, regional, and state agencies have really come together and been a huge help, and we are very appreciative, and it is invaluable. One of those partnerships since the very beginning has been the governor's office, and we are very happy to have him here today, so please welcome Governor Doug Ducey.
I want to begin by saying thank you to all the firefighters, first responders, and professionals for being here, for the good job that you're doing. I want you to know on behalf of the governor's office, our first priority is your safety. Our next priority is the containment of this fire. I want you to know that we're not only grateful for the firefighters and first responders, but also for the cooperation that we have had from elected officials, agency heads, and the communication from the local level to the county level to the state level, from the leaders of Pinetop, Show Low, Apache County, and Navajo County as well, and the tribes. I also want to say that I've been monitoring the situation and have been getting updates every 15 minutes. You will have the support of the Department of Public Safety, the Department of Forestry, and the Department of Agriculture. I want to also ask all Arizonans to be vigilant this summer during fire season. We're in a very dangerous situation. The folks up here are doing a terrific job in the toughest of circumstances. I want you to know that you will have the prayers and support of the state along with the assets and the resources. And again, I want you to know that my thoughts are with the men and women of the firefighters who are doing the work on the front lines and putting themselves into harm's way. We're very grateful.
Thank you, Governor Ducey. Next, we have White Mountain Apache Tribal Chairman Ronnie Lupi.
It's a great honor for me to say a few words on behalf of the White Mountain Apache tribe. First of all, we are very close with the governor. As a result of what's happening here, 2 days ago we had long chat on a telephone reference to the endanger not only our resources on our reservation, but our neighbors right here in town. We live together, we think together. Our kids, our children is very important so we can come closer and closer together. We are in the White Mountain region, as I told him, that we're trying to cooperate as much as possible. We know that there's a lot of attention elsewhere, but our concern is right here in our land, the White Mountain region. We are very definitely asked for resources to complete and turn out the fire immediately. Manpower is good, yes, but we need other resources, the heavy resources. And I aspired for that, for not only to be on the reservation, but concerned for our neighbors here. We call you our neighbors, but and yet we are one people. I have always respected the governor, and he knows that. By phone call, by visiting, by talking, and also the senators, I have also spoke for them, not only for ourselves as an Apache tribe, but our region, because we are one. I remember years ago that the fire just never even bothered us. Now that the population has grown, fire has become a danger. I don't know why, but it is. But I want to say God bless Governor for being here so nice. It's good to talk to him and to talk in front of him and all of you. I respect you, each and every one of you, on behalf of the White Mountain Apache tribe. I say good riddance, and all of you, because of your efforts, because of your knowledge and understanding, knowing how to fight fire. We're here, and I'm glad that we are going to be fighting again and again, because we live in our natural resources. We don't want to create another desert like south of Phoenix. We love those trees. We love water. That's where we live. Let's live together and fight together. God bless all of you.
Thank you, Chairman Lupi. Next, we'll get Type 1 Incident Commander John Pearson to discuss the state of the fire.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Governor and Chairman. I appreciate the good messages there, and it has been a coordinated effort. Great work within the last 48 hours from all the resources and such that have been participating in this endeavor on the White Mountain Apache tribal lands and the Fort Apache agency lands. So appreciate all that hard work that we've been doing. Folks have been doing a great job. Communities are currently cooperating, and we certainly do appreciate that. The firefighters out on the ground are doing the best work that they can. They've taken advantage of opportunities. The weather is somewhat cooperating. However, it's going to continue to get hotter and drier. The wind is going to be diminishing. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Rick Miller, our operations section chief, that can give you all a briefing on what's been occurring over the last 24 hours and kind of where we're headed with the fire itself. So, Rick.
So good afternoon. I'm Rick Miller, one of the operations section chiefs on the team, and as John stated, I'll give you a quick synopsis of what has transpired and a little bit of what is currently happening and what we're looking to do in the next several days. Please bear with me because I really need to point at the map while I talk. Is there a potential for you guys to apologize? A quick synopsis. 2 days ago, the fire started down in this area in the Cedar Creek drainage. down in this area. Real rough terrain, very heavy fuel loading, and the fire rapidly developed and took off. The initial attack resources have done an outstanding job the first day and the first night. To give you an idea of what they were able to accomplish, they were able to burn and hold this whole like western end here along Highway 60. A lot of it was on the power line and some of it was along the highway. And then as well, they were able to burn a good chunk ahead of the fire up here on the 69 Bravo Road to keep the fire from spreading to the north and east, which was the direction of travel from the minute it started was in this direction up to the north and east. So that transpired first day and first night. They were able to really take the punch out of the fire. It was a really great opportunity. As well, I want to let you all know that there was a lot of fuels work done in this area right here in the past, and that would be with the BIA and the White Mountain Apache tribe. They really, to me, it's apparent that they took the time to place those fuel treatments in a very important place. It was critical for the capture, or at least the slowing of this fire that first night. So beyond that, we have continued to prep lines along road systems, and this has been burned. This is right along a road here coming south, and that burnout operation, it does not have a lot of depth. This was done because yesterday and probably even today, as the wind picks up, the fire is going to want to push like up into this direction again. This country is a no-go for firefighters. It is really rough and non-accessible, so we're going back out to the road systems that are more conducive on the gentle terrain and where we can get our engines versus people just on foot. So that's what's transpired up to this point. We burned that, we're holding it. It's been touch and go in there for the last day and a half, but we're feeling pretty good, like we're having success. As we speak, this road system that comes down is being prepared by firefighters to continue to burn out operations here in the next several days as we get the work done and the conditions. And then we have scouts looking at trying to come back across this country and here, tie it back into Highway 60, which will take a couple days for us to get that line in, and then as conditions allow, we would like to burn that and hold that. So we also have some contingency lines because fire behavior has been pretty active out there the last several days. A lot of spot fires. We've been getting spot fires up to a half a mile, so that's very problematic for us. So we're also putting in some extra lines out here to the east and the north in the event that our primary line does not hold. And that would complete my briefing.
The Type 1 incident team has really been a huge benefit since they came in, and you can really see the success that's already happened. So now for the public safety side, we'll turn it to Navajo County Sheriff Casey Clark.
Thank you, Adam. Good afternoon. Thank you, Governor Ducey, Chairman Loopy, for being here. Thanks for the support that you've shown Navajo County and everybody that's up here. The firefighters have done a tremendous job in keeping us safe on this. They've been working overtime. The fire science in this to keep our community safe is incredible. You know, I have said and I've heard that we're somewhat out of the woods on this. Well, we're in the woods on two different things here. We're in stage 1 fire restrictions here. So this fire, we put it out, we're still not out of the woods. We're thinking about going to stage 2 fire restrictions, not because of this fire, but because of the lack of moisture, the overgrown forest that we have. So, you know, I hear people from down the valley, they say they like to come up here. I get it, it's beautiful. We have great communities, great people, camping, we have great lodging, restaurants, and so forth. Well, we have people here that lived here a few years. We have people that lived here 20 or 30 years. We have people that lived here for generations. We love it here. Don't burn it down. We've had campfires left over the Memorial Day weekend that the Forest Service put out. When you come up here, be fire-wise. Enjoy it. This is our home. This is where our kids have gone to school. We have businesses. it's where we worship. And so just come up and enjoy the White Mountains, but be careful and don't burn it down. Just be fire wise. Thank you.
Just to echo what the sheriff was saying, since Memorial Day we had over 100 abandoned campfires. That is one of the reasons we did go into stage 1 restrictions. And we do have tremendous places to visit up here, but we ask while the fire is going, please do not try to come up here. It is still a dangerous situation. As I mentioned earlier, we are still in pre-evacuation notices. So if you have plans to come up for the weekend, please postpone or cancel. We still have a lot of forest crews out working the fire. We need to give them as much space and freedom as we can. So please keep that in mind. One thing before we get into questions, we have had a tremendous outpouring from the community, just people looking to help, people bringing donations, people showing up to volunteer. At this time, we do not have any more need for volunteers. Please do not just show up at some of these emergency outposts. Again, we need to be able to allow the emergency responders to get in and out. If you just show up but we don't know you're coming, that does create a safety problem. And we can only have so much storage for donations. So again, we appreciate your support. It's part of the reason we love this community. You are showing great pride and great heart, but we have hit a maximum at this time, and if we need more donations, we will ask. Thank you. We'll open up for questions at this time.
How concerning are the spot fires for today and tomorrow?
For that, we'll bring up Type 1 incident team.
So the spot fires that we had last night were we dealt with them and got them contained. You know, the wind and the column laying over the line, that's what was creating that. Today we got a little less wind. There's always potential for spot fires, but today we've had very good success in capturing those and containing those spot fires adjacent to our control features out there on the ground.
Well, the heat, we're going to be going up almost 20 degrees hotter by Sunday. Will that have any effect on the fires?
You know, it certainly will. I mean, there's fuel moisture in the fuels laying out there on the ground. It's going to dry them out. It's going to make them more susceptible to catching on fire. You know, that's typical fire behavior that occurs. But as in the next couple of days, as we get depth on those lines that Rick was talking about, that lessens that potential of the spotting occurring long distance or right adjacent to the control line. So as we move through the next couple of days, we're going to continue to get depth on our control lines, and that will allow us, that'll shorten that distance for spotting ranges to occur, if that makes sense.
Can you give us a rundown of personnel on the fire acreage burn? How much of it is actual fire movement, backburning?
I can tell you that we have a little bit over 650 folks participating in this event. As of last night, the fire was, we were able to get an infrared flight over the fire, so it's approximately around 9,500 acres. In regards to what acres have been burned out versus what has actually spread, I don't have that readily available to me right now.
Any word on the cause of the fire?
As far as my understanding, the fire is still under investigation.
So would you tell people not to come up here this weekend who are planning to vacation? Father's Day weekend, very busy.
Yes, we are recommending that people, if you have plans to come up, please postpone or cancel. It is still a dangerous situation. It's for your safety, it's for the safety of our firefighters and the safety of our community. Please, if you have made plans, cancel or postpone.
Can you ask the tribal representatives to speak on the tribes on that closure if we have closures?
Could you say that one more time?
If the tribe can respond, if the tribe has any closures, can you extend the courtesy to an official to address that?
Yeah, can anyone speak on that?
Thank you. The White Mountain Apache Tribe strongly encourages our non-tribal members to come frequent our land. We have lakes, abundant of water, streams. We have our casino that is operational. We have our restaurants. So speaking for the White Mountain Apache Tribe, I strongly encourage you to come on the reservation of the Fort Apache. Thank you very much.
Any other questions? As far as the phone system? Okay, well, we update it as soon as we get information. Over the last about 24-hour period, there has been a slow in the progress of the fire, so even though it seems like we have not been providing any new information, it's simply because there hasn't been new information available. Once new information does become available, we do update 311. That being said, we do, actually, now that the Type 1 team has come in, we do have new sources where you can find information. So for public information, instead of dialing 311, since we are a bit overloaded on those servers, you can call 928-333-3412. Members of the media, you can call 928-351-7818. You can email cedarfireaz@gmail.com, or you can visit facebook.com/cedarfireinfo. We're going to bring Sholo Mayor Darrell Seymour up to clarify something.
Thank you. I just want to clarify something that's been said here. We're not asking people not to come to our mountain, okay? Be advised that we are on a pre-evacuation notice. If you come and visit to the mountain while we're on that pre-evacuation notice, you'll be under that same notice. But we encourage you to still come to the White Mountains, still participate in activities and things that are scheduled and planned to be here. We have to understand that this fire has burned approximately 10,000 acres. Other fires that we've had in our area have burned 500,000 acres. And so we still have the beauty, we still have the resources. As Tribal Chairman shared, this is a beautiful place, and it will continue to be a beautiful place. So if you're coming, be advised that there will be some forest areas that are closed. We are on a Type 2 fire restriction, so fires will be limited to gas fires only in a controlled substance. So again, we just want to clarify that we are open. We do have businesses that are open, and we want to continue to support those places on the mountain. Thank you. Yes.
Have you guys instituted, along with the counties and the Forest Service, Stage 2 fire restrictions? And if not, when are those going to come in, as Sheriff Clark referred to?
We were talking about that just recently in a prior meeting, and they'll be coming out shortly. Okay.
I'm a little confused. We just heard for people not to come up here, and you're telling people to come here. So
We're not encouraging you to get in your cars and drive up here, but if you have plans here and you plan to be here, we're welcoming you here. But you will be on the same alert that we are on as citizens in this community, a pre-evacuation alert until that's lifted. Okay?
If I could include on that, on the White Mountain Apache Tribal Indian Reservations, the fire is on our west end of the reservation. But most of the recreational sites, lakes, and all the other stuff that people come up to enjoy, they are on the east end of the reservation, which is miles and miles away from where the fire is at currently. So we welcome all the visitors. Thank you.
Could you repeat that? You mean as in terms of containment? Correct. Okay, for that we'll bring up a Type 1 incident manager.
So if I understood the question, you're asking how secured the perimeter of the fire is that correct? So at end of shift today at 1800, if all goes well currently right now, we're anticipating about 30% containment. And that containment is going to be associated with the Highway 60 corridor coming around to the 65 road. That's where that primary containment is going to be.
How far is the fire from the trigger points? And also, how far is the fire from Sholo? How far is the fire from Pinetown?
So the fire is currently at the trigger points.
Trigger points for evacuation.
Trigger points for evacuation. So the fire is currently right on the line that that initiated the pre-evacuation notice. So it is right there, and that would be the 65 Bravo road that you see on the north end of the fire, and then the 41 road that's on the east side coming down. So the fire is currently there for the pre-evac notice.
What about the evacuation notice? Is there new trigger points?
I think if the fire gets established on the other side of those roads, then that would probably lead us to getting together and initiating an evacuation or second level evacuation notice. And I'd let the sheriff talk to that if he wanted to, or we're good? Oh, does that answer your question? No.
What kind of time? Well, what kind of time would, it sounds like it's right there, so it's right there.
So the fire is right at the road that triggered the pre-evacuation notice that has been initiated, correct?
He asked how far it was from the evacuation trigger.
Do you know? Yesterday we heard it was a quarter of a mile away from the trigger point. Now we're hearing it's at the trigger point and we're not going anywhere.
So it stayed, so it was about a quarter mile from it yesterday. And it stayed right there, it has not moved within it's a quarter mile, but it's not gone past it. And that's what we're waiting for the fire officials to tell us. If it does go past, it is right there. But it's been right there for basically 2 days.
So it's a quarter of a mile then?
Yeah. Well, no, it's at the road, but they burned it back.
Okay.
So it's been burned from the trigger point to rob it of fuel, so it's staying exactly where they want it. It has not moved forward. Does that answer it?
If there's an evacuation, what is the time limit?
You know, that's about, the trigger point there is about 8 to 9 miles outside of Sholo, so there's plenty of time to get folks out.
What about Pine Top?
Be about the same thing. It's about 8 to miles from the Woodland Lake area, so we'd have plenty of time to get folks out.
I got a question for any of the fire officials or whatever. Sounds like you guys are doing an amazing job, and you know what, man, we've been praying for you guys night and day. We're very, very happy with the work that you've been doing. How can the church mobilize? How can the church help? How can the church help? How can we be helpful to what's taking place in our community with people's needs and stuff like that? How can we be helpful at all, if anything?
At this time, as I mentioned earlier with the volunteers, we are covered for the most part. I know it's hard to be patient, especially in a situation like this, but that's where we are right now. If we end up with the need for more volunteers, we will let you know.
How do we get our information to somebody who can say, hey, we need some help? You know, how do we get that number? How do we get our information out to say, okay, you know, we're available if need, if not, you know, we're just hanging out to help people on a one-to-one basis. How can we?
Okay, you can contact some of the sources, so I will read those information sources again.
Oh, you don't have to.
Okay. Okay, yeah, but you can just contact those sources. You can contact Navajo County on our various social media pages as well. So yeah, if you just want to let us know that you are available, that's fine, and we will put you on the list. Yeah, Sheriff Gargo would like to add one more note on the trigger point.
So when we talk about that trigger point, again, it stayed for 2 days. It is not moved. However, over the next few days, you're going to see a lot more smoke as they start to burn that thing back around. It's going to smolder, so there's going to be a lot of smoke in the air. You could see plumes and so forth, but that's going to be, I guess, controlled fire if there's such a thing, but it's going to be managed, and most of that's going to be done at nighttime, and that's according to the fire officials.
And that's actually all the time we have for questions right now. Thank you all for coming. You have those numbers if you have any more questions. Thank you.
All right, folks, you can see that wrapping up. But if you just joined us on the Fox 10 News Now stream and you want to see the beginning of that press conference, we're going to show that to you right now.
We are here to talk about the Cedar Creek fire today, and I know you'll have questions, but please hold them until everyone has had a chance to speak. I am joined up here today by Governor Doug Ducey, members of the White Mountain Apache Tribe, members of our Navajo County Board of Supervisors, and many of our partners who have been so crucial in this endeavor. We have John Pearson from the Type 1 Incident Management Team who will be up to speak to brief you on the specifics of the fire, but we are going in the right direction. What's important to note is that we are still in pre-evacuation notices for Sholo, Pinetop Lakeside, and McNary. So though we have had good news over the last day, it's important to please stay alert and stay prepared. The fire is still a danger to the community. So please remember, we are in pre-evacuation notices. That being said, we have had a good 24-hour run, and that is largely due to the incredible partnerships that we have in place. Both local, regional, and state agencies have really come together and been a huge help, and we are very appreciative, and it is invaluable. One of those partnerships since the very beginning has been the governor's office, and we are very happy to have him here today, so please welcome Governor Doug Ducey.
I want to begin by saying thank you to all the firefighters, first responders, and professionals for being here, for the good job that you're doing. I want you to know on behalf of the governor's office, our first priority is your safety. Our next priority is the containment of this fire. I want you to know that we're not only grateful for the firefighters and first responders, but also for the cooperation that we have had from elected officials, agency heads, and the communication from the local level to the county level to the state level, from the leaders of Pinetop, Sholo, Apache County, and Navajo County as well, and the tribes. I also want to say that I've been monitoring the situation and have been getting updates every 15 minutes. You will have the support of the Department of Public Safety, the Department of Forestry, and the Department of Agriculture. I want to also ask all Arizonans to be vigilant this summer during fire season. We're in a very dangerous situation. The folks up here are doing a terrific job in the toughest of circumstances. I want you to know that you will have the prayers and support of the state along with the assets and the resources. And again, I want you to know that my thoughts are with the men and women of the firefighters who are doing the work on the front lines and putting themselves into harm's way. We're very grateful.
Thank you, Governor Ducey. Next, we have White Mountain Apache Tribal Chairman Ronnie Lupi.
It's a great honor for me to say a few words on behalf of the White Mountain Apache Tribe. First of all, we are very close with the governor. As a result of what's happening here, 2 days ago we had long chat on a telephone reference to the endanger not only our resources on our reservation, but our neighbors right here in town. We live together, we think together. Our kids, our children is very important so we can come closer and closer together. We are in the White Mountain region, as I told him, that we're trying to cooperate as much as possible. We know that there's a lot of attention elsewhere, but our concern is right here in our land, the White Mountain region. We are very definitely asked for resources to complete and turn out the fire immediately. Manpower is good, yes, but we need other resources, the heavy resources. And I aspired for that, for not only to be on the reservation, but concerned for our neighbors here. We call you our neighbors, but and yet we are one people. I have always respected the governor, and he knows that. I phone call, by visiting, by talking, and also the senators. I have also spoke for them, not only for ourselves as a Apache tribe, but our region, because we are one. I remember years ago that the fire just never even bothered us. Now that the population has grown, fire has become a danger. I don't know why, but it is. But I want to say God bless Governor for being here so nice. It's good to talk to him and to talk in front of him and all of you. I respect you, each and every one of you, on behalf of the White Mountain Apache tribe. I say good riddance, and all of you, because of your efforts, because of your knowledge and understanding, knowing how to fight fire. We're here, and I'm glad that we are going to be fighting again and again, because we live in our natural resources. We don't want to create another desert like south of Phoenix. We love those trees. We love water. That's where we live. Let's live together and fight together. God bless all of you.
Thank you, Chairman Lupe. Next, we'll get Type 1 Incident Commander John Pearson to discuss the state of the fire.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Governor and Chairman. I appreciate the good messages there, and it has been a coordinated effort. Great work within the last 48 hours from all the resources and such that have been participating in this endeavor on the White Mountain Apache tribal lands and the Fort Apache agency lands. So appreciate all that hard work that we've been doing. Folks have been doing a great job. Communities are currently cooperating, and we certainly do appreciate that. The firefighters out on the ground are doing the best work that they can. They've taken advantage of opportunities. The weather is somewhat cooperating. However, it's going to continue to get hotter and drier. The wind is going to be diminishing. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Rick Miller, our Operations Section Chief, that can give you all a briefing on what's been occurring over the last 24 hours and kind of where we're headed with the fire itself. So, Rick?
So good afternoon. I'm Rick Miller, one of the Operations Section Chiefs on the team, and as John stated, I'll give you a quick synopsis of what has transpired and a little bit of what is currently happening and what we're looking to do in the next several days. Please bear with me because I really need to point at the map while I talk. Is there a potential for you guys to apologize? A quick synopsis. 2 days ago, the fire started down in this area in the Cedar Creek drainage. Down in this area, real rough terrain, very heavy fuel loading, and the fire rapidly developed and took off. The initial attack resources have done an outstanding job the first day and the first night. To give you an idea of what they were able to accomplish, they were able to burn and hold this whole western end here along Highway 60. A lot of it was on the power line and some of it was along the highway. And then as well, they were able to burn a good chunk ahead of the fire up here on the 69 Bravo Road to keep the fire from spreading to the north and east, which was the direction of travel from the minute it started was in this direction up to the north and east. So that transpired. First day and first night, they were able to really take the punch out of the fire. It was a really great opportunity. As well, I want to let you all know that there was a lot of fuels work done in this area right here in the past, and that would be with the BIA and the White Mountain Apache tribe. They really, to me, it's apparent that they took the time to place those fuel treatments in a very important place. It was critical for the capture, or at least the slowing of this fire that first night. So beyond that, we have continued to prep lines along road systems, and this has been burned. This is right along a road here coming south, and that burnout operation, it does not have a lot of depth. This was done because yesterday and probably even today, as the wind picks up, the fire is going to want to push like up into this direction again. This country is a no-go for firefighters. It is really rough and non-accessible, so we're going back out to the road systems that are more conducive on the general terrain and where we can get our engines versus people just on foot. So that's what's transpired up to this point. We've burned that. We're holding it. It's been touch and go in there for the last day and a half, but we're feeling pretty good, like we're having success. As we speak, this road system that comes down is being prepared by firefighters to continue to burn out operations here in the next several days as we get the work done and the conditions. And then we have scouts looking at trying to come back across this country and here, tie it back into Highway 60, which will take a couple days for us to get that line in, and then as conditions allow, we would like to burn out and hold that. So we also have some contingency lines because fire behavior has been pretty active out there the last several days. A lot of spot fires. We've been getting spot fires up to a half a mile, so that's very problematic for us. So we're also putting in some extra lines out here to the east and the north in the event that our primary line does not hold. And that would complete my briefing.
The Type 1 incident team has really been a huge benefit since they came in, and you can really see the success that's already happened. So now for the public safety side, we'll turn it to Navajo County Sheriff Casey Clark.
Thank you, Adam. Good afternoon. Thank you, Governor Ducey, Chairman Loopy, for being here. Thanks for the support that you've shown Navajo County and everybody that's up here. The firefighters have done a tremendous job in keeping us safe on this. They've been working overtime. The fire science in this to keep our community safe is incredible. You know, I have said and I've heard that we're somewhat out of the woods on this. Well, we're in the woods on two different things here. We're in stage 1 fire restrictions here. So this fire, we put it out, we're still not out of the woods. We're thinking about going to stage 2 fire restrictions, not because of this fire, but because of the lack of moisture, the overgrown forest that we have. So, you know, I hear people from down in the valley, they say they like to come up here. I get it, it's beautiful. We have great communities, great people, camping, we have great lodging, restaurants, and so forth. Well, we have people here that lived here a few years. We have people that lived here 20 or 30 years. We have people that lived here for generations. We love it here. Don't burn it down. We've had campfires left over the Memorial Day weekend that the Forest Service put out. When you come up here, be fire wise. Enjoy it. This is our home. This is where our kids have gone to school. We have businesses. This is where we worship. And so just come up and enjoy the White Mountains, but be careful and don't burn it down. Just be fire wise. Thank you.
Just to echo what the sheriff was saying, since Memorial Day we had over 100 abandoned campfires. That is one of the reasons we did go into stage 1 restrictions. And we do have tremendous places to visit up here, but we ask while the fire is going, please do not try to come up here. It is still a dangerous situation. As I mentioned earlier, we are still in pre-evacuation notices. So if you have plans to come up for the weekend, please postpone or cancel. We still have a lot of forest crews out working the fire. We need to give them as much space and freedom as we can. So please keep that in mind. One thing before we get into questions, we have had a tremendous outpouring from the community, just people looking to help, people bringing donations, people showing up to volunteer. At this time, we do not have any more need for volunteers. Please do not just show up at some of these emergency outposts. Again, We need to be able to allow the emergency responders to get in and out. If you just show up but we don't know you're coming, that does create a safety problem. And we can only have so much storage for donations. So again, we appreciate your support. It's part of the reason we love this community. You are showing great pride and great heart. But we have hit a maximum at this time. And if we need more donations, we will ask. Thank you. We'll open up for questions at this time.
How concerning are the spot fires for today and tomorrow?
For that, we'll bring up Type 1 incident team.
So the spot fires that we had last night were we dealt with them and got them contained. You know, the wind and the column laying over the line, that's what was creating that. Today, we got a little less wind. There's always potential for spot fires, but today we've had very good success in capturing those and containing those spot fires adjacent to our control features out there on the ground.
Well, the heat, we're going to be going up almost 20 degrees hotter by Sunday. Will that have any effect on the fire?
Yeah, it certainly will. I mean, there's fuel moisture in the fuels laying out there on the ground. It's going to dry them out. It's going to make them more susceptible to catching on fire. You know, that's typical fire behavior that occurs. You know, but as in the next couple of days, as we get depth on those lines that Rick was talking about, that lessens that potential of the spotting occurring long distance or right adjacent to the control line. So as we move through the next couple of days, we're going to continue to get depth on our control lines, and that will allow us, you know, that'll shorten that distance for spotting ranges to occur, if that makes sense.
Can you give us a rundown of personnel on the fire, acreage burn, how much of it is actual fire movement factoring?
You know, I can tell you that we have a little bit over 650 folks participating in this event. As of last night, the fire was, we were able to get an infrared flight over the fire, so it's approximately around 9,500 acres. In regards to what acres have been burned out versus what has actually spread, I don't have that readily available to me right now.
Any word on the cause of the fire?
You know, as far as my understanding, the fire is still under investigation.
So would you tell people not to come up here this weekend to a planning to vacation, Father's Day weekend, very busy?
Yes, we are recommending that people, if you have plans to come up, please postpone or cancel. It is still a dangerous situation. It's for your safety, it's for the safety of our firefighters and the safety of our community. Please, if you have made plans, cancel or postpone.
Can you ask the tribal representatives to speak on the tribes on that closure if we have closures?
Could you say that one more time?
If the tribe can respond, if the tribe has any closures, they need to extend the courtesy to an official to address that.
Yeah, can anyone speak on that?
Thank you. The White Mountain Apache Tribe strongly encourages our non-tribal members to come frequent our land. We have lakes, abundant of water, streams. We have our casino that is operational. We have our restaurants. So speaking for the White Mountain Apache Tribe, I strongly encourage you to come on the reservation of the Fort Apache. Thank you very much.
Any other questions?
Can you tell us why Sweet was so long to get information on the 311 system?
As far as the phone system?
I know that's our information for us locals on here to find out what's going on with the fire. It's only being updated like twice a day.
Okay, well, we update it as soon as we get information. Over the last about 24-hour period, there has been a slow in the progress of the fire, so even though it seems like we have not been providing any new information, it's simply because there hasn't been new information available. Once new information does become available, we do update 311. That being said, we do, actually now that the Type 1 team has come in, we do have new sources where you can find information. So for public information, instead of dialing 311, since we are a bit overloaded on those servers, you can call 928-333-3412. Members of the media, you can call 928-351-7818. You can email cedarfireaz@gmail.com, or you can visit facebook.com/cedarfireinfo. We're going to bring Sholo Mayor Darrell Seymour up to clarify something.
Thank you. I just want to clarify something that's been said here. We're not asking people not to come to our mountain, okay? Be advised that we are on a pre-evacuation notice. If you come and visit to the mountain while we're on that pre-evacuation notice, you'll be under that same notice. But we encourage you to still come to the White Mountains, still participate in activities and things that are scheduled and planned to be here. We have to understand that this fire has burned approximately 10,000 acres. Other fires that we've had in our area have burned 500,000 acres. And so we still have the beauty, we still have the resources. As Tribal Chairman shared, this is a beautiful place, and it will continue to be a beautiful place. So if you're coming, be advised that there will be some forest areas that are closed. We are on a Type 2 fire restriction, so fires will be limited to gas fires only in a controlled substance. So again, we just want to clarify that we are open. We do have businesses that are open, and we want to continue to support those places on the mountain. Thank you. Yes.
Have you guys instituted along with the counties and the Forest Service Stage 2 fire restrictions? And if not, when are those going to come in as Sheriff Clark referred to?
We were talking about that just recently in a prior meeting, and they'll be coming out shortly. Okay.
I'm a little confused. We just heard not the people not to come up here, and you're telling people to come here. So
We're not encouraging you to get in your cars and drive up here, but if you have plans here and you plan to be here, we're welcoming you here. But you will be on the same alert that we are on as citizens in this community, a pre-evacuation alert until that's lifted. Okay?
If I can include on that, on the White Mountain Apache Tribal Indian Reservations, the fire is on our west end of the reservation. But most of the recreational sites, lakes, and all the other stuff that people come up to enjoy, they are on the east end of the reservation, which is miles and miles away from where the fire is at currently. So we welcome all the visitors. Thank you.
Could you repeat that? You mean as in terms of containment? Correct. Okay, for that we'll bring up a Type 1 incident manager.
Okay, everybody, Samia coming up next with the show.
All right, guys, while we wait for the next live event to start, what we're going to do is take you to a special service in Charleston, North Carolina, to remember the victims of the Charleston shooting that took place exactly a year ago.
Led by Chief Alon, is engaged in the elimination project just to build trust between our citizens and public safety, to instill justice in our criminal justice system. These are the thoughts and the actions that must guide us as we renew and deepen our commitment moving forward along the road of reconciliation that began to open before us last summer. This is the way we love our neighbor. This is the way we redeem our human history. This is the way we honor the Emmanuel line. Thank you. Bishop Norris, the presiding elder Golf, Reverend Dr. Clark, members and clergy of the Anglican Church, the governor, members of Congress, my colleagues in the General Assembly, elected officials, and all of you. We've mastered the air and conquered the sea, annihilated distance and prolonged life. But we're not fit to live on this earth without war and hate and racism and gun violence. As we reflect on this day, let us remember that Mother Emmanuel is our sanctuary, a sanctuary for the God who through fire, vandalism, earthquake, hurricane, and war, sacrificed to maintain an ordered tabernacle for the glory of God. And there was no man better qualified to speak from the same pulpit that Martin Luther King Jr. once spoke than my colleague and friend, Reverend Clementa Pinckney. He understood the meaning of a sanctuary as a safe and sacred place for worship, for organization, and prayer. And it was in this sanctuary, our sanctuary, that God took his hand and the hands of several great people, Sharonda Coleman Singh, Cynthia Hurd, Tawanda Sanders, Ethel Williams, Susie Jackson, Kane Doctor, Reverend Daniel Simmons, and Myra Johnson gave them their reward for a lifetime of service to his Lord. So when he walks inside our sanctuary, takes a seat, and listens to the word of God, and intercedes to violently violate our refuge, one might ask the question, where is God? Where is God when the great authors of these noble efforts still to his Lord is stained with the blood of his pastor and Richard? Where is God?
Well, Mother Emmanuel itself is the answer to the question, for God, for the word Emmanuel is Hebrew for God is with us. So where is God? God is Emmanuel. God is with us. And God was there with those who were killed, holding their hands and whispering into their ears at their last transition from God's earthly sanctuary to the great sanctuary above. God was there, and so was the survivors. When the general assembly removed a symbol that polarized the state for decades, and this government signed that bill that we passed, which removed the federal flag from the state. And God will be there when evil is brought to justice for violating our sanctuary. As we observe the one-year mark of this record event, God expects us in the spirit of these souls and the survivors to go to work. It is found in the book of James, 2nd chapter, 14th verse. What does it profit, my brother, if someone says he has faith, but not works? Can faith save him? Faith without works is dead. I can assure you, as your state senator, I will keep
and Troy.
Good morning. Protocol order established by Governor Alon. I'm John Whitlock on the staff of Congressman James Clyburn. I'm going to share with you his address on the floor of the House of Representatives on Tuesday, June 14, 2016. Equal rights for all, addressed by Congressman James Clyburn, which is now part of the congressional record. Mr. Speaker, I thank Mr. Green for yielding to me. Mr. Speaker, on Friday, June 17th, we will commemorate the first anniversary of what I like to refer to as the Charleston Quarter. 9 people lost their lives that night at the Emmanuel AME Church.
All right, guys, we're going to cut out of this event. We'll go back to it a little bit later on. Instead, we're going to take you to an event happening here locally. The lawyers for Leslie Allen Merritt Jr., the former suspect in the I-10 shootings, the lawyers will be in court asking for the return of Leslie Allen Merritt's car and gun. Here's a live feed from court right now. It is expected to start in a minute, so we're going to take you here live, and we'll get back to that Charleston church service memorial in a little bit.
Can barely keep track of myself.
You didn't do APAC then, huh?
No.
Yeah, I can't see because it's, wait a minute, I'll come over and get it. Okay.
I allowed Ed to go to APAC, Judge. Considering he was nominated for Attorney of the Year.
Oh, good.
I Fell. Yeah.
For that ugly case.
He didn't get it, but nomination is
Yes, no,
enough.
congratulations. I was a nominee and went home empty-handed. They have a small county, big county alternating system.
Well, last year, Jeanette Gallagher and Blaine Gatto got it. So
Yeah, I'm guessing, I don't know, I'm guessing it was a small county.
it was Pima, so no, but
Well, everybody thinks that they are a small county as compared to us, so.
sure, exactly.
Where was it? Where is it down there? Because we're going down there too, I guess. I don't know if it's the same place. I forget
Yeah,
too.
I don't know. I went once and I was like, eh.
Those days when we were small, they were up in Sedona. They were up in Sedona.
Yeah, I'm there.
Poco Diablo, and but they just got too big.
Yeah. I feel like the classes though are things that we already have in the office. So I went one year and I haven't gone back.
Both piles. I know I haven't gotten them. Sorry.
Oh, yeah, no, you've treated me like the redheaded stepchild, so.
Well, we've had that discussion, and I thought we moved past that. Why are you still like?
Exit APAC.
Are we a
We're
quorum?
working at our personal differences first.
That's fine. Are we a quorum?
From the state, yes.
Yeah. Everybody?
I will proceed in spirit for Mr. Farragut.
All right, if I could talk to you guys very briefly,
Sure.
make sure we're all on the same page.
I feel like I've been here before. We got a personal
You good to go? Yes. Time set for hearing on discovery motion, return of property, State versus Leslie Merritt, CR 2015-144211. Appearances, please.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Vanessa Losico, appearing on behalf of the state.
Good morning, or good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Judge. Jason Lamb on behalf of Mr. Merritt, pursuant to Rule 9.1, with the court's permission, we'd like to waive his presence.
Okay. There would, the motion that was filed first was the motion to return property. So let's deal with that one first. Ms. Losico, I think it's your burden. I have read all of the pleadings. What purpose is served by keeping Mr. Merritt's car and Mr. Merritt's gun, which is, I grant you, is in the pawn custody?
Your Honor, we are asking that the court deny the defendant's motion to release both of those items, beginning first with the gun. We do believe that the defendant does not have standing, and I'm going to refer to him as Mr. Merritt because he is no longer the defendant, Your Honor. Mr. Merritt does not have standing with respect to the gun being returned to him, as it was not in his custody or control at the time that the police seized it. Specifically, he had abandoned that property and relinquished it over to Mo Money Pawn.
In the defense pleadings, they talk about that it was a pawn situation, and so he has a right to retrieve it if he comes back in a timely manner.
And he did not. Instead, the police seized the weapon. So in theory, if the court is going to entertain that, technically the gun should be released to Mo Money Pawn, and then the defendant can retrieve it from there. However, outside of the standing issue, the state also would object to the court releasing the gun. Currently, it is our understanding that the Department of Public Safety is testing, doing additional testing. We have received, as early as this week, and I believe I'm supposed to be receiving sometime today, new DPS laboratory reports that we would like time to evaluate. Obviously, anything that's submitted to me today prior to this, nothing has been submitted to me prior to this hearing, but I would like time to review and consider and then make an appropriate decision from there. Similar with the car, it is my understanding, based upon discussions with the Department of Public Safety, that they are also going to be or are in the process of conducting automobile shooting reconstruction, which is the state's reason for asking the court to not release the car back to Mr. Merritt.
Do you have a window of time that you're seeking permission to preserve this stuff?
I do not, Your Honor. At this point, I do not know what these reports will say. So I can't make that determination at this point.
You know if the car is being stored in an outdoor location or an indoor location?
When Mr. Lamb and I went to see it last, it was at an outdoor location. I don't know if it has since been moved.
Okay. You've answered all of my questions. Is there anything else on this issue, Ms. Lasico?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Mr. Lamb, on the standing issue, I know that whatever the property is, the police department is not going to take a liability concern releasing it to someone that they don't think it belongs to. So even if it was released, to whom would be the proper retriever?
Your Honor, as is evidenced by Exhibit 1 to our reply, the maturity date, if you would, of the loan transaction was November 28, 2015. In other words, Mr. Merritt had until that day to go back to Mo Money Pawn, pay the appropriate amount of money to get his property back, the gun in this case. The police seized it on the 17th of September. Therefore, if the gun were to be returned today to Mo Money, because arguably Mr. Merritt is indebted to the pawn shop for whatever amount plus interest they gave him, he would have approximately 2 months and 10 days. So I do believe it should go back to the pawn shop with a caveat in the court's order that redemption period essentially was told by virtue of the police department's seizure of that gun pursuant to search warrant. I'd ask Mo Money to be endorsed on that so that Mr. Merritt's rights are not deprived.
What's my authority for that? And then I'm always reluctant to issue an order directing a party who's not here to do anything.
I think what the court could do is issue a provisional order, give Mo Money through its counsel 10 days to lodge any objections, and then it would become a final order of the court. So if they have an objection, they would have a due process right to be heard, and I'm certainly sensitive to Your Honor making any rulings that could affect someone who is not present here today. But Mr. Merritt will absolutely pay the required amount to redeem his gun. It is by no means abandoned by any stretch of the imagination.
So logistically, I release the gun. It's going to be to a person, because the police department policy is going to want some person with an identification. Whose identity should allow this gun to be released to?
An authorized representative of Mo Money Pawn or Mr. Merritt, in the event that satisfactory documentation can be presented, say on letterhead by Mo Money, that Mr. Merritt has fulfilled any financial obligations. In other words, if Your Honor makes a ruling that the gun be released, we will contact Mo Money directly. We will take appropriate steps, make appropriate arrangements, of course, furnish Ms. Lasico with a copy of the Department of Public Safety, sign any appropriate waivers for liability, so that then the gun could be released to Mr. Merritt directly.
And the car?
The car is an interesting issue, Your Honor, because if you read the state's response, they write, they may, and I stress the word may, need it for reconstruction. Well, there was a search warrant issued for the car back in September. The validity of that warrant to enter the car has long since expired. The state doesn't need the car, and I'll tell you why. Because in this case, there were a number of vehicles that were not seized, the victim's vehicles. What the defense did is a reconstruction by using clone cars. A 1998 Saturn is not a vehicle that is so impossible to acquire that the state could not do comparable testing on a clone or other suitable vehicle. That's what we did. We had no problem doing it. But to deprive an innocent individual of his property is essentially a de facto forfeiture. And no forfeiture notice has been given. The time has elapsed under 134308B for the state to, in fact, do so. There is no showing with specificity, as Kaczynski, a case stated by the state, requires, why this particular vehicle is necessary for the testing. It's a fairly common vehicle. They can get a clone car. just as we did for reconstruction, just as we did for the air pressure testing for the tire pressure expert that the court's familiar with. So the state, in essence, has made no showing whatsoever with specificity. I would tell the court generally they've had 9 months to do any testing. They've had 2 months since the dismissal. They've had 6 weeks since we filed our motion and put them on notice. Instead, they're asking for a further indeterminate period of time. What can they do with a car now that they haven't had the opportunity to do already? How many more experts need to look at it to say that there's no GSR? Of course, I'm getting the gun, that this wasn't the gun involved. So absent any specificity, none has been shown in the motions, none has been shown today, the vehicle needs to be returned. Mr. Merritt is a lawful owner of a car. He worked for it. He paid for it. He needs it to get to work. He needs it to transport his children. Most importantly, he's innocent. Hasn't he been through enough already at this point? The state hasn't met its burden.
Ms. Lasica, you had the last word.
Your Honor, the only thing I would like to add is that this is an ongoing investigation from the state's perspective, and so I'm not required to provide any specificity with respect to any of the testing or reconstruction that's being done. At this point, it is my understanding that we are awaiting results from the reconstruction and that the car is necessary for that.
The cases find that the posture of this case is different in that this was a dismissed case, not to be flipped, but the state has had an opportunity to do, in effect, two colonoscopies of the gun. I will allow that the state, one is in process, and to get the language and the people, because Mo Money is not present. I will order that the police department release the gun on June 30th, also to afford the state, if they seek to stay my order, you may, or to complete whatever examination is being done, you may. And for want of any other date, I'll make June 30th the release of the vehicle as well, so whatever tests you may do, have that window. With respect to the gun, Mr. Lamb, because I do think that the police will probably be very precise. If you give me who it is that would come pick it up, I will sign it.
Shall I lodge and circulate a proposed form of order that is satisfactory to both Your Honor and the state?
And yes, and I would check with whoever the custodian of the weapon is so that we get whatever language makes them happy.
We'll contact them today, if not Monday morning.
Okay. Mr. Lamb, you had filed a discovery request for LH notes. I read all the pleadings. That one is your burden, so you go first.
Properly framed, Your Honor. Does a defendant's right to obtain clearly exculpatory information, and conversely, the state's duty to disclose that same information, as is required by the U.S. and Arizona constitutions, as well as Brady versus Maryland and its progeny, survive a dismissal without prejudice when 1, the exculpatory information was in the possession of the state's agent prior to dismissal, 2, the state had a duty to disclose that information but failed to do so prior to the dismissal, notwithstanding a specific defense request in terms of a motion for discovery, which articulated a request that any notes or other memoranda associated with expert work be produced. And 3rd and finally, when the state has publicly threatened to refile charges. And the simple answer, Your Honor, is yes. The information possessed by the expert is imputable to the state through Carpenter. That information was imputable to the state as of the day they got the report, April 15th. Now, in the state's response, they indicate that they've made no request whatsoever for this information. That is akin to an ostrich burying its head in the sand. Clearly, the state had a duty at that point, whether it intended to dismiss the case or not, whether it had an inkling or not, to get that information and turn it over. This is not a post-conviction relief situation. This is not an appeal situation. Clearly, it's a little bit different. The state willfully did not turn over the information at a time at which they had the obligation to do so. I think that's fairly undisputed. The question then for this court is, does the state escape that responsibility simply by dismissing the case? And I think the answer is no, because it was a duty that existed during the pendency of the case and because the state simply just failed to abide by its obligations. And again, this is a dismissal without prejudice. If it was a dismissal with prejudice, I think I would be harpooning my own argument. However, in a situation where the case can come back and charges are being at least threatened to be refiled, the defendant is entitled to the clearly exculpatory information at issue.
Ms. Luxico, I read your pleading. Anything to add?
I have nothing to add, Your Honor.
The court finds that this court has no jurisdiction to issue any order of disclosure. The court makes no findings of what state had and what they disclosed or did not disclose. But there is no authority by this court to order a Rule 15-1 disclosure when there is no case pending in the criminal arena. To the extent that Mr. Merritt has options to try to collect that in another arena, he may use that, but not 15.1. Anything else for today, Ms. Luxico?
Not from the state, Your Honor.
Ms. Julian?
No, Your Honor, and I believe that concludes all proceedings under this cause number. So we thank you for the months of attention and diligence.
You may be speaking prematurely. We'll see what the state does.
I hope not.
Thank you. We are adjourned.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, guys, that wraps up our feed from court. So we're going to take you back to the church shooting memorial that took place in Charleston.
But the appalling silence with me. We are suffering today because some real good people in the house are remaining silent when events cry out for our attention. We should not be ignoring these issues that led to incidents like the one that occurred at the Emmanuel AME Church. We should not be shocked by events like Sandy Hook. incident highlights what we ought to be doing to show our respect for that community, as well as our respect for the rule of law. Congressman James C. Clyburn given on the floor of the House of Representatives on Tuesday, June 14, 2016. Thank you.
with this atrocity. James in the junior reminded me of Romans 8:28. He said, all things, not some things, but all things work together for those who love God and are called according to His purpose. You see, when we think of faith, we must think of faith. And when we go, we must remember that today we stand in a place as a land of mourners, and we remember. We stand in a place where we serve the mighty God. And that's why we know Ephesians 3:20 and 21. That God is able to do exceedingly abundantly above all that He asks of you. And when those who love, the agape kind of love, this unconditional love that transcends hate, race, and everything, this kind of love that has brought our community forward. We had a 54-year fight over the better life. But this kind of love solved it in 23 days. I'm talking about it all-consuming, unconditional, undependent kind of love. Let us remember. Let us say so. Let us say it together. U.S. Senator Scott, you along with Mayor Tecklenburg and State Senator Kempson, please report to the Board of Examiners. On the back of this. On the evening of June 17, 2015, I received a phone call with my body indicating that there was a gun shooting near Monday Manor. The second phone call, 5 minutes later, said, no, Elder, the shooting was inside Monday Manor. I immediately drove back to the church, only to be met by, at that time, Mayor Alon and the chief of police and law enforcement to escort me to Mayor Alon's hotel on the second floor. Having talked with my Reverend father-in-law and Bishop Dr. Bealey of the 7th District, who gave solid and strong and firm direction, we were able to give leadership to this community and to this state, this nation, and yes, the world. One of the persons who demonstrated committed and inclusive leadership, who attended all 9 funerals, who came with her husband and children, who gave comfort to all of the families and church members and those of our community, who also helped give leadership in bringing down of the Confederate flag, who also are called as the honorary member of the African Methodist Episcopal Church.
The next thing I did was call Senator Kadam. And I called Senator Kadam and I got his voicemail. And I said, Senator Kadam, I heard about what's happened. I am on standby. We have flooding you back. I will be there first thing in the morning. Whatever you or your family needs, please let me know. I didn't know he would get that message. Because that was a session day. I thought he was in session. But he always had his priorities right. He needed to get to that other side. And that's what he did. The next day, the details started coming in of what exactly happened. We spoke with the investigators. We saw how little it was. And I heard from the people in South Carolina. Because I knew that when they found out the details that I knew, that the heart and soul of our state could be healed. And I didn't know how we were going to recover from that. But I knew we were people of faith. I knew we were people of prayer. I knew we were people of strength. And I knew that we would get through this. What I can tell you is one of my first conversations was with Bishop Morris. And he, while he was not in good health, did not weaken at all in his leadership and his strength. And I say that on behalf of all of the Indian churches. Because the second that we did the press conference to tell everyone how bad this was going to be, Bishop Norris had vigils scheduled all around our state, and they were full. People were shocked and they were hurt. They didn't understand. Not in South Carolina, not in our state, not in the state that's named friendly state of the country, the most patriotic state of the country, not in South Carolina. But what ought to happen from there was a grieving process. It was a grieving process for every man and woman, black or white, regardless of their religion, across the state. They didn't have protests, they had vigils. They didn't have riots, they had hugs. And then it was important for me to know the people who went in that room. Because there were 12 amazing souls that walked into that Bible study that day. And what I want you to know is those 12 people, there hasn't been a day since June 17, 2015, that I don't think about all 12. And I ask that this not be an anniversary ceremony. I ask that you think of all 12 every day. Because what I have learned through the 12 is something that is beyond explanation. But I want to start by going through each one. And I ask that you give me that opportunity because it's important. I have all the photos from all the funerals. They stay in the drawer right on my bed as a reminder of the goodness of the faith I strive to have, of the love of God that they have, of what happened in that room, and what was on my minds at the time of that. First one I'm going to show you is the smiling, beautiful, contagious face of Reverend Daniel. He was this was a man that had a love for him. He was always there. But his whole life was run public service. He worked for the Department of Corrections and helped rehabilitate people who wanted to change their life. He was a Vietnam veteran. He gave his service to This woman showed every student they deserved better, and she brought it out in them. And so she changed lives every single day, which is something we should all remember. That's what I remember about Sean. Maya Johnson was always a painful for me. Because on the day she was 17, she was served life. And so that first moment was in that house. And it was marked out before. And I just heard recently that Reverend Johnson, her husband, gave that officer. I spent many days talking to my pastor about my time because I wanted to know what was in their heart. I wanted to know what they heard. And what they learned was God is always with us. God will never leave us. But we have to know God. This was a man that was known to be a devil giant. He walked in, he was intimidated by his height, but when he spoke, he was intimidated by his voice. He had a very deep voice, he had a very strong voice, but he was probably one of the most respectful men I've had the opportunity to know. He never talked about what he was against. He always talked about what he was for. I didn't know him very well, but in every single interaction I had with him, he was a man of respect. He treated everyone with kindness and respect. And I have learned so much more from him, about him, from his talk. Because he had a great love for his family. And he would take time to go pick up his dog and take him to lunch and order for him. Because that's what he felt like he needed to do. He never forgot his family. He never forgot his constituents. And he never forgot another name. That was him. Even if something negative came in front of her, she had something kind to say. And she lived each and every day that way. And this is how I was saying. I am a sick, with a contagious face, and a smile that brought everyone else to smile at him. He had his entire life in front of him. He just finished school, and had all his great ideas, but wanted to open his own barbershop. When his mother got arrested, he tattooed her name on his chest. And his mother said, "You were crazy, no one's ever been married with my name." But that's the love he had for his mom. He never watched the plan. He was no son to his dad. His dad loved him, taught him, and nurtured him. all can understand. We all can be kind of innocent. That was something. That's how she is today. There were 3 other people in that Bible study. And it will forever be an annual 12 to me. It's not the annual one. You've heard me say it before. These 12 people went until around Sunday on Wednesday when they began. When they went in there with faith, the love of God, and the church they loved. And as they sat down to do the Bible study, someone came in that didn't look like them, didn't act like them, didn't sound like them. I've always been amazed by this, because they didn't go secret. They didn't throw them out. They did exactly what every one of us should do with someone different coming like us. They pulled up a chair and they prayed with him for an hour. What you need to know about these 12 people is as they preached the word of God, as they talked about Mark chapter 4, during that hour, the murder for a few minutes changed. He suddenly said that he thought about not doing it. This man who spent months getting ready to do a hate crime. Those 12 people in that room changed him for a few moments because he was taken by their love and their kindness and their love of God. Think about it. Those 12 people changed them. If only for a moment it was that powerful. Now we know all about that. But to me, June 17th was a day where we wrapped our arms around each other. Neighbors to neighbors, strangers to strangers. And for a moment in time, everybody who equals South Carolina heard together over the same thing. The rest of the country joined us in that day. And then we decided we needed to lift up. And the strength that we used to lift up was from the faith that was shown. It is very important to me on a personal basis that we never forget these trials. Because to me, I will forever know that there are angels that live on earth. The shepherd and the saints and her ram have shown me what true courage is. They have given me inspiration in their faith. I can't imagine the challenges that they continue to go through. But they do it with grace and compassion. And they do it one day at a time, asking God to push them through. I don't know why God said it's not your time yet. But if you meet someone, you'll understand why. Because you know they're going to do for us. was changed forever the way we look at each other. It was changed forever the way we talk to each other. It was changed forever the way we feel pain together. And it was changed forever in that we decided to listen more and talk less. And if you ever doubt that that faith or strength or love of God changed, think about what happened on October with the 1,000 days time. Because all that faith from the annual talk, the grace of their families, was still with us. And you saw strangers helping strangers. You saw people saving people. You saw people taking food out of the streets to find out. So what I ask you is, I don't have anything political to say. What I want you to know is South Carolina is moving forward. Not forward in the way we forget these people, because I won't ask these people. But that we move forward in the fact there's a respect for each other that I don't think we have. There's a strong faith in the state that I don't think that we have. There's a love of each other that we have grown and that we should continue to grow. There are people who are going to learn to rise, and that's all we need to remember these people who talk about love and acceptance. Those are the lessons. Those are the lessons. And I do have to say a special thank you to Elder. Because going through every one of these funerals will forever be one of the most challenging things I've ever done in my life. And to see him lead at one of these funerals was an amazing thing. Because many times I look at him and there were just tears coming down his eyes. But he gave everything he had. So I found all that I really need. Please don't forget the families. For them, the hurt's not over. For them, it feels like it does to me. I feel like it's just happened yesterday. And so may be no strength, may be no prayer, may be no love. I ask that you all forget the survivors. Many of these family members and survivors still feel lost and still feel worried. And every day is a struggle. Pray for them. Try and do what you can for them. Let them know they are still loved. Because anniversaries don't mean anything to them. They're living a season every day. It is our job as a people to prove to them that June 17th was not in vain. And that we will forever take the lives of these nine and the survivors of those three and live to be better people and be kind when necessary as we move forward in our lives. And so while many people will refer to 2015 and June 17th as a year of tragedy, I go through every day of my life thinking that June 17th and 2015 was a year of faith. Because it was the day that we realized that we had to lean on our faith. We weren't in control. But if we just leaned on God, and
while I was saying, the two selections listed, that will be attributed, those two selections will be attributed to the survivors and to the mother men who died, and the members of the mother men who followed around the musical selection. The orders were set, and at that time, we will present Bishop Jackson. Please come forward.
Alright guys, I'm going to cut out of this. I want to go ahead and show you guys a live look at New York City. That is a look at Times Square. In case you didn't know, Donald Trump will be coming to Phoenix tomorrow. He's in Houston tonight, Vegas tomorrow morning, and in Phoenix tomorrow afternoon. We will be carrying that live here in Arizona. And in honor of Donald Trump's visit to the Valley, and in honor of the fact that he made his big announcement that he would be running for president a year ago yesterday, I feel like it's an only fitting Flashback Friday. We're going to go ahead and watch Donald Trump's first ever presidential campaign rally here in the Valley. This took place July 11th, 2015.
This is absolutely unbelievable. Thank you, everybody. Thank you very much. Thank you. So this began as 500 people in a ballroom in Phoenix. And the hotel called us up and they said, please don't do it here. We're going to be swamped. It's going to destroy the building. It's been amazing. And outside, sadly, we have thousands of people that can't get in. So you know real estate. You know real estate. I want to thank everybody. You know, last night, and a lot of you saw it on television, it was actually carried live. We had an amazing event, and a very sad event, and yet very beautiful. Because the word is getting out that we have to stop illegal immigration. We have to. We have to. We have a situation that's absolutely out of control. We have incompetent politicians, not only the president. I mean, right here in your own state, you have John McCain. I just hate to see when people don't have common sense, don't have an understanding of what's going on, or perhaps don't want to know. Maybe it's campaign contributions, maybe it's special interests, maybe it's lobbyists, but for some reason, some people don't get it, and I don't think they'll be in office much longer. I really mean that. We are going to make this country so great again. We are going to work. We are going to work so hard. And I will say this. When we had our event last night, I saw hardened veteran reporters who were crying. You had to see this. People that I've known for a long time, that I don't even like. They're not good people. How you doing back there? And one in particular, tears are streaming down his face, and I'm saying, I don't believe what I'm saying. I didn't think he had a tear in him. And some of the people that spoke were absolutely amazing. One, their child was killed by an illegal immigrant, shouldn't have been here. And this really began for me. It's very interesting because when I started and when they announced, don't forget, everybody said, he's never going to run, right? Then they said very strongly, you know, these are real knowledgeable people, they don't know anything. Then they said, he'll never file his FVC paper. Well, I filed that 2 weeks ago. They said, oh, wow. Well, then they said, he'll never file his financials because he's not as rich as people think. And they get filed during this week. And by the way, some of the other candidates will not be filing from what I hear, okay? And when they file, the number is actually much higher than anybody ever knew. And I'm not saying that to brag. I'm only saying that because that is the kind of thinking our country needs. We need thinking where trade deals with China, with Japan, with India, with everybody. We're getting ripped. We're being taken apart piece by piece, slowly. Slowly. China laughs at us. They laugh at our stupidity. They laugh at our incompetent politicians. They have geniuses negotiating for them. We have people that don't have a clue. They don't have a clue. Mexico, and by the way, officially, and I've only said this about 200 times, but it never gets reported. I love the Mexican people. I love the spirit of the Mexican people. I love them. Many, many people from Mexico, legal. They went in the old-fashioned way. They're legal. Many, many people from Mexico work for me. And over the years, thousands of people, Hispanics, have worked for me. And many, many work for me now. But thousands. They're incredible people. By the way, nobody ever says that. Nobody ever says that. They always cut that out. And I'll go a step further. I respect Mexico greatly as a country. But the problem we have is that their leaders are much smarter, sharper, and more cunning than our leaders, and they're killing us at the border, and they're killing us in trade. They're killing us. And every once in a while, I'll see a rally, and it's put up by the Mexican government, in my opinion. People come in, they're so perfect. They're like central casting. And you know how long the rallies last? Like about 12 minutes. They go home. But when you do, and I've said this often, it's very, very hard for a very successful person, and I've heard it from the time I was a little boy, to run for president or even political office. And I find it, and I have headlines every day. ESPN drops Trump. A friend of mine in Paris called, "Oh, Don, it's too bad about ESPN." You know what they were doing? They rented my golf club for a day. They put up a big deposit. I took their deposit, and then I rented it to somebody else. I made two for the price of one. No, it's true. Then the next day, all over the world, NASCAR drops Trump. No, NASCAR. And then friends of mine call up from Europe, headlines, NASCAR. Don, it's too bad about NASCAR. I feel so. You know what that one was? They rented a banquet hall at Trump National Doral in Miami for one evening. I took their deposit. I took their deposit, and you know what? I just rented it for much more money than they were paying. So it's two for the price of one. You know, I may make money running for president. It's very interesting. Then all over the place, I hear Macy's. Now, Macy's hurts because the head of Macy's, I thought was a great friend of mine, Terry Lundgren. Nice guy. He called me up, and I'm in New Hampshire. And I'm getting ready to go on to make a speech. Sort of interesting. It's like 6:30 in the evening. And I get a call from Terry Lundgren at Macy's. And the speech is packed. Packed. It's a house. It was supposed to be in the house. They didn't have enough room. They had 300-400 people. And they never thought this was going to happen. They thought there were going to be 30, like this. This is a little larger. But the same thing proportionately. So my phone rings, my cell phone, and it's Terry Lundgren of Macy's. And the man on stage is getting ready to introduce me. And he said, and you know, we have Donald Trump, the American dream, and all blah, 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 everything. And my phone rings during the introduction. I'm going to be going up there like in a minute. And he goes, Donald, hi. It's like my best friend. I said, Terry, what's your problem? He said, you're very controversial. Can you believe it? He said, now I'm supposed to be going up, I'm supposed to make a speech. I got all these people. And by the way, cameras, just like you have all these cameras. We're in live television all over the place like we are now. And he said, Donald, I had calls from Hispanic people saying they're going to boycott Macy's. I don't know what to do. I said, Terry, be tough. They'll be gone. One day. One day. Now, this is a man that I played golf with. I'm with him all the time. I mean, really was, you understand. Because I don't forget things. I don't forget. He said to me, please, Donald, can I cut you? It's not a big deal. I'm selling ties. And you know what? Honestly, they were made in China, so I didn't care that much. I was like, so I'm walking up the stairs to make a speech, and I have Lundgren saying, I'd like to cut you because he's going to get some bad publicity, he thinks. And I walk upstairs, and he said, and now the American dream. And I'm still talking to Lundgren, and it's like a minute and a half before I walk on stage. People say, what happened? And I made a good speech. No notes, no nothing. And everybody was happy. And I just got cut from Macy's. And here's the bottom line on Macy's. Thousands and thousands of people are cutting up their Macy's credit card. I love it. Thousands. Then I get a call from NBC. Now, let me tell you about NBC. No, I got to tell you. Hey, look, I love the people at NBC. We had a tremendous success with The Apprentice. And they renewed The Apprentice. See, I give up a lot. You're going to see how much money I made with The Apprentice come Wednesday or Thursday when I do my filing. Seriously, it's very lucrative. You know, it's great when you have a big television show. It's like, you know, you're a movie star, you get a lot of money, right? Not that much, but a lot. But you're going to see very impressive numbers. So NBC calls me, we'd like to see you. Now, they don't care about inclusion. They were talking about inclusion. You know, they write the press release. So I read this. I say, this is incredible. But they call me, and a couple of months ago, the head of NBC comes to see me, and the head of NBC's boss. I don't want to mention names because they're really good people. They're friends of mine, although I probably will never speak to them again either. And you know what the head of NBC's boss? That's Comcast, because they own NBC. So I get a call, the head of reality for NBC, the head president of NBC, and the head of everything, head of Comcast. And they come see me a number of months ago. Please do The Apprentice. Please. They won't deny it. They won't deny it. I said, I can't. I want to make America great again. I've done The Apprentice now for 12 years. And it's a great show. For 12 years, there have been 14 or 15 copies of The Apprentice. Every one have failed. Every single one. I mean, I could give you the names, but I don't want to embarrass people. Give you a couple of names. No, nice people. Mark Cuban did one called The Benefactor. It was a disaster. Richard Branson did one. Great guy, but it didn't work out. Tommy Hilfiger, who I love, tenant in my building. Great guy, didn't work out. Hilton's did one. Martha Stewart did one for us. Did one for Mark Burnett and Donald Trump. Martha Stewart. She just got out of the can. No, it's true. She's hot as a pistol, right? You know, they show her coming out. You know, she's got the whole thing with the whole outfit that she's wearing. The whole thing. I said, what a great idea. So we actually did The Apprentice done by us. It wasn't even a copy. It was called The Apprentice. Within a couple of shows, it was over. It was over. So I must have something, right? I must have. So here's the story. NBC sees this. I mean, they're smart people. So NBC comes to my office, and they want me to do The Apprentice so badly. And what do? I say, I can't. I'm going to run for president. And I can't. And I said, because of equal time. Now, you know what equal time is. Such a stupid law. Think of it. Obama can go on television all day long and be president and run for office. But if I have a television show, what happens is everybody running for office would have to be able to do The Apprentice, equal time. So you'll have a good guy named Rick Santorum. You'll have all these guys. You'll have somebody that used to head up Lehman Brothers, the governor from Ohio. You'll have headed up Lehman Brothers. Oh, Lehman Brothers almost took down the world. He was a managing partner. I think he's a nice man. I don't know him. But I know if you're the managing partner of Lehman Brothers almost, you're not looking too good, you know. But all of these guys, they would have to be given 2 hours on primetime television on Monday or Sunday night. I don't think so. So they came to my office and they said, would like you to do it, so important. And by the way, they renewed The Apprentice. It was really very interesting because a lot of people said, well, how could, and the upfronts. They announced The Apprentice, which is good because I always want to be loved, you know? Like when I went on dates, if a woman dropped me.
All right, guys, we'll show you more of Donald Trump in Phoenix from his original visit back in July of last year when Kinsey joined you. In the meantime, I'm going to switch seats with her, show you guys a view of Times Square. It's fitting because that's where that's where Donald Trump is from, New York City. And we'll be back in a little bit.
Hi all, Kinsey here. I am going to take you back to Donald Trump. I just need a few minutes to do so. So, let me just gear up and you'll see Trump in a minute. I'm having a hard time finding the video Sami was just on, so I'll take you to Donald's. Donald's been here a couple of times. I'm going to take you to his Mesa event first, and maybe we'll jump to Fountain Hills. Let's see here.
Bill and Travis, they own this place. They gave us a very good deal. You know what it is? Nothing. Where are they? Where are they? Thank you, fellas. Thank you very much. Beautiful. Nice facility. Nice facility. They said they've never had a thing like this before. That's true. We went to 3 or 4 places, and every time we'd sign up, there were so many more people than we thought. It was just an amazing experience. And, you know, we all started in Phoenix where I had that big event. We had the big event. Thank you. Thank you. I love you. I love you, folks. I love you. Amazing. You know, we all want the same thing. We want to make America great again. I mean, it's like we want the same thing. Last night, I'm sure nobody watched the debate last night, right? Nobody in this crowd. This is a very apolitical crowd. No, we had a little debate. So I'll bet you they got big ratings. I'll bet. You know, I called up the head of CNN. I said, your ratings are through the roof. I think next time I won't do it. I want to maybe not do the next debate just to see it tank, you know, and then I'll do the one. But these debates they've become Super Bowls in a sense. It's been amazing. Do you know that last cycle, no network even wanted the debates? They were considered a wasteland. Nobody watched. They had very few people watching. And now Fox had 24 million, which is now actually higher with the final numbers, but 24 million, the largest ever on cable television. CNN had 23 million, the biggest event in the history, in terms of numbers, in terms of people watching, in the history of CNN. I mean, CNN, in all fairness, they cover wars, they cover lots of different things, some problems, some big events. In the history of CNN, 23 million, according to CNN, was the biggest event they've ever had. And you know what I get out of it? Nothing. Nothing. And think of it. 4 years ago, nobody cared. Do you remember the debates 4 years ago? Did anybody even watch? So we have to take advantage of what we can. You know, so last night was interesting because, number one, I made a pledge because it's just so much easier. It's so much easier. We're going to, you know, it's hard to, they're saying, are you going to run as an independent? I said, you know, I just got a poll where I'm at 41 and other guys are at 2 and 3 and 7. Doesn't make a lot of sense. Oh, I think I'll leave now and I'll run as an independent. You know, it's amazing.
For a second, because I'm getting some interesting video. I'm not 100% on what it is, but build bridges, not walls. Oh, so this is a Donald Trump protest. Okay, so I'm on, let me show you what I'm looking at right now. This is donaldjtrump.com. So I can see that this Trump protest that I'm getting in is out of Houston, Texas. They're at the Woodlands Waterway Marriott Hotel and Convention. Donald J. Trump for President rally. Doors open at 4. And you can see back to the protests that people already lining up, unhappy. Oh, but you know what? I'm also seeing President Obama. So let me take you there quickly. Let me see what Obama is doing. Obama's schedule. There's Michelle. So let's see if I can find their calendar. Okay. All right, so it looks like I don't think that these times are right. Are they getting on a plane or off a plane? It looks like they are departing Roswell, New Mexico, headed for California. Oh yeah, they are. Okay, so they are departing Roswell, New Mexico, and they're headed to California, the first family. And apparently they toured the Carlsbad Caverns and Carlsbad, New Mexico this afternoon, and now they are leaving and heading for California. So that was a brief live look at President Obama and the first family departing Roswell, New Mexico for California. And then next, I will take you back to Houston where we have that Trump protest going on live. Here we go. So here's a live look at the Trump protest. And again, this is in Houston, Texas, and I might take you back to Trump in Mesa. In the corner while we stay on top of these aerials. Dallas did an amazing job of wrangling the protesters last night, and they kind of dispersed. I'd say around 7:30, 7 p.m. local time. They dispersed. The police on their horses aggressively moved towards them, and the protesters, their sizes shrunk dramatically. So that was in Dallas, Texas. Tonight he's in Houston, and tomorrow he's in Phoenix.
It's amazing. No, it's amazing. You know, I did Meet the Press a couple of months ago, and I was doing great. I was number one. I've been number one. By the way, since I went, they're all talking about it. In the history of politics, they say, this isn't me, it's those people who I don't trust but you know, I go through this all the time, and I always say it, although today I think the fact that I did Bill O'Reilly in that corner, they had no choice but to follow. But they never show the crowd size. You know that, right? I always talk about it. I go home, my wife said, did you have many people? Because they just don't show the crowd. They show my face. They never show the crowd unless, and I used to think the cameras were like fixed, that they can't move. You know, modern cameras, a lot of them, they don't work like the old cameras, right? And then all of a sudden we'll have like a protester in the back corner, and you'll see these cameras twisted like a pretzel. It's unbelievable. But I think today, look at all of them back there. Look at those cameras. They are the worst people. The worst. The worst. The worst. No, they're very dishonest. Not all of them. 75%. It's true. And some are very good, but you have so many dishonest reporters. I've never seen. In fact, it's almost amazing to me, because I consider myself to get the worst publicity, and yet I've got this massive lead. And it tells you two things. They're dishonest, and the people are really smart. No, they're really smart. I mean, I'll get stories that are so bad, and then they'll come back, Mr. Trump, sir, your polls just went up 7 points. I say, how could that be possible? People get it. They know the press is dishonest. It's a whole big con job. So it's one of those. In fact, in Phoenix, you remember the crowd? Was anybody at Phoenix? Right? It was like this. We had 15,000 people. They reported it at 4,000 and then 2,000. And then, what's his name? Bernie Sanders. He's gone now. He's gone. He lost it when he said Hillary's fine with the emails. And she's not fine with the emails. That was really breaking the law, folks, okay? So he doesn't get big crowds anymore. But he was there a little bit before or after. His crowd, we have pictures. His crowd, my crowd. His crowd was much lighter than mine. He had a lot of people, but it was much lighter. And they say he had more than Trump. Not that it matters, but it's just dishonest reporting. It's one of those things, okay? Now, last night, I had Jeb come at me, low energy. Now I'm standing there, and all of a sudden I hear this, Donald Trump, dude, it's just like... He said it just the way his pollster told him to say it. And then I hit back very, very hard. But look, we need strong people. We need sharp people. We are being killed. We are being beaten by everybody. We're not winning anymore. And I finished up by saying, we aren't winning anymore. We don't win on trade. We don't win against ISIS. We don't win with the military. Our vets are being mistreated so badly. It's horrible. Horrible. So I just want to go over this. So here we are. Ready? Really? They're complaining. Actually, don't complain. You're going to be the only ones that anyone's going to see on television tonight. In a certain way, they have the best location. You'll be happy tonight when you're watching yourself on television. So last night, they do all these polls, and it's great. They poll everything. It's amazing to me. The candidates go out and spend hundreds of thousands for pollsters, right? I don't. I got a lot of money, and it doesn't matter. I have unlimited campaign. And yet, now think of this. So Jeb Bush, to this point, has spent over $40 million for ads. He's at two. Donald Trump, till this point, has spent $211,000. I don't even know why I spent it. I think I wanted to give some... No, it's true. And I'm at number one by a lot, by 27, 30 points. I'm a lot. So think of it. Wouldn't it be nice if we could do that for our country? Think of it. So I spent the least, and I have the best result. Unlike our students, where we're number one in the world by far in terms of cost per pupil, and we're number 28 in the world, okay? You're right. I think I like that guy, right? But no, think of it, because it's like the reverse. So I spent the least. Now I'm going to spend a lot of money, but I was going to have spent up till this point $35 million. I thought I needed to spend, what do I know? And these guys, as much as I can't stand them, they give me all this free publicity. No, it's true, right? If I put an ad on, people would get sick. They say, oh my God, we had the whole program and now we have ads. Please don't put the ad. We actually call networks, please don't put that ad. They cover you for a full hour, and then every 12 minutes they have an ad for Trump. No, it doesn't work. So I was going to have $35 million spent up, literally right up to this point, and I've spent nothing. I haven't spent anything, but we're ready to spend. We're ready to spend, and we're going to spend a lot. And I think we're going to win Iowa. We just came out where we're leading in Iowa now, which is a great place. But this I love, because this just came out. Drudge. Now, this is with 15 people, right? Drudge is great. How good is Drudge, right? Great guy. He's a great guy. So they do these online polls where they have hundreds of thousands of people. So they vote. Somebody would say, oh, well, they're not reliable because maybe Trump voted. They have hundreds of thousands. Do you think I'm going to have my people sit there and make hundreds of thousands of phone calls? And then they don't report it anyway if I win, because if I win, they don't report it. They have these guys like George Will. You fall asleep listening to this guy. George Will. If he didn't wear the little spectacles, he wouldn't even be bright. Nobody would think of this. This is George Will. I got to tell you, Krauthammer's terrible. He is so unfair to me. He is the worst. He is the worst. And I'm not allowed to criticize him, so I'm going to be very nice. Krauthammer, he's terrible. He's terrible. You have a guy named Stephen Hayes. I never even heard of this guy. When my name is mentioned, it's like he's a boiler. He goes crazy. Now, part of the reason is they all said I was never going to run, right? And then I ran. Then they said, well, he'll never file Form A. That's basically a single page where you sign your life away. And I went like this, let's go. Boom, I signed. Then they said, well, maybe he's not as rich as everyone thinks, and he'll never file his financials. And if he does, he'll file them in 2 years from now, because you're allowed a lot of extensions. I filed them ahead of schedule in less than 30 days, okay? Almost 100 pages. And the press was down there. They said they've never seen anything like it. They were scouring those things. Believe me, I wouldn't be running unless I was really rich, because they would have killed me. And by the way, you haven't read one report, bad. I built a great company. I built a tremendous company, very little debt, tremendous cash flow, the best assets. And the only reason I say it, I'm not saying it because it sounds terrible in a certain way. I don't want to brag, but that's the thinking we need in this country. We have $19 trillion in debt. We have $19 trillion in debt. We built a $43 million gas station in Afghanistan, and it doesn't even sell the right gas. Okay, 43 million. Do you think you could have built that gas station for slightly less? No, you look at the things, the money, we spend $1 billion to build a hospital. You could build 7 hospitals for that. We could take care of our vets for money. We have such stupid people leading us. I used to say they're incompetent. I didn't want to use the word stupid. It's too crude and too tough. They don't know I went to an Ivy League school. I'm really like a smart guy. My uncle was at MIT. He was a professor for years. They didn't believe it. They went and checked. Dr. John Trump. I actually think he was there for 5 decades. MIT, he was one of the great engineer scientists. And, it's like really good stuff. But when they talk about us, they talk about us like, do we know? Let me tell you, these are the smartest people. These are the people that made our country great originally. These are the great people. These are the great people. And we're going to take our country back, and we're going to turn it around, and we're going to run it smart. We're going to run it smart. We give $150 billion to Iran. Listen to this, and this I just heard this morning. So we give $150 billion to Iran. They self-inspect their big site. In other words, where they're making the nukes. Can you imagine you call them, we hear you're making nukes. Okay, well, let us check. They call, no, we're not making nukes there, you dumb son of a... And then, no, but think of this. And then they have the 24-day where they have 24 days, but before the clock starts ticking, you have to go through a whole process, so it could be forever before you get there. And the other thing, look, nuclear is so important. It's more important than anything. And having a deal is good, but we got to make good deals, not bad deals. But another thing, they got 4 prisoners. They wouldn't even get them out. So I've been complaining about this long before they did the deal. Get the prisoners out. 150. So now the deal is done, and what do I hear this morning on television? That we're now starting a brand new separate negotiation for the prisoners, and they want many prisoners that we have over here for the 4. No, think about it. Think about it. No, think about it. So now they want to start a whole new negotiation that we should have had 3 years ago when the stupid negotiation began. You go in and you say, before we start, we want our prisoners. They say no. We say, that's okay. You leave the room, you double up the sanctions. They call you back within 48 hours, and they'll say, you got your prisoners. Think of it. We just gave them the greatest deal, one of the greatest deals in the history of countries. We made them a powerful, rich nation. They're going to now have nuclear. They don't even have to waste their time making it. With the money we gave them, they can buy nuclear. Why are they going to make it? They can buy whatever they want. You don't think North Korea is probably calling them, help, 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 we need money, we'll give you some nukes? We are led by the stupidest people I can't even imagine it. So now, here's the thing, and I can't even watch it. I can't even listen to it. So now they want to do a new negotiation for the prisoners. And all we had to do is say, we want our prisoners back. And you would have had them, and they want a lot. And one of the guys said from Iran, we want a lot. Oh, great. It drives all of us. That's why we're here. They used to talk about the silent majority. We're not silent anymore, folks. We're not silent. And Hillary Clinton is a disaster. She's going to be beaten. She's a disaster. Don't forget, her and Obama helped get us into this mess with the migration. Her with, let's go into Libya, let's go here. She doesn't know what the hell she's doing. She wakes up in the morning I will not say that she puts on her pantsuit because that's what she does. I'm not going to say it. I'm not saying it. I will not say that. She wakes up in the morning. She goes out. She'll go to New Hampshire, Iowa, one day a week or something. Do you ever notice? She'll do something totally staged. She'll pick 4 people. She's always sitting around a little plastic table. There's like 4 people, nice people. I mean, they're hand-picked. Out of 1,000 people, they pick the 4 nicest. They ask her these really innocent questions. And then she leaves and she goes back to sleep for a week. It's incredible. And I'm telling you, I'll tell you what, and the Fox poll just came out, and the Fox poll was very strong that I beat her easily. I beat her easily. And honestly, I mean, look what I did to Bush. I haven't even started on Hillary. I haven't even started. Poor Bush. I hear now he's doing another commercial. He does commercials. You're spending all this money doing negative commercials on me. He's doing a commercial where he uses what he said last night, but he doesn't put what I said to him. And what it is, and it's a big problem in terms of running for office, because, you know, these super PACs are a scam. They're a scam. They're a horrible thing. They're totally corrupt. One of the super PACs, it was written about last week in the Los Angeles Times, they raised $6 million. By the time all of these guys took their cut, they ended up with $140,000 left for their campaign. That's better than being a real estate broker, right? Right? So we have so many things we can do. And I'll tell you, the thing I really look forward to doing, some of the people on the stage I really like. You saw last night that Ted Cruz was very nice to me, and I was nice to him. Actually, most of the people were nice to me last night. I mean, it was pretty good. You know, I went in there saying, boy, this is going to be a tough evening, because I heard all of them were going to come at me, right? 14 of them were going to be coming at me. I was prepared, but I said, this could be unpleasant in front of, you know, millions of people. And out of the 14, you know, Jeb and I guess Rand Paul, who doesn't have a chance. I mean, what's he doing? By the way, what is Rand Paul doing? You know, whether you like his politics or not, his father had a certain spark, right? You know, there was a little spark going there. Rand doesn't have that spark. Rand doesn't have that spark. And I love Kentucky. It's one of the great places, but I don't get it. You know, how does this guy get reelected in Kentucky? I don't get it. I don't know. Is he going to be primaried? Is somebody going to run against him? Because we do want a Republican, but is he going to be primaried or something? But he's a nasty guy. But the father had a spark, and he had something special. Like they say I have. No, I'm only kidding. But he had something special. Rand doesn't have it. So other than those two, I mean, it was really even Kasich was very nice to me last night. I was very surprised. He's gotten beaten up pretty badly. He said, you know what? It's easier to be nice to Trump, right? It's easier, less costly. But he was nice, so we had a good time. So anyway, Drudge, 46%. Now that's out of 15 people. So that means I got 46%. Time magazine, believe me, I don't control Time. I was on their cover 4 or 5 weeks ago. They should have picked me for the person of the year, but they didn't. No, they shouldn't. Now, you know what, that's not coming from me. They have these panels, and virtually, and I said, I'm never going to get it because I'm not establishment. But every panel that I saw on television when Time was, because, you know, it's sort of cool, even though the magazine's going down the tubes, it's sort of, no, it's a cool thing. Most magazines are going down, in all fairness to them. It's great, isn't it, to watch these guys go down the tubes? Isn't it great? I love it. But you know what? Time magazine, so they'd have these panels, and they'd have 5 people around, you know, all the political panels. And almost everybody, even my enemies, said, no, Trump will get it, because he's done something that's never been done before. This has never been done before, folks. And we're really doing something. It's really a movement. What we're doing is a movement. So they said Trump's going to win, and I said I won't. I told my wife, I said, they'll never do it. It's just like The Apprentice. For the first 3 seasons, I should have gotten the Emmy for The Apprentice. Got the #1, got tremendous ratings. It was the hottest thing. And they'd pick these shows that were establishment. Amazing Race. You fall asleep watching it. Okay, it's not a race, it's a sleeping contest. Because I'm not establishment Hollywood, I'm not establishment politically. So Time magazine picked a woman who's destroying Germany. She let the migration come right into Germany. She's destroying Germany. And if I have to work with her in a little while, I'll do just fine. But I'm telling you, what she did is wrong. They should have done a safe zone in Syria, had a big, beautiful, fat safe zone, and stopped all this nonsense. And honestly, if it weren't for Obama and Hillary, you probably wouldn't have even had the migration. They are so incompetent. So then Time Magazine, 49%. Slate, 51%. Syracuse.com, 49%. U.S. News and World Report, 69%. PBS, public broadcast, PBS, 69%. This is who won the debate. That's all it is. 69%. The Blaze, well, he doesn't like me very much. That's okay. Who cares? I don't even know who he is. 38%. Not bad. It's my lowest one. Washington Times, great paper, 62%. CBS Philadelphia, 59%. Fox 5 Las Vegas, 62%. That's what it is. I mean, you know. And by the way, I just read every single poll. Those are all the online polls who won the debates. And then you'll watch these guys. Now, in all fairness, I actually...
this, so as we kind of lose our location on Trump in Houston, I'm going to take us to Christina Grimmie's viewing out of New Jersey. She is... her friends and family had a private funeral for Christina this morning at Fellowship Alliance Chapel in Medford, New Jersey. But now the family is allowing fans to watch as the family views the body and celebrates Christina's life. Take a look. And I do have my eyes on this fundraiser. It's a private fundraiser for Donald Trump in the Houston area. It's in Woodlands. And if I see Trump arrive, I will cut to that. But that is where we were watching Trump head prior to his rally at 5 this evening. All right, and I'm looking at a local accident here on my feed. I'm going to break away from Christina Grimmie's viewing out of New Jersey. Horrifically shot down by an obsessed fan last Friday. It was a week ago. I personally was devastated by that news. Sweetest, prettiest little girl. YouTube sensation. I'm now going to take you to a horrific accident. This is a local video. Let me lower the volume here. And let me find that exact location for you. But this is local. All right, so here we are. We are at Dynamite in Scottsdale, I believe. Am I lying? Am I reading the wrong email? Yes, so we are at Dynamite in Scottsdale. Two semis colliding at Dynamite in Scottsdale. And again, we are seeing that these two semis collided at Dynamite and Scottsdale. A pretty ugly scene here. This is a local. This is locally thanks to our own Skyfox. Is my Skyfox frozen? I think my Skyfox is frozen. All right, I cannot get these Skyfox visuals up, so I'm going to take you back to Christina Gremy, her viewing. This is in New Jersey. Family and friends. You can see they are really loving on the family in the corner, on the left-hand corner. People crying. Christina gunned down by an obsessed fan last Friday in Orlando. Devastating loss. Adam Levine offering to pay for the funeral. Christina was a YouTube sensation and star of NBC's The Voice. I'm going to temporarily take you to Times Square. I'll see you in just a moment.
With that being said, I am an open carry advocate. I believe in the Second Amendment. And I open carried at headquarters every day. Also at our headquarters, we were the only headquarters that I ever saw in the campaign that had a veteran wall. Every single flag from every service, Army, Coast Guard, Air Force, Marines, and the Navy, don't leave out the Navy, was there. Now, when I went to boot camp, it was from 88 to 92. I served during Desert Storm and Desert Shield, okay? You're going to hear from a Marine in a little bit, but in 1983, America was attacked. The first modern Islamic terrorist attack was in Beirut. 241 Marines and servicemen were killed by a bombing in Beirut, Lebanon. One of my good friends in high school, Lance Corporal Timothy McMahon, was one of the Marines that was killed there in Beirut. So I'm actually, again, it's an honor to be here to be able to say the pledge today. But let's not forget that these sacrifices that our veterans make, we don't ever forget. So thank you again for all the veterans that are here today. Now, for those of you, thank you. For those of you that have never been through the military, I'm going to kind of indoctrinate you a little bit, okay? When I went to the Marine, of course, every service has their own little deal, but I'm going to teach you how to have a victory shout like a Marine. Anybody want to learn that? Okay, so I'm going to say it once, I'm going to go on 3, you repeat after me, okay? And let's say it really loud. In fact, I want to tell this other story. We got tickets to go to the GOP debate here in Houston. Mr. Trump only had 20 tickets available because he has no donors. So they asked the volunteers of the campaign, which I'm one of them, they gave 10 of them to the volunteers, and they said, who else can we invite? We wound up inviting Rolling Thunder. 10 veterans came to the GOP with us. Now, with our little core 20 group of 20, we put the fear of God and the sound of the establishment, because on 3, we went 1, 2, 3, Trump, really loud, and everybody's like, whoa, they're here. And we did it again later. But anyway, it was an awesome debate, had fun. In the Marine Corps, we say a thing, I'm gonna do it 1, 2, 3, then you say it after me, okay? 1, 2, 3, hoorah! Okay, we're gonna do it again together. 1, 2, 3, hoorah! Awesome, that sounds so great. Okay, so I'm gonna say the pledge here. Thank you so much. It's been an honor to be here, and I'm looking forward to seeing the rest of the speakers and Mr. Trump when he comes here as well. Oh, and don't forget the books. Crippled America, if you have not read this book, read the book, okay? Everybody says, oh, he doesn't have a plan. The details, the plans are here, okay? Same thing with Time to Get Tough, pick up the book. And this is not a paid endorsement. I read the book, love the book, and so forth. Okay, join me in the pledge, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We're also going to do the Texas flag as well. Honor the Texas flag. One state under God, one indivisible. Hoorah, thank you.
Our next guest is going to be singing the national anthem. Let's please give a warm welcome to Rochelle Pierce.
Good afternoon. I would be so honored if you would sing with me this evening, please. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous night o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
All right, for our next special guest, I want to talk about a strong advocate for conservatives, for Republicans, and women. How many women do we have here today? You know, I think we might have more women here than we do men. Come on, then. So I know we have a lot of women for Trump. Let's please welcome my friend and Houston's very own Teresa Kosmosky. She's a local activist and the Texas Federation of Republican Women president. And like us, she believes that we will win with women, and she's a strong conservative leader helping to get the word out, generating interest and excitement. She's a valuable leader drawing attention towards Mr. Trump and our movement. Thank you, Teresa.
Wow, it is so exciting to be here today. You know, we're on the verge of doing something really special this November. And as I sat and thought about what are the things that I want to see in a president, I also thought about a few things I don't want to see in a president. For instance, we don't need to see Hillary homesteading the White House yet again. I don't know about you, but I thought we got away from the idea of inherited rulers when we declared our independence from Great Britain. We also don't need a hypocrite for a president. One that takes money from countries that don't even like Americans, and she puts it in her pocket through a French or Canadian foundation. Now, I think if you want to put your money in Canada, you ought to go to Canada, and I'll draw her a map. Yeah. We don't need another worldwide apology tour, and we certainly don't need another crash course in the definition of two-letter words. We don't need an American murdering, soul-sucking, left-wing elitist who could give a damn about our principles. And let me tell you what else we don't need. We don't need to spend 1 minute living in a country where our borders are the least of our concerns because we don't have the military might to swat a fly out of the sky, let alone defend ourselves from foreign invaders. But I tell you what we do need. We need a president who isn't part of any political ruling class, someone who still proves to us that the American dream is alive and is still achievable. We need a president who displays intelligence, intuition, and determination, because trust me, the other guys don't have that on their side. We need a president who isn't afraid to be a leader and make the tough decisions that we need to make today. We need a president who will not kowtow to special interests. We need a president who understands how the economy works so our Americans can work and our families can prosper. We need a president who will act decisively to strike terror in the hearts of the terrorists who want to hurt us. We need a president who will remember to honor the sacrifices of those who serve and have served our countries and their families, and who will refuse to allow bloated bureaucrats to deny them what they have earned. We need a president who understands that excessive taxes are a modern-day version of indentured servitude, and we won't stand for it. We won't stand for it. We need a president who will not compromise our values or our Constitution for the sake of political correctness. We need a president who understands that it is really time to make America great again. I can promise you that the Texas Federation of Republican Women stands ready, willing, and able to make that happen, along with all of you. And for all those reasons, we need to elect Donald Trump. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Trump, 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 Trump. Thank you, Teresa. Next, I'd like to introduce another veteran of the United States Marine Corps who served in Operation Desert Storm in Kuwait. Ryan Stickney would like to share his testimony of his personal experience with Mr. Trump's support of the troops during his active duty service when Mr. Trump facilitated a flight home with his reserve unit from Camp Lejeune to Miami. Please welcome Ryan Stickney.
Hey everybody, thanks for letting me talk about this tonight. Why do I need to say this is I've heard a lot of people disparaging Mr. Trump about his loyalty to the troops as being it's a convenient time to be loyal to him. And I want to tell you a little story that happened in 1991. My reserve unit was out of Miami, Florida. We went to combat in Desert Storm, and when we returned, we did our decompression time at Camp Lejeune, North Carolina. The entire family cadre got assembled at Miami International Airport to visit us and meet with us on our arrival home from Camp Lejeune on a specific date. Sorry, I didn't write it down. The aircraft that was supposed to transport us home, for some reason, to the best of our information that I got, was diverted, broke down, who knows, who cares? But somehow the information got back to Mr. Trump. Trump's shuttle was operating from New York to DC at the time, and he diverted one of his aircraft to Camp Lejeune. Now, our administration staff told him there was 102 Marines, there was 201. That airplane flew us down to Miami for the first half of our guys. Since I was a newly appointed corporal, I got to stay and go with the second group. That gave us more time in the bar. When we landed in Miami International Airport, no one knew who Trump was. We didn't. Who's Donald Trump? Who's this guy that just sent an airplane? Why is there a name of Trump on the side of it? We literally had no idea who we were talking about. But his devotion to us that day, his loyalty to us that day, I never forgot. And I came forward with that information just recently because I was trying to rebut a comment that was made on a talk radio show. I just wanted to call and give a 2-second rebuttal about how I was treated and my fellow Marines were treated by Mr. Trump back in 1991. I had no idea that it would become this, and I hope it becomes something that is a helpful catalyst to Mr. Trump in becoming the next president. But I want to say something else. I want to look at the comparison and contrast to what may have happened. If that call would have been made to our current president, I think he might have said something like, well, the lack of your aircraft is based on too many guns. And what infuriates me more is that there was a person in a command position that once said that it was a fault of a video, and what difference at this point does it make anyway? Loyalty in our government to the American people is in dire need. Mr. Trump has said and expressed, and many of his staff members and many of the people that work for Mr. Trump and people that have encountered him in the past have said that he has an incredible amount of loyalty to the people that he works with or works for him. I think there's something very important about loyalty that's often forgot. How many of you people work for an employer that thinks you're supposed to be loyal to them? Well, you showed up to work today, that was your loyalty. What they need to know is that loyalty goes down so that trust can go up. When Mr. Trump said, and he will say it I'm sure again tonight, that he will never let us down, in the first time in 30 years of public service, I think I believe a presidential candidate. Thank you.
Thank you. So our next speaker I'd like to introduce, she is representing Texas with the Republican National Committee, the RNC. First I want to say the RNC is working great with the campaign. We're working great with the party here locally at the state level as well as across all the counties. And how many people here were actually at the recent state convention or a delegate? Raise your hand. Let's give them all a round of applause. Thank you for your activism. We have a national convention coming up in just over 30 days, and we're going to come out united and stronger than ever before. I'd like to introduce our Republican National Committee woman who understands Texas, she understands conservatives, and she understands what we care about and how to win. Please welcome Tony Ann Daschle.
Wow, are you guys awesome? And you're loud. How loud are you? Trump, 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 Trump. And I know something else about you. You're all against Hillary, lying Hillary. Have we been dealing with lies? And have we been dealing with the Democrats lining their pockets with gold? Let's just look at the Clinton Foundation, $2.2 billion. Who is she going to answer to? Not you. We need to stand together. Did they lie to us? Ladies and gentlemen, did they lie to us? Did they tell us we did not build our business? No, that's wrong. We take the responsibility. We take the risk. Were we told that Obamacare was going to be lower premiums and we get to keep our doctors? I don't think so. No, our premiums are skyrocketing and we're seeing our limited choices for doctors. Have we had enough? Yes, we have had enough. And it is time to stand up and bring a man in that is going to change things in D.C. Trump. He's a man that is going to serve us. He's going to fight with us. He's going to stand alongside us to make sure our dreams come true. This man has strength. I know we've seen it. He is independent, just a little bit. He is one that we can be proud of to call the next president of the United States. He reminds me of the pioneers of Texas. Did they not come in here and did they not have to put determination and grit together to create this great state. He's just like those pioneers that fought for this state and are going to fight, and he will fight for us in this state also. We need his independence. We need that grit and determination to make this country great again. He's going to do that for us. Now, let me just talk a little bit. If you know me at all, you know that I have to give you a challenge. You guys have taken the first step by coming to this rally because I know you support Donald Trump. Yes. But this is your challenge. Do you know the date that we have to make him our president? November 8th. And I want that plastered everywhere, on your phones, the refrigerator, in your car. That's your next step. You have to vote. But not just you, ladies and gentlemen. You need to bring in your family, your friends, your co-workers, and you have to start recruiting them to know what Donald Trump brings to the table. This man has so much to offer, and we have to take the challenge to spread that word so that they will go out and vote. Now, there's always this one little problem about Election Day. People forget. And we cannot forget to vote on November 8th. So what your challenge is, build your coalitions, those family, the friends, the coworkers, and it is your job to get them to the polls that day. We need that man that is going to be bold. We need the leader that he is, a leader of leaders. He is the man that is going to take us to make America great. He's going to let our dreams come true. He's going to create opportunity for all of us in this room and everywhere else in the United States, and particularly in Texas. He will break down the barriers, ladies and gentlemen. He's going to break down the barriers. We do not want the government telling us what to do. No, no. So are we ready? Are we ready? Are we ready? Yes, yes, yes. We are ready to elect Donald Trump to make America great again. Make America great again. Stand with the Republican Party. Stand with the Republican Party of Texas, and let us all unite and vote on November 8th and elect the next president of the United States, Donald Trump.
All right, thank you, Tony Ann. All right, who wants to hear from the next president of the United States? Mr. Trump will be out shortly, but first we want to hear from you. And what we need is we need all the voters in your neighborhood to hear from you as well. So if you have a phone, you can pull out your cell phone and just text Trump to 88022. You'll get campaign updates. We'll be working with you throughout the campaign as we move through the national convention and onto the general. Our campaign is working with the state and local county parties. We'll be working with the different candidates up and down the ballot. Not only is Donald Trump going to be able to rearrange the map, we're going to win not only in red states, but purple states and maybe even some blue states. We're going to do the same thing right here in Texas. We're going to win some purple counties, some purple districts, some blue counties, blue districts, but we need your help to do it. So text Trump, T-R-U-M-P, to 88022. Like us on Facebook at Texas for Trump. Sign up on our website for our email list. Encourage your friends to do it as well. You can sign up to volunteer, hit the checkbox. You also want to sign up as part of our coalition. We've got women, we've got business leaders, we've got veterans, first responders, hunters, women, any group you want to join. We've got different groups. We need to build coalitions. We'll be organizing statewide as well as locally. We need your help. So we're going to take a quick break, and we'll have Mr. Trump come out here shortly, maybe a few surprises. And thank you all for coming out.
you might find you get what you need. And I went down to the demonstration to get my fair share of abuse, singing words gonna vent our frustration. If we don't stars at night are big and bright. Deep in the heart of Texas, the prairie sky is wide and high. Deep in the heart of Texas, the sage in bloom is like perfume. Deep in the heart of Texas, reminds me of the one I love. Deep in the heart of Texas. Coyotes wail along the trail. Deep in the heart of Texas, the rabbits rush around the brush. Deep in the heart of Texas, the stars at night are big and bright. Deep in the heart of Texas, the prairie sky is wide and high. Deep in the heart of Texas, the sage in bloom is like perfume. Deep in the heart of Texas, reminds me of the one I love. Deep in the heart of Texas.
people getting theirs first. It is now time for America to get ours first. Americans first. And because he is thinking about us Americans, they want to call him a racist. They want to say that he hates black people and he hates Hispanics and he hates women. But I bet you there's some women right here in Houston, Texas that belong some Donald Trump. Because the Democrats are liars. Democrats are liars. Let me tell you why they're liars. Because Donald Trump is not a candidate that's going to tap dance for your vote. He's not going to do it. He's not going to do it. He is not going to pander after you, America. He's not going to pander after black people. He's not going to pander after white people. He's not going to pander after Hispanics. He says, I am going to deal with real issues that affects everybody. Because the fact of the matter is, if you can't get a job, poverty knows no color. Knows no color. And the Democrats have been pandering after black people for over 50 years. Yeah, I'm going to say it. They've been pandering after black people for over 50 years, and the black people, we are still broke. We're not strong as a people. Donald Trump is saying, I am coming to bring jobs back to America. Because the Democrats understand, if I can keep you and I fighting each other based off of the color of our skin, then I won't be focusing on the real issues like jobs leaving the country and making the rich richer and the poor stay poor. Somebody say, we won't have it. We will not have it. Not on my watch, and that's what I know, Houston. You will never let Hillary step foot in the White House. Never. Because you are going to get out and vote. And we understand. It's amazing how Hillary and the Democrats think we're stupid. They think we're stupid, and the Washington Post, oh my Lord. Did you read that about what the Washington Post said? They're talking about some 30 delegates were trying to scheme, and they're trying to block, our candidate Donald Trump from getting the nomination. That's ludicrous. And I know when we get to Cleveland, we as the Trump train are going to march ourselves into that place. We are going to make sure that nobody takes that nomination, because Donald Trump is going to say these words: I, Donald Trump, accept the nomination for the Republican President of the United States of America. Because with your help and with my help, we, with Donald Trump, will make this country great. Because I'm tired, America, I'm tired. I'm tired of people losing. I'm tired of our military getting treated like they're nothing. I'm tired. And guess what? Blue lives do matter. Blue lives matter. Because as long as the Democrats keep us focusing on our color, listen to me say this before I go. When you see somebody that looks different than you, smile at them. Smile. Acknowledge that they're in the room. Acknowledge that they're in the room. Show that we Trump supporters, we're not these racist hicks that the media tries to make us out to be. We're not. But we're going to let the media know that we are part of the United States of America. We are one people. We are one voice. Because USA. I say it all over this country. I say it all over this country that there are no black people. There are no white people. There are no Asian people. There are no Hispanic people. The only colors that matter is the colors of the red, white. And you're going to make sure, Houston, that you get out and vote. You're going to vote. You're going to vote. You're going to tell your neighborhoods to vote, because we are not ashamed to support Donald Trump for president of the United States of America. We're not ashamed. We're not ashamed. Somebody say, we're not ashamed. We're not ashamed, and we're coming for the Democrats. Hillary, we're coming for you. We're coming for you. We're coming for you. And we're going to march ourselves to the White House to welcome Donald J. Trump as the next president of the United States of America. God bless you, Houston. God bless America. I'm Pastor Mark Burns, and you better get out and vote for the next president. God bless you all. Shout, Trump! Trump, 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 Trump.
How's everybody doing tonight? In just a few seconds, you're going to hear from the man who's going to save the United States of America. Now, there's a few very big issues in this election, and I'm going to talk about a few of them very quickly with you. Now, one of the biggest issues in this election is the issue of border security. Now, all of you in this state have seen what open borders has done to this country. You've seen its effect on our schools. You've seen its effect on our hospitals. You've seen its effect on our wages, our jobs, and our security. Now, year after year after year, as working people have suffered and families have suffered, have our politicians done anything? No. They've delivered only for the special interest. Well, they've let innocent Americans suffer at the hands of illegal immigration. Donald J. Trump is going to secure the border, and he's going to build that wall. And Donald Trump, he's going to build that wall for every single American citizen. He's going to build that wall for every family that wants to raise their kids in peace and safety. He's going to build that wall so transnational gangs can't terrorize our communities anymore. He's going to build that wall because he believes in America, our own people come first, last, and always. This is a matter, folks, as you know here in the state of Texas, this is a matter of life and death. How many innocent Americans have died because we haven't secured our border? How many people have suffered because we didn't enforce our laws? You know, if I see out here the Stolen Lives banners, all of the wonderful parents, the moms and dads who had beautiful children, and they lost those children because the politicians of this country, like Hillary Clinton, don't believe in protecting Americans. Donald J. Trump will always protect Americans. And Donald J. Trump will secure the border on behalf of every mom who had to bury her own child. Now, Hillary Clinton has a different idea for border security. Hillary Clinton says we need to shut down the detention centers. Hillary Clinton says we need to give Obamacare to illegal immigrants. Hillary Clinton says we need to release people when they show up at the border. Hillary Clinton, folks, and you won't hear it in the media, she has the most radical immigration plan in the history of the United States. Hillary Clinton is the first person, really I would suspect, in the history of the world to run for this high office on a pledge to destroy her own nation's borders. Can America elect somebody to the highest office who will destroy the borders of her own country? What can you say about the moral character of a person who's not willing to protect their own citizens? It sounds pretty crooked to me, folks. But each of you has a responsibility, and each of you has a chance, and each of you has the privilege in 2016 to be able to change all of this. Each of you has the chance to ensure that your children can grow up in a country where the American people come first. Each of you has the chance to send all the special interests packing. Each of you has a chance to eject the people who betrayed you, who betrayed your family, and who failed this country for years. So my question for all of you, are you prepared to rise to the moment? Are you ready to rise to the occasion? Are you ready to come together as Americans and to protect the working people of this country? And are you prepared to send a message that politicians like Hillary Clinton, who sell favors to the highest bidder, who betray this country to the highest bidder, who betray you to the highest bidder, will never, ever, ever get to be president of the United States? We've had enough rule by special interests. We've had enough rule by top dollar. We'd have enough rule by the insiders. We are ready for a revolution of democracy. We are ready for a government to serve its people. We are ready for the peaceful, loving, decent, honest, hardworking, caring citizens of this country to be the captains of their own destinies again. We are ready for a republic that serves its own citizens, that doesn't measure their worth by their bank account, that doesn't measure your vote by how much you can donate, that doesn't measure your value by how much you can contribute. We are ready for a government that serves the citizens of this country because they are loyal, because they are caring, and because they call America home. So all of you have been bestowed by history with this chance to right a grave injustice on behalf of every single person who's been made a second-class citizen in their own country. You have a chance to deliver justice on behalf of every American who has suffered. Are you ready to vote for justice? Are you ready to vote for American children? Are you ready to vote for American jobs? Are you ready to vote for American wages? Are you ready to vote for decency and honesty in government? Are you ready to vote for principle and integrity in government? Are you ready to vote for a policy that puts Americans first? And are you ready, Texas, to vote for Donald J. Trump? God bless you, God bless this state, and God bless the United States. Thank you very much. Thank you for being here.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Lieutenant Governor of the great state of Texas, Dan Patrick.
Welcome, everyone. Question, are we going to let Hillary Clinton win Texas in November? I don't think Donald could hear you. Are we going to let Hillary Clinton win Texas in November? Are we going to squash her like a bug in November? We have worked so hard, everyone in this room, to elect Republicans in Texas in almost every office. Today, out of our 254 counties, 141 do not have one Democrat elected because of you. We do not want them to get a foothold. Donald Trump's going to win Texas, but not by 2 points, not by 5 points, not by 10 points. We want to send the Democrats packing forever. Donald Trump will be the change agent that you've been praying for and hoping for and wishing for and working for your entire life. This is the election. If you have anyone who's a friend, a family member, a coworker that says, you know, I don't know, here's what you tell them. You're voting straight Republican ticket in Texas and sending Donald Trump to the White House. And for that confused person that says, you know, I still don't know, say, look, come January, right after the inauguration, the next president is going to name the replacement for Antonin Scalia. Do we want that to be Hillary Clinton? Who do we want? The next president will most likely nominate and appoint 2 to 3 Supreme Court justices. This is a decision that doesn't just impact those of us here tonight. It impacts our children, our grandchildren, and generations to come. Because Hillary Clinton will nominate a Supreme Court justice who will eliminate the Second Amendment and take your guns away. We're not going to let that happen. I've had the great pleasure today of traveling with Mr. Trump from San Antonio. We had an event there, an event in Houston earlier, and I can tell you, it's the first time I met him. I've watched him, I've listened to him, I've heard him. I immediately said after Indiana that I was all in with Donald Trump because we must defeat Hillary Clinton, and he is the man to do it. But I can tell you, I was so impressed. His willingness to listen, to learn, so fascinated about everything in Texas, what we're all about, who we are. And I can tell you in just one day, now that he already has his cowboy hat, I can tell you, we're working on the boots next. I can tell you that this is someone, everyone in this room, every one of your family members, every one of your coworkers, and every one of your friends and neighbors will be proud to call Mr. President. So, just before he comes out, are we going to let Hillary Clinton win in November? One more time, are we going to let Hillary win? Is Donald Trump going to be the next president of the United States? One more Texas time. Who's going to be the next president of the United States? Again. Again. Love y'all. God bless. Mr. Trump will be right out. Thank y'all.
Texas, the prairie sky is wide and high. Deep in the heart of Texas, the sage in bloom is like perfume. Deep in the heart of Texas, reminds me of the one I love. Deep in the heart of Texas.
The woodlands, here we are in the woodlands. Who lives in the woodlands? We live all over the place. We live all over the place. Wow, what a group. Oh, thank you. Thank you. I love you. We love Texas. I love you. I love you, Texas. Man. Thank you. Wow. Thank you, everybody. Somebody asked me, how do you think you're going to do in Texas? I think we're going to do very well in Texas. Right? We're going to do very well. So I have to say this. You know, you have to see what's going on outside. There are lines that are two miles long. I don't know, and I'm not just saying this, even the press, for the first time, and they've seen 35,000 crowds with me, but I think they're even impressed. And to be honest with you, I mean, we're just coming in, and you're talking about miles and miles of people, and I wish the fire department, and they're great, they were wonderful, but they broke the all-time record for this building by far. And I see like you could squeeze a couple of people from outside, but I guess, you know, that's the fire marshals. We have to go by our fire marshals. Would anybody like to leave so that some more people could come in? I don't think so. I don't think. Well, I want to thank you. This is a great honor. You think this is easy, right? You think, so I get up this morning, I'm like one of the early birds, like a lot of you people. Everybody's an early bird in this group, I think. But I got up, and I was in Dallas, and last night we made a speech in Dallas, and we had an amazing crowd there too. Gillies, we had a packed house, and we had thousands of people outside that they actually thought were protesters. They weren't. They were people that couldn't get into the venue, thousands. And then we went to San Antonio, and we raised, we have some San Antonio. And we raised a lot of money over the last 2 days for the party. The party is doing very well. The party is actually liking me. You know, I'm an outsider. I'm an outsider. And historically, they don't love the outsiders. But I think they're starting to like me. And maybe there'll be a few. You know, you don't hear about the tremendous numbers of people. And I'm even talking about the politicians that are totally supportive. If one person raises a little question, it's like, oh, did you hear? Let me tell you, folks, we have tremendous support, tremendous. But the biggest support of all by far, right here. I'm the messenger, right here. Right here. We have support like perhaps nobody's ever had when they've run for office, certainly at this stage. I don't think anybody's ever seen anything like this. Some of the pundits that hate me, they hate me with a passion. Like, which is great. I mean, I love that. Oh, I love that. Look at that. Mexicans for Trump. Mexicans for Trump. I love it. I love it. I love that. Thank you. Thank you. That's cool, man. And you know why it's Mexicans for Trump? Because I'm going to bring jobs back into our country, folks. I'm going to bring jobs back into our country. And Hillary doesn't have a clue. She doesn't know about jobs. Remember this. Remember this. Her husband signed NAFTA. True. Maybe the worst economic development transaction ever signed in the history of our country. It cleaned out our manufacturing. I mean, I just won so many states, and I got to see these states. I went all over the different states in Pennsylvania, New York, all over the place. And I got to see what NAFTA, the havoc that it wreaked. And it's taken our jobs just like we're a bunch of babies, and moved them to other places. Honestly, moved them all over Mexico. We have states where they'd say, you know, I have statisticians, right? The world's most boring job, but yeah, we got to do it. Somebody's got to do it. And I'd get numbers where certain states lost 50 and 60% of their manufacturing jobs. And you'd go upstate, like upstate New York, and you see empty factories, empty buildings, buildings that you could buy for nothing, buildings that have been abandoned where they left, because Bill Clinton signed NAFTA, and it didn't affect him so much because he was gone, but boy, did it affect the rest of these presidents, let me tell you. And we're going to bring our jobs back. We're not going to be the stupid people anymore, folks. We're not going to be the stupid people. So, what we have, and we'll build the wall. He says build the wall. We're going to build the wall. We have to. We have to. We have to. Look, we have no choice. We have no choice. So I just got, 3 weeks ago, I got the endorsement of 16,500 Border Patrol agents, right? 16,000. It's the first time they've ever endorsed a presidential candidate, okay? And they're great people. And by the way, their job is much easier now. Stand back. Don't talk. Don't do this. Stand back. Much easier job. They want to do their job. They see what's happening to our country. They love our country. They want to do the job. They're not allowed to do their job. So here's what's going to happen. And I asked them, such incredible people. I asked them, I said, just, I got to be 100% sure. Do we need the wall? Well, you said yes, but they said yes also. I don't know what I would have done. Supposing they said no, I'd say, really? What am I going to do here? But I said, do we need? And they said, Mr. Trump, it is such an unbelievably important weapon for drugs pouring through. I mean, we have drugs pouring into our country. When I won New Hampshire, I love New Hampshire, my first victory. We won 37, I think, I have to say I think, because if it's like 36 or 35, even if it's 38 or 39, they'll correct me. But we won New Hampshire, and when I say we really won it. We won it. This is all about we. This is about we. We. I'll tell you, folks, I didn't have to do this. I didn't have to do this. This is, I love it. I love it. I love it. But I didn't have to do it. This is like work, folks. This is like, hey, you know what? Yesterday was the 1-year anniversary when I announced we're going to run. Yesterday. Great. The 1 year, that was the 1 year from yesterday. Somebody said, it's June 16th. I said, June 16th, that's when I decided to do this. And it's been a great experience. Thank you, darling. Thank you. I love you. I love you. I love everybody in this room. I love everyone in this room. And the amazing thing, and we all love each other. I'll tell you what, you see, oh, wow, somebody was protesting. The safest place to be anywhere is at a Trump rally, believe me. The safest place. It's the safest place. And no matter what you say, you just take a look. Now, if there's one protester that raises the hand, although I love it, the only way I get the show, because nobody has crowds like we have, and they'll admit that, not Bernie, and Bernie did pretty well with the crowds. He was second. By the way, a deep, deep second. He was way back. Now, don't forget, we agree with Bernie on one thing, trade. He knows how bad our trade deals are. He gets it. He gets it, and that's good. Now, we're trying to get Bernie's people, because a lot of those Bernie people hate Hillary Clinton, crooked Hillary as we call her. And of course, Bernie hates Hillary Clinton. We know that, that's for sure. One thing you gotta say, he doesn't give up. She's going, is he still here? Is he still here? Who would have thought that I was going to win, 8 weeks ago? It was supposed to be the opposite way. And here we have it. from 8 weeks ago, and she's still out there trying to say, can we get rid of Bernie? Is there any way? And just like she can't close that deal, folks, she won't be able to make trade deals. She won't be able to take care of our military. Everybody's going to be ripping us off as a country, okay? The same exact way and the same way that you're looking at it. So look, here's what we have to do. When I came down, thank you. When I came down, and I actually said, oh, I thought it was a protester. I said, friend or foe? And it was friend, and I was disappointed. Because if it's friend, the cameras will never go there. So that's no good. Thank you. That's called an enthusiastic friend. But just so you understand, we've had things happen to our country. I mean, World Trade Center. If you look at what happened in California recently, San Bernardino, you look at that. It's a radicalization like nobody's ever seen before. It's a radicalization. It's a hatred. It's a hatred. It's a deep-seated hatred. And President Obama is trying to make terrorism into guns. And it's not guns, folks. It is not guns. It is not guns. This is terrorism. And by the way, the NRA came out, National Rifle, I tell you what, they came out very strongly, probably the earliest they've ever done it. So the National Rifle Association endorsed Trump, and those people are fantastic people. You know, they take a lot of heat. They love this country. They love what it represents. They're protecting your Second Amendment, and nobody will protect your Second Amendment like Donald John Trump. Nobody. 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 And remember this, Hillary Clinton wants to abolish the Second Amendment. Essentially, she wants to abolish the Second Amendment. She wants to take your guns away, and you see things like we saw over the weekend. Remember this, if you had some of those incredible young people that were so brutally killed over the weekend, or people in Paris, where you have the toughest gun laws in the world, in Paris and France. In Paris, you have the toughest gun laws in the world, 130 killed, wounded, still in the hospital, devastated, they'll never be the same, just horribly wounded. Same thing in San Bernardino. Same thing in our military base, where we had 5 unbelievable soldiers. One of them was a world-class marksman. It was a gun-free zone. You know, a gun-free zone oftentimes means carnage, because let's call them the enemy, which is what they are, and we should declare war on ISIS. We should declare war on ISIS. War. It's war. It's war. And they're poisoning our youth through the internet. They're getting people to go over there. The press calls these people masterminds at the top level. They're not masterminds, folks. They're thugs. They're sick people. And we've got to put an end to it. And if we don't, we're not going to have a country left anymore. We're not going to have a country. So we're going to get very tough. Our military is depleted, badly depleted. You see that. Nobody better than our military people. Nobody better than our vets. Look at the way our vets are being taken care of. We're going to take care of our vets, folks. Who's a vet? We're going to take care of our vets. They wait online. These are great people, our greatest people. They wait online for 5, 6, and 7 days, and they die. They die waiting to see a doctor for a routine ailment, and they're waiting 5, 6, 7 days. And you see what's happening. You see what's happening. It's like Hillary. It's a corrupt enterprise, okay? It's a corrupt enterprise. And we're going to straighten that out. We're going to make sure they get very quick and very good care. And if they can't see a doctor, we're going to have them go across the street to a hospital, to a private doctor, to a public hospital, who cares? And we're going to pay the bill. We're going to pay that bill. And you know what? That's less expensive, by the way. That's less expensive than what we're doing right now. And you look at the number of deaths. So we're going to take care, very much so, we're going to take care of our veterans. And I'm the one, for the first time in decades, our veterans are going to be treated like they should be treated. They're going to be treated great. Wow. My friends. So I have in the front row, and I just see some of the greatest people, These are people who lost loved ones. These are my friends. And they called me right after my announcement, and they said, thank you, Mr. Trump. Nobody else has thought of them. These are people that lost loved ones to people that should not have been in the country. And I want to just thank you all. You're sweethearts. Thank you, darling. Thank you. Look at the sign. Hold that up. Look at that sign. Wow. Whoa. Gays for Trump. Well, look. Hillary Clinton, crooked Hillary, takes tens of millions of dollars into her foundation, takes tens of millions of dollars from countries that kill gays and that enslave women. And I will tell you, I am far better for women. I am far better for gays. And now, she wants people from these countries to come into the United States, and I was saying at a 500% greater clip than Obama, and the press said I was wrong. Guess what? It was 550%. It was more. 550% more than Obama coming in, and many of these countries, they want to kill gays, and they enslave women, and Hillary Clinton wants them pouring in. You tell me, who's better for gays? Who is better? Tell me, who is better for women? Who is better for women? And what happened to the LGBT community over the weekend, to what happened there, and remember this, before we get off to the next subject, which is going to be a very interesting subject for you folks, but don't we feel bad for the 10, 15, 20, how many people are outside, press? How many? Is it 10,000 or 20,000? Because I'll tell you what, I think it's closer to 20. Anyway. If we had people where the bullets were going in the opposite direction, right smack between the eyes of this maniac, if some of those wonderful people had guns strapped right here, right to their waist or right to their ankle, and this son of a bitch comes out and starts shooting, and one of the people in that room happened to have it and goes boom, boom. You know what? That would have been a beautiful, beautiful sight, folks. That would have been a beautiful, beautiful sight. So don't let them take your guns away. And believe me, you put me in there, we're going to save that Second Amendment. We're going to save your guns. They're not going to take away your bullets. They're not going to shorten up your magazines. They're not going to do anything. We're going to preserve it and we're going to cherish it, and that's what we have to do. Now, remember this. So we have I love you. Look at this guy. He keeps shouting. He loves. You love me, right? Okay. Hey, you know what? He's a guy, but I love him, okay? He's a guy, but I love him. That's cool, man. All right, so look, we have a lot of things happening. One of the things is by circumstance, we lost a great justice, Scalia, and on the Supreme Court, we're going to have probably 3 picks, but it could be 4, it could even be 5. It could be a record in the history of the Supreme Court for a 4-year term. And if Hillary gets in there and puts these horrendous picks in the Supreme Court, folks, we are like Venezuela. You see what's happening to Venezuela, right? You see what's happening. We will be a large-scale version of Venezuela, and it's not going to be pretty. One of the reasons I hope you're with me, and I know is there anybody in this room that's not going to vote for Trump? Just out of curiosity. Nobody. Wow. USA, USA. Amazing. Amazing. Okay, so, ready? So one of the most, look, defense is always the most important, right? You know, defense is always. But I will pick great, smart, brilliant, conservative, intellects, great judges. And what I've done is we went to the Federalist Society, where they really, and also with the auspices of Heritage, which is a great group. And we picked 11 judges. We're going to probably put 3 or 4 more on there. But we picked 11 great, great judges. And I said, from this group or very similar to this group, we are going to pick judges for the United States Supreme Court. And you're going to be proud of those judges, and they're going to be terrific. Hopefully very much in the mold of Judge Scalia. That's what we want to do, okay? So I just think it's so important. The defense of our country, we have to build up our military, we have to take care of our vets, we have to do all these things. But we have to pick great justices for the Supreme Court, and if we don't, we're not going to have a country anymore. We're not going to have a country. So it's so important. And a lot of people forget. They say, oh, well, this and that. It's so important. One of the most important things. Okay, so, ready? We need borders, right? We need borders. We need borders. And he was saying just a little while ago, the wall, and we're going to have the wall, and we're going to have a wall. It's going to be such a beautiful wall. It's going to be so big. It's going to be so powerful. It's going to be as beautiful as a wall can be. I've got to make it beautiful because maybe someday they'll name the wall the Trump wall. Who the hell knows? Who the hell knows? But folks, we have to have it. And the Border Patrol said, Mr. Trump, you need it. Look, here's the story. We need borders. We don't have borders right now. We need borders. We either have a country or we don't. We don't have borders, we don't have a country, all right? And people are pouring in, and we need this, but we also need it for drugs. When I was up in New Hampshire, I was going to say, I spent a great deal of time there, and I got to know the people. And it's a beautiful state, incredible. The beautiful lakes and rivers and roadways and the trees and everything. And I'd sit with a group and I'd say, what's the big problem in New Hampshire? They said heroin. I said, heroin? It doesn't work. I mean, it doesn't fit with everything, the beauty. And it turned out to be a massive, massive, massive problem for New Hampshire. And then I went to South Carolina, I went to Massachusetts, I went all over the place. No matter where I went, heroin and drugs that pour across the southern border. And I said to the people of New Hampshire, my first victory, I love them, I love them. I said to the people of New Hampshire, look, if I get elected, we're going to solve your problem. We're going to try and get your youth, and it's not only youth, it's beyond youth, but we're going to try and get people, help them. We're going to help them. We got to make them better. We got to get them off it. It's not easy. We're going to work like hell to get them off this horrible stuff that's flowing in. And it's cheaper than candy. It's cheaper than candy because there's so much of it. It pours in because our leadership, our president, doesn't have a damn clue what the hell he's doing. And our youth are being poisoned. They're being poisoned. And the wall will be done. And you know, interestingly, when I was talking to certain politicians, they said, you don't really build a wall. I mean, you can't really build a wall. Well, we have 2,000 miles. We actually need 1,000, even less than that, because we have a lot of natural barriers, right? Big, strong, wonderful natural barriers. So we need 1,000 miles. The Great Wall of China is 13,000 miles long, and it was built 2,000 years ago, folks. 2,000 years ago. And they didn't have Caterpillar tractors, just so you understand. You know, to the best of my knowledge, they didn't have, and we will not use Komatsu, we will use Caterpillar, okay? We will use Caterpillar. We're not using Komatsu. You know, I used to tell the story, and I could see what was happening. I don't know if you saw, 2 days ago it was announced that our trade deficit, is the largest it's been in 7 years, okay? Now think of that, how sad. And here I am for years saying our trade, our trade, our trade. And the arrogance, they don't listen. They don't listen to me, they have to listen to me, right? Because I'm representing a lot of people, folks. So we have the largest trade deficit we've had in many, many years. And that's why I mentioned the name Komatsu, right? And a friend of mine, this is 2 years ago now, I used to tell this story, I haven't told it. But he's an excavator, a great excavator, big. And I see him and he's very sad. And I say, why are you sad? He's a rough guy, he doesn't get too sad, but he gets sad. He's rough. Most excavators are pretty rough, right? You know, these are not babies. But let's say this, he's as sad as an excavator can be, right? But he said to me, Donald, I just ordered Komatsus. I said, really? Why? He said, because Japan has devalued their currency to such an extent, and he always bought Caterpillar tractors. His whole life he bought Caterpillar, and they couldn't compete, only for one reason, because Japan has brilliantly devalued, and he went on and made a very, very large order of Komatsu. I say, are they as good? He said, no, but they're very good. They're very good, high quality equipment, not as good, but good enough and quite good. And I said, so what do you think? He said, our country's in trouble. And I started telling this story 2 years ago, and if you think about it, I really predicted exactly what was going to happen, because look at what's going on. We're losing our jobs like crazy. The reason I won Indiana was largely, well, was because of Bobby Knight. I mean, Bobby Knight, you know, Bobby Knight! And some other great folks, I want to tell you. And I think we would have won very big anyway, but boy, did we win in a big landslide. But you know what? That was right in the time when everybody was talking about Carrier air conditioner moving to Mexico, firing 1,400 people. And those people were following me around that week in Indiana. They came from Indianapolis, and Carrier had a big plant, and they said, we're closing it, folks. So remember, it was on all over television. We're closing it. We're moving to Mexico. Now, I don't blame Mexico. I don't blame Mexico. And I don't blame China for ripping us off, and they are ripping us big league, right? Biggest trade deficits in the history of the world with China. We have rebuilt China. I don't hold it against them at all. Not all. I don't hold it against China. I don't hold it against Japan. I don't hold it against Mexico or Vietnam or India or any other country that's killing us on trade, that's taking our jobs. I don't hold it against them. I hold it against our leaders for being grossly incompetent. They're incompetent. And when they want to take our companies out of our country, There's going to be a price to be paid. There's going to be consequences. No more, folks. No more. No more. No more empty factories that sit there and rot like all over Pennsylvania, all over New York State, all over Maryland. I'm looking at these places. You wouldn't believe what you're seeing. And you could see 20, 25 years ago, thriving enterprises, and now they're rotted from the water and from the wind. So we're going to do things, folks, and we're going to be the smart people again. You know, a lot of the Republicans have said to me, and they said, you know, you are not conservative. And the reason I imitate somebody, he said, you are not a conservative because you don't believe in free trade. Okay. Who cares? Let me tell you, folks, let me tell you. Number one, I'm a Republican. Number two, I happen to be conservative. But more importantly, I was asked by one of the networks recently, so what is your status? You know, to be a conservative, you're supposed to believe in free trade, goes across the border. But we don't have free trade. People think we do because they're stupid people. We don't have free trade. With China, they dump their product all over the place. They're dumping steels and ruining our steel mills. They're ruining our steel mills. Obama's closing up our coal miners and our mines. So you got miners all over the place. And you know what? I went into West Virginia. We won West Virginia in a landslide because the miners know that I'm going to put the miners back to work. We're going to put the steel workers back to work. We're going to put them back to work. And we're going to put them back fast. But I don't blame these countries. What I do is I blame our inadequate leadership. And it's almost hard to believe that this could be happening when you look at what's going on with our country. Now, here's what we're going to do. Let's take and I could talk about Ford. I can talk about Carrier. I can talk about hundreds of different companies that are no longer here. They're no longer here. And here's the story, folks. I believe in free trade. Okay, that's official. But here's the problem with free trade. We need smart leaders to make free trade work. And we have leaders that are not smart. In fact, they're rather stupid, I must say. They're rather stupid. So I was asked on a program the other day, recently, they said, do you believe in free trade? I said, yeah, I do. Do you believe in fair trade? Yeah, I do. I believe in trade. Well, what kind of trade do you like the best? I said, here's my trade. I want to make great deals. That's what it is for the people, for this country. I don't care if it's free trade. I don't care if it's fair. It doesn't make any difference. I want my trade deal. I want to make good deals for you. And I have the greatest negotiators in the world. We have Carl Icahn. I've gotten endorsed by the big business leaders. They love Trump, what can I tell you? But I have such great endorsement. We have the greatest negotiators in the world in our country, and we don't use them to make these deals that are bigger than any company's deals. These are the biggest deals. Deals with China, deals with Japan and Mexico. These are the biggest deals in the world, folks. And we use political lightweights, political hacks that don't know what they're doing. And China looks at us and they can't believe how stupid we are. They can't believe they get away with it for years. It's amazing that the country, not so well, but that the country functions. It's amazing. So we're going to change all of that. And when we came down, remember, when I started this journey, it was about illegal immigration, and these are my friends right here, and they've lost big league, the biggest. They've lost the biggest. All of my friends, unbelievable people. They've lost the biggest. But when I came down, it was about illegal immigration, and it was about trade, and it was about a strong military. But basically, it was about illegal immigration and trade and bringing our jobs back. Then we had Paris happen, and we had other things happen, whether it's San Bernardino or so many others. And I started saying, wow, we got to toughen up this country. We have to be very, very smart and very strong and very vigilant. And we have to get people, when they see there are bombs all over the floor of an apartment, They have to report these people to the authorities, and they have to report them fast. They have to report them fast. No more games. You know, the leader of the Paris attack, they couldn't find him. Do you remember? And it was almost a year. You know where he lived? Right next to where he was living for years. Everybody knew he was there. Nobody reported him. They found him through luck. Nobody reported him. San Bernardino, they see all these bombs all over the floor. They say, well, you know, not too normal to have bombs all over your apartment floor, right? People saw it. This maniac over the weekend, look at his record. People saw what he was doing. First of all, his wife knew. I think his father knew. I think a lot of people knew. And they didn't report him. And we have now 50 young people. We have 50 people dead. We have a tremendous number of people badly, horribly, gravely injured. They didn't report him. They knew he was going to go. They knew he was going to explode. Nobody reported him. Nobody. They have to report. And I've been saying it for 2 weeks, big league. And now all of a sudden people are saying report. They're saying report. Okay. So here's one other thing, folks. We have a country that's bust, right? We have a country that's bust. We protect Japan. We protect Germany. We protect Saudi Arabia. We protect South Korea. We protect all these countries, and they don't pay us what it costs. They don't pay us. We're losing a fortune. We have to go to those countries, which are wonderful countries. We have to say we need help. Now, Hillary said, how dare Donald Trump say that? He wants to abandon Japan. I don't want to abandon Japan. Now, here's the problem with what she said. By her saying that, you can never make a good deal. Because she's saying under no circumstances, folks, we have to be prepared to walk. I don't want to walk. Hopefully we're not going to walk. But if you don't say you're going to walk, or if you're not prepared to walk, you're never going to get them to pay. We are losing billions and billions and billions of dollars protecting very strong financial behemoths. South Korea. How about Saudi Arabia? Saudi Arabia was making $1 billion a day when the oil was high. Now they're still making a fortune. If we weren't there, Saudi Arabia wouldn't be there for 2 weeks, okay? We protect Saudi Arabia. We pay rent. We pay rent on facilities that we have. We pay rent, and we're protecting. With Japan, with our Japan treaty, if the United States gets attacked, they can watch the attack on Sony television and never do a thing. If they get attacked, we have to use the full force of our armed forces to protect them, okay? Who makes these deals? Who makes these deals? Who makes these deals? So what I'm saying is this. I have to go, my favorite. So I get asked by a very good commentator, what do you think of NATO? Now, in all fairness, I've been doing deals all my life. I built this great company and all that stuff. And I do deals. Nobody talked about NATO. I mean, in all fairness, I'd like to say I have great experience with NATO, but I do have a lot of common sense, and I do have a lot of business instinct, like some of my friends that are here. So the question is, what do you think of NATO? I'm saying to myself, first thing is, nobody's ever asked me this before. Second thing is, well, I said this. I said, number one, I believe it's obsolete. Set up many, many years ago about the Soviet Union. Soviet Union doesn't exist. Now it's Russia, but Russia's still a big threat. It's okay for Russia. The problem is that our new threat is terrorism. And NATO wasn't really set up for terrorism. They don't even have the right countries, all right? So I said, it's obsolete because it doesn't take care and take into account terrorism. Number two, all of these countries, well, a lot of them don't pay. In the real estate business, I have some friends that are in real estate here. They call it, they're delinquent, right? They're delinquent. They didn't pay their rent. These people didn't pay. Now, we're protecting them, probably end up in Third World War by protecting these countries. They don't even pay, or they pay us a fraction, or they pay us much less than they've agreed to pay us, because nobody asked them for money. In the meantime, we have the highest taxes in the world. We have budget deficits that are through the roof. And by the way, speaking of that, I'm lowering your taxes lower than any other candidate by far, by far. And we're getting rid of these horrible, horrible regulations that are killing people and killing small business. We're getting rid of so many of them. So many of them. So I said, it's obsolete. They don't take care of terrorism. And they're not paying up. They got to pay up. And it turned out I was right on both counts. But I'll never forget, the first 3 or 4 days, Donald Trump didn't know anything about NATO. I said, why? 3 or 4 days later, all of a sudden, people that studied it very closely, that never study anything else, so like they have blinders on, right? They can't see the forest for the trees, right? You know the expression. They can't see the forest for the trees. All of a sudden, 3 or 4 days later, people are saying, he's brilliant, he's right, he's brilliant. Like Putin. Putin called me brilliant. I like it. They want me to disavow. Putin said Donald Trump is brilliant. Essentially, he'll be the next leader. But Donald Trump is brilliant. And the people I was debating against, they said, we would like you to disavow that statement. I said, you think I'm going to disavow that statement? Are you crazy? So, with NATO. So, I went 3 days, and the press was just absolutely brutal, like I didn't know what the hell I'm talking about. Give me a break. Then 3 or 4 days later, the experts are starting to say, you know, Trump is sort of right. It's obsolete. These are people that study it 8 hours a day. They study it. And they're saying, you know, Trump could be right. And he's right also. They're not paying up. They're not paying up. They owe us a lot of money, many of these countries. Okay. Now, here's what happens. About 7 days ago, front page of the Wall Street Journal. Big, big story. NATO to set up major terrorism unit. General so-and-so to be the head of it. I said, that's what I said. Now, they don't give me credit for that. You know, they had a little sentence, like a little 1/3 sentence. Donald Trump wasn't happy about it. Oh, great. Great. Folks, our country has such incredible potential. We have such incredible potential. There are so many pockets of fat. There are so many pockets of stupidity. We can bring our country back bigger and better and stronger than ever before. I'm telling you. Just on the military. And I said this. I said, again, you have to always be prepared to walk. But just on the military, I said, look, we want to help Japan. We want to be a great ally to Japan. We'll always be friends with Japan. But, you know, they got to help us. Obama sent a general out, and he said, doesn't Donald Trump know, this is true, I promise. Doesn't Donald Trump know that Japan covers 50% of the cost of the military? I said, why don't they cover 100% of the cost of the, why? 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 Now, you know, if he said 50%, the number is probably 25 or 20%, okay? Folks, we're like the country, and so true, that's being led by the dumb people. It's not going to happen anymore, folks. It's America first. It's America first. It's America first. And we're going to get it going, and we're going to get it going like it hasn't been going in many, many years. I really mean it. You know my theme. I see all these hats, Make America Great Again. White, red, camo, black, all of these hats. But we're going to, you know, the theme is Make America Great Again. I honestly believe it will be Make America Great Again, Make America Safe Again, safe. And I really believe, I really, really believe that our country can be greater than ever before. I know the people. These are unbelievable These are unbelievable people. And folks, we don't win anymore, right? We don't win anymore. We don't win. We don't win with anything. We don't win on trade. We don't win with the military. We're going to knock the hell out of ISIS. By the way, we have no choice. We have no choice. We have no choice. But we're going to start winning again. We're going to win so much you people are going to get sick of it. You're going to come up and they're going to call me from Texas. Mr. Trump, sir, you have thousands and thousands of calls from Texas. They're all your friends. They heard you speak one night. Mr. Trump, they're very upset. President Trump, they're very upset. They're going to walk in, and they're going to say, go ahead, what the hell difference? They're going to walk in, they're going to say, President Trump. Thousands and thousands of calls from Texas. They are so upset with you, Mr. President. They can't stand the amount with which you're winning by. Everything is a win. You're winning on trade. You're winning at the border. You're winning with your military. You're winning on health care. We're going to repeal that horrible stuff and replace it. Mr. President, sir, you're winning with Common Core. You're going to end it and bring education local. Mr. President, sir, they can't believe you've saved the Second Amendment 100%. And Mr. President, the people of Texas do not want you to win so much. It's driving them crazy. And I'm going to say, tell the people of Texas that I love them, but we're going to continue to win. We're going to win so much. We're going to make America great again. I love you. Thank you all. I love you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
The stars at night are big and bright, deep in the heart of Texas.
All right, folks, what we're going to do is keep this shot as long as we can and show you a little bit of a speech, just in case if you just missed it.
If some of those wonderful people had guns strapped right here, right to their waist or right to their ankle, and this son of a bitch comes out and starts shooting, and one of the people in that room happened to have it and goes boom, boom. You know what? That would have been a beautiful, beautiful sight, folks. That would have been a beautiful, beautiful sight. So don't let them take your guns away. And believe me, you put me in there, we're going to save that Second Amendment. We're going to save your guns. They're not going to take away your bullets. They're not going to shorten up your magazines. They're not going to do anything. We're going to preserve it and we're going to cherish it. And that's what we have to do. Now, remember this. So we have a, I love you. Look at this guy. He keeps shouting. He loves, you love me, right? Okay. Hey, you know what? He's a guy, but I love him, okay? He's a guy, but I love him. That's cool, man. All right, so look, we have a lot of things happening. One of the things is by circumstance, we lost a great justice, Scalia, and on the Supreme Court, we're going to have probably 3 picks, but it could be 4, it could even be 5. It could be a record in the history of the Supreme Court for a 4-year term. And if Hillary gets in there and puts these horrendous picks in the Supreme Court, folks, we are like Venezuela. You see what's happening to Venezuela, right? You see what's happening. We will be a large-scale version of Venezuela, and it's not going to be pretty. One of the reasons I hope you're with me, and I know is there anybody in this room that's not going to vote for Trump? Just out of curiosity. Nobody. Wow. USA, USA. Amazing. Amazing. Okay, so, ready? So, one of the most, look, defense is always the most important, right? You know, defense is always. But I will pick great, smart, brilliant, conservative, intellects, great judges. And what I've done is we went to the Federalist Society, where they really, and also with the auspices of Heritage, which is a great group. And we picked 11 judges. We're going to probably put 3 or 4 more on there. But we picked 11 great, great judges. And I said, from this group or very similar to this group, we are going to pick judges for the United States Supreme Court. And you're going to be proud of those judges, and they're going to be terrific. Hopefully very much in the mold of Judge Scalia. That's what we want to do, okay? So I just think it's so important. The defense of our country, we have to build up our military, we have to take care of our vets, we have to do all these things. But we have to pick great justices for the Supreme Court, and if we don't, we're not going to have a country anymore. We're not going to have a country. So it's so important. And a lot of people forget. They say, oh, well, this and that. It's so important. One of the most important things. Okay, so, ready? We need borders, right? We need borders. We need borders. And he was saying just a little while ago, the wall. And we're going to have the wall. And we're going to have a wall. It's going to be such a beautiful wall. It's going to be so big. It's going to be so powerful. It's going to be as beautiful as a wall can be. I've got to make it beautiful, because maybe someday they'll name the wall the Trump wall. Who the hell knows? Who the hell knows? But folks, we have to have it. And the Border Patrol said, Mr. Trump, you need it. Look, here's the story. We need borders. We don't have borders right now. We need borders. We either have a country or we don't. We don't have borders, we don't have a country, all right? And people are pouring in, and we need this, but we also need it for drugs. When I was up in New Hampshire, I was going to say, I spent a great deal of time there, and I got to know the people. And it's a beautiful state, incredible. The beautiful lakes and rivers and roadways and the trees and everything. And I'd sit with a group and I'd say, what's the big problem in New Hampshire? They said heroin. I said, heroin? It doesn't work. I mean, it doesn't fit with everything, the beauty. And it turned out to be a massive, massive, massive problem for New Hampshire. And then I went to South Carolina, I went to Massachusetts, I went all over the place. No matter where I went, heroin and drugs that pour across the southern border. And I said to the people of New Hampshire, my first victory, I love them, I love them. I said to the people of New Hampshire, look, if I get elected, we're going to solve your problem. We're going to try and get your youth, and it's not only youth, it's beyond youth, but we're going to try and get people, help them. We're going to help them. We got to make them better. We got to get them off it. It's not easy. We're going to work like hell to get them off this horrible stuff that's flowing in. And it's cheaper than candy. It's cheaper than candy because there's so much of it. It pours in because our leadership, our president, doesn't have a damn clue what the hell he's doing. And our youth are being poisoned. They're being poisoned. And the wall will be done. And you know, interestingly, when I was talking to certain politicians, they said, you don't really build a wall. I mean, you can't really build a wall. Well, we have 2,000 miles. We actually need 1,000, even less than that, because we have a lot of natural barriers, right? Big, strong, wonderful natural barriers. So we need 1,000 miles. The Great Wall of China is 13,000 miles long, and it was built 2,000 years ago, folks. 2,000 years ago. And they didn't have Caterpillar tractors, just so you understand. You know, to the best of my knowledge, they didn't have, and we will not use Komatsu, we will use Caterpillar, okay? We will use Caterpillar. We're not using Komatsu. You know, I used to tell the story, and I could see what was happening. I don't know if you saw, 2 days ago it was announced that our trade deficit is the largest it's been in 7 years, okay? Now think of that. How sad. And here I am for years saying our trade. And the arrogance, they don't listen. They don't listen to me. They have to listen to me, right? Because I'm representing a lot of people, folks. So we have the largest trade deficit we've had in many, many years. And that's why I mentioned the name Komatsu, right? And a friend of mine, this is 2 years ago now, I used to tell this story, I haven't told it. But he's an excavator, a great excavator, big. And I see him and he's very sad. And I say, why are you sad? He's a rough guy, doesn't get too sad, but he gets sad. He's rough. Most excavators are pretty rough, right? You know, these are not babies. But let's say this, he's as sad as an excavator can be, right? But he said to me, Donald, I just ordered Komatsus. I said, really? Why? He said, because Japan has devalued their currency to such an extent, and he always bought Caterpillar tractors. His whole life he bought Caterpillar, and they couldn't compete, only for one reason, because Japan has brilliantly devalued, and he went on and made a very, very large order of Komatsu. I say, are they as good? He said, no, but they're very good. They're very good, high-quality equipment, not as good, but good enough and quite good. And I said, so what do you think? He said, our country's in trouble. And I started telling this story 2 years ago, and if you think about it, I really predicted exactly what was going to happen, because look at what's going on. We're losing our jobs like crazy. The reason I won Indiana was largely, well, it was because of Bobby Knight.
All right, folks, we are going live right now. Ariel's right here in Phoenix. And we have a large car fire. We are being told it might be a ice cream truck. Take a look at this video here, folks. Wow. Yes. It's definitely an ice cream truck. Once again, folks, welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream. This is happening at 33rd Drive in Diana. Sky Fox over an ice cream truck fire, and it is completely toasted. All right, folks, Sky Fox is now headed, unfortunately, to another scene where we are hearing reports of a possible drowning situation in Glendale. All right, folks, so you could obviously see a police situation here. We do not have anything confirmed right now, but the reason why Sky Fox is up in the air because of a reported drowning call. We don't have anything confirmed at this point, but there is looks like an umbrella in the pool here. Patio table, I don't know. All right, folks, once again, welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream. We are covering breaking news here. Possible drowning call near 67th Avenue in Glendale. Working to get you guys some confirmed info right now. But you can see, obviously, a police investigation is happening right now. A situation where we do see some police officers on the cul-de-sac here. 67th Avenue in Glendale.
Hey guys, Kinsey here. You are checking out live visuals from Skyfox 67th Avenue in Glendale. We are waiting to get more information on a possible drowning. Police received a call about a possible drowning, and we are hovering over the location. Hopefully I'll have more details for you soon. Again, these visuals, thanks to Skyfox, we're at 67th Avenue in Glendale. And again, what we're looking at is a drowning call, possible drowning call, and it's interesting because there is a table, a patio table in this pool with the umbrella still attached to it. So details are scarce, but that's what we're looking at here at 67th Avenue in Glendale. Looks like chopper is clearing. And next it looks like we're going to head to 21st Place, North 21st Place for a police scene, like an active police scene. So we're headed in that direction next for an active police scene. Hopefully there will be additional details on that as well. is our screen going out? Hey, look, we are getting, looks like Fox National's having a junket.
The next step
for
is then with all of those
some
things?
of our talent
Yes,
for our primetime television shows. Let's see what they're up to.
In the entertainment industry, hopefully book a show and be an actress on a sitcom. But I will continue advocating for my causes. I'm doing a 10-city tour with the Alzheimer's Association, June 20th through 30th. So I'm definitely going to keep using my voice to try and make a difference in the world and inspire people to use their voice to do the same.
Great. Well, then I just have two quick last questions. First of all, with your win, did you ever think you would have such an also interesting and famous TV moment? And what has it been like to have that? Because now everyone's kind of taken it in stride.
Well, obviously nobody expected any
Right.
of that to happen. It was really a mistake. I was surprised myself, but at the end of it, I think that right now, just trying to analyze everything that's happened, everybody's okay now. I'm, Ari, Miss Columbia, she's doing very well, and the other candidates, from what I know, have been doing very well too. Like when I visit them in their countries, I hear stories about what they've been doing, and it seems like everything turned out to be okay anyway. So I'm just glad that even after all of that controversy, everything's finally okay now. We can move forward, and I can finally focus on the things that I want to do as Miss Universe.
Great. Okay, I know I have to wrap, but I know Miss USA coming up June 5th. What is a great piece of advice that you give to the contestants at this point in the process as they're prepping? Because it's right around the corner.
It's so soon, and I remember being in their shoes a year ago and being so nervous because your entire life could change overnight. But I think the best advice is to just keep breathing and stay true to yourself. Win as you. Don't try to be anything else or anyone else. Go show them who you are, your heart, your causes, and that's what's going to be inspiring. That's what's going to win you the title.
Nice. Well, thank you both so much. Nice talking with you. Appreciate it. I'll come down here. Have fun.
Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, so it looks like we're gonna cut out of that. All right, so it's been a year since the mass shooting in Charleston. I covered that for you that night. It was horrific. I cannot believe it's been a year. That was such a scary night because after the shootings, they knew that the gunman was still on the loose, and so it was trying to digest the horror of that evening, trying to get facts, details about what happened that night.
Here's your package running right now.
And
Here's your package running right now.
hold on. So where I'm going to take you now is the funeral and just a service out of Charleston, remembering some of those victims. But yeah, that was such a horrific night, and it was hard. I was trying to get information from Twitter, trying to get details. Remember when they posted a picture of like a reporter saying that was the suspect? It was just a mess of an evening. It was heartbreaking. And on top of that, it's so close to what now we've got Orlando. Now they're so close together. These horrific, disgusting mass shootings that I cannot comprehend to save my life. So let's remember. Let's go back and remember some of these victims and listen to what Charleston has to say about the victims in that horrific Charleston shooting that happened a year ago today.
and may we pray. Our God, our help in ages past, our hope for years to come, our shelter from the stormy blast, and our eternal home. 1,000 years in thy sight are like an evening gone, short as the watch ends the night before the rising sun. Time, like an ever-rolling stream, bear all its sons away. They fly forgotten as a dream dies at the opening day. We pray thy blessings upon this day. We thank you for the leadership and the continuity of care from our Episcopal leaders, the Right Reverend Richard Franklin Norris, Mother Mary Ann Norris, our ecumenical bishop, the Right Reverend Reginald Jackson, and our residence bishop, retired Zedekiah Grady. We thank you for the leadership of our state by way of Governor Haley, Mayor John Teckenberg, retired Mayor Rowley. We thank you, Lord, for the presiding elders and the leadership of this Edistal district, Dr. Norvell Goff, Dr. Alon Wayne Parrott, and the presiding elders of the entire state of South Carolina. Now, God, we thank you for these pastors, not only in the African Methodist Episcopal Church, but throughout the entire ecumenical community, for their prayers for us the entire year long through. Thank you for Dr. Betty Dees Clark and all of the pastors, clergy, and ministers who have assembled themselves as a part of this celebration. Oh, how we do remember. We thank you for these 9 families who are represented, steadfast, unmovable, yet holding on to your unchanging hands. Help us, God, as we learn not only about the vulnerability of life, but of the value of human life. We have gathered to remember the terrible price paid, and also the terrible price paid for the indifference and the silence all around the world. Help us to harness positive energies as we work and pray together to banish all human oppression from the world. God, help us to recognize that when any fellow human being is stripped of humanity, or any person is turned into an object of repression, tortured, defiled, or victimized by terrorism, or prejudice, or racism, then all human beings are victims likewise. O God, our Father, we do remember in the suffering and the death of the Emmanuel 9 and all those who were victims of senseless gun violence. We remember this awful night in Charleston and even the early morning in Orlando that took place in our lifetime. We share the wounds of the survivors. We recall the pain only because we must never permit it to come again. Our spirit is strengthened by remembering our hope in our strength. Help us, O God, never to deny humanity in others, for it is then we destroy humanity within ourselves. Help us, God, never to reject the human and the holy in any neighbor's soul. Lord, have mercy upon us. Have mercy upon the soul and the life of young Dylan Ruth. Have mercy upon all of our souls and all of our lives. And now, God, with the forgiveness of all of our sins, hear our prayers as we petition Thee and Thee alone. In all things we give Thee thanks, for we know that you're able to heal all of our soul diseases. Bless us now, God, and we shall be blessed. Teach us and we shall be taught. It is in the name of Jesus we pray. Hallelujah. Amen. Can we take about 30 seconds and just give him all the praise? Come on, put your hand. Is there anybody here? Want to just thank God for waking you up this morning? How many of you want to thank God for the Mother Emanuel 9 and the survivors and Emanuel AME Church and the city of Charleston, the state of South Carolina? Come on, put your hand together. We give him total praise for America, for the world. Come on. Oh, you can do better. Come on. Yeah. How many of you believe that your faith is stronger than fear? Come on. Love is stronger than hate. Come on. Give him total praise. You may be seated. We will continue to govern ourselves accordingly, and it's now time for the reading of the scripture lessons will be given to us in our hearing as outlined in our worship guide this morning.
I'd like to read from Psalm 46, starting in verse 1. God is our refuge and strength, an ever-present help in trouble. Therefore, we will not fear. Though the earth give way and the mountains fall into the heart of the sea, though its waters roar and foam and the mountains quake with their surging, there is a river whose streams make glad the city of God, the holy place where the Most High dwells. God is within her. She will not fall. God will help her at break of day. Nations are in uproar. Kingdoms fall. And he lifts his voice, and the earth melts. The Lord Almighty is with us. The God of Jacob is our fortress. Come and see what the Lord has done. The desolations he has brought on the earth, he makes wars cease to the ends of the earth. He breaks the bow and shatters the spear. He burns the shields with fire. He says, be still and know that I am God. I will be exalted among the nations. I will be exalted in the earth. Charleston, the Lord Almighty is with us. The God of Jacob is our fortress. May God add his blessing to the reading of the word.
First Thessalonians 4:13 and following. Brothers, we do not want you to be ignorant about those who fall asleep, or to grieve like the rest of men who have no hope. We believe that Jesus died and rose again, so we believe that God will bring with Jesus those who have fallen asleep in him. According to the Lord's own word, we will tell you that we who are still alive, who are left till the coming of the Lord, will certainly not precede those who have fallen asleep. For the Lord himself will come down from heaven with a loud command, with the voice of an archangel, and with the trumpet call of God, and the dead in Christ will rise first. After that, we who are still alive and are left will be caught up together with them in the clouds to meet the Lord in the air. So we will be with the Lord forever. Therefore,
becoming more precious than gold that perishes though it is tested by fire, may be found to praise and honor and glory at the revelation of Jesus Christ. Let me pause right there. This is not our praise and glory and honor to God. This is God's praise and glory and honor to His faithful saints. He will come and honor and glory in your faithfulness. Whom we have not seen. We have not seen Jesus face to face, but yet we love Him. Though now you do not see Him, yet believing you rejoice with joy inexpressible. You rejoice with inexpressible joy, full of glory, receiving the end of your faith, the salvation of your souls. May we be refreshed like a drink. Good news of the gospel of Jesus Christ.
Scorcher. Someone just wrote. We do say that.
As the struggle continues, know that we are all part of a collective family that yearns to heal with you. Today's service reminds us that though there are times when our spirits get altered, we will never stop striving to build a brighter future for the communities that call to us and for the world that we all share for such a brief moment in time. As we come together to reflect on the lives of Cynthia Hurd, Susie Jackson, Ethel Lance, DePayne Middleton Doctor, Twanza Sanders, Daniel Ellison Sr., Sharonda Coleman Singleton, Martha Thompson, and Clementa Eden, known as the Guardian of our thoughts and prayers. President Barack Obama and First Lady Michelle Obama. Thank you. Good morning. Commissioners, President Gardo, Paul, esteemed clergy, fellow esteemed elected officials, survivors, families that we lost, honors and friends, good morning again. I must admit, when I saw the program, that I was following the remarks of President Obama. It was a little I guess it's just become my calling to follow the tough acts. Alon Sanders, L. Susan Jackson, Reverend Dean Middleton, Dr. Reverend Simmons, Meyer, Thompson. These are the men and women, the nine beautiful souls that the world knows today as the Emmanuel line. They were our mothers and fathers, our sons and daughters, our sisters and brothers, our friends and fellow citizens. They loved their lives, they loved their families, and they loved their friends, and they loved God. And because of the ancient, unreasoning evil of racial hatred, they were crucially stolen from us 1 year ago today by a soul-sick young man. That the families could find the strength to forgive him in the days that followed was an eloquent testament to the beauty of God's amazing grace. That our whole city could find itself uplifted and transformed by the power of their example was nothing less than a miracle in this modern world. But as inspired as we all were and are by the sense of unity and love and compassion that our city and its people found in those terrible days, we cannot forget that here on earth, the will of God is joined to the hand of man and woman. We are the instruments of his work. And words alone, no matter how sincere or well-intended, can never be substituted for sustained, meaningful action. And this is nothing new. It goes back to the history of our human race. The evil acts back to the time of Cain and Abel. And the call for meaningful act, thousands of years old. I read from you in chapter 58 of the prophet Isaiah, where he says, "No, the kind of fasting I want calls you to free those who are wrongly imprisoned and to stop oppressing those who work for you. Treat them fairly and give them what they earn. I want you to share your food with the hungry and to welcome poor wanderers to your home. Give clothes to those who need them, and do not hide from relatives who need your help. If you do these things, your salvation will come like dawn. Yes, your healing will come quickly. Your godliness will lead you forward, and the glory of the Lord will protect you from behind. You will have your back. Then when you call, the Lord will answer, yes, I am here. He will reply quickly.
Almost 700 years ago, the great Italian poet Dante told us, quote, "For in his will is our peace." In his will is our peace. If in some way we can attach ourselves to God's will and allow ourselves to be carried by it, we can hope for peace. We can expect peace, but this question of God's will and our peace is no simple matter when so much of life under God's will leaves us so unsettled. Is it really God's will that awful things happen? How do our struggles fit into God's plan for us? The Word of God invites us to pray, not that I know thy will, but simply thy will be done, thy kingdom come. We are called not to knowing that will, but doing that will, letting it happen within us. This is far more demanding since it will require trust. It requires faith. When we pray and act this way, we allow ourselves to be led in ways that we do not know or have chosen. When we pray and act this way, we acknowledge our trust in God, who does want us to be healed and saved. We are confident that God's will is a loving and a saving will and will never let us be lost. That trust in God and God's will cuts through the hard edges, confusions, and tragedies, and then we can know the meaning of the word. In God's will is our peace. So again, it's not just meaningful words, but actions. As we are led by the words of Isaiah thousands of years ago, and in St. Matthew 25, of how to reach out to our neighbor, to our brothers and sisters, and show our love. And we have all those things today to work on. Same as from thousands of years ago. But today we have a few other obstacles. You know, they didn't have assault weapons 3,000 years ago. And can't we at least remove the availability of assault weapons to those who have broken the law, those who have mental issues? Can't we at least complete reasonable background checks for folks before yes, to live those words, to act, we must attack injustice and racism wherever it exists. And we must proactively build trust. By example, the Charleston Police Department, led by Chief Greg Alon, is engaged in the Elimination Project just to build trust between our citizens and public safety, to instill justice in our criminal justice system. These are the thoughts and the actions that must guide us as we renew and deepen our commitment to moving forward along the road of reconciliation that began to open before us last summer. This is the way we love our neighbor. This is the way we redeem our human history. This is the way we honor the Emmanuel line. Thank you. Bishop Norris. better qualified to speak from the same pulpit that Martin Luther King Jr. once spoke than my colleague and friend, Reverend Clementa Pinckney. He understood the meaning of a sanctuary as a safe and sacred place for worship, for organization, and for action. And it was in this sanctuary, our sanctuary, that God took his hand and the hands of several great people, Sharonda Coleman Singleton, Cynthia Hurd, Tawanda Sanders, Ethel Lance, Susie Jackson, Kane Doctor, Reverend Daniel Simmons, and Myra Johnson, and gave them their reward for a lifetime of service to his Lord. So when he walks inside our sanctuary, takes a seat, and listens to the word of God, and then proceeds to violently violate our refuge, one might ask the question, where is God? Where is God when the red carpet of these noble edifice built to his Lord is stained with the blood of his pastor and parishioners? Where is God? Well, Mother Emmanuel itself is the answer to the question, for the word Emmanuel is Hebrew for God is with us. So where is God? God is Emmanuel. God is with us. And God was there with those who were killed, holding their hands and whispering into their ears at their last transition from God's earthly sanctuary to the great sanctuary of love. God was there, and so was the spirit of Emmanuel 9 and the survivors. When the General Assembly removed a symbol that polarized the state for decades, and this government signed that bill that we passed, which removed the federal flag from the state. And God will be there when evil is brought to justice for violating our sanctuary. As we observe the one-year mark of this Reverend event, God expects us in the spirit of these souls and the survivors to go to work. It is found in the book of James, 2nd chapter, 14th verse. What does it profit, my brother, if someone says he has faith, but not works? Can faith save him? Faith without works is dead. I can assure you, as your state senator, I will keep working in the spirit of these families and the spirit of the survivors. I don't rise and go there every week with a weak spine and a gold bended knee. And what you should expect from me and your others are people who demonstrate the wisdom and courage to think big and tackle complicated issues. It takes no nerve to sail the blasted seas of contentment. And in the aftermath of the massacre here in San Bernardino and Orlando, and many other mass murders that claim the lives of so many of our brothers and sisters in America, we must, in Congress and state legislators all across the country, address gun reform. This year,
teach me about your compassion for your love of neighbors. At this moment of reflection, pain, and grief, just as God is Emmanuel, let us be with God. Let us be on God's side. The founders of Mother Emmanuel and those who sustained it for 200 years never lost sight of God. So let us all uplift his name with the great chants of our ancestors. Right on, King Jesus. No man can come to me. No one told us that the road would be easy, but he didn't leave us this far to leave us. Walk together, children, don't you get weary.
very helpful during the time of the tragedy, and he has submitted his staff and resources to help this community, and we need to acknowledge that while we're here in public, and for that, on behalf of our bishop and all of us who are here, we say thank you for your grand act of kindness. And then U.S. Senator Scott will come, and then I will come back.
Good morning. Protocol already established by Reverend Law. I'm John Richard on the staff of Congressman James Clyburn. I'm going to share with you his address on the floor of the House of Representatives on Tuesday, June 14, 2016. Equal rights for all, addressed by Congressman James E. Clyburn, which is now part of the congressional record. Mr. Speaker, I thank Mr. Green for yielding to me. Mr. Speaker, on Friday, June 17th, we will commemorate the first anniversary of what I like to refer to as the Charleston Quake. 9 people lost their lives that night at the Emmanuel AME Church, but 3 people survived, 2 by being dead, and a 3rd because the murderer went over to her to say, I'm going to spare you so you can carry the message. This young man who perpetrated this act did so after doing some significant research. We know that he went on the internet and he found a historical church that he thought would be the proper place to start, in his words, a race authority. In the letter to Dr. King said to him, we want you to understand, Dr. King, we believe that your cause is right, but your time is wrong. In responding to them, Dr. King said, time is neutral. Time is never right. Time is never wrong. Time is always what we mean. Dr. King continued that part by saying he was coming to the conclusion that the people of ill will in our society make a better use of time than the people of good will. He closed that particular part by saying that we are going to be made that 1 Corinthians is true. Faith, hope, and love. Now, I learned the meaning of faith as we watched the 9 families do what most of us still, after having watched it done, still believe is impossible. In 36 hours, one after one after one, said, I forgive you. I'm baby. But each of these family members, looking the killer in the eye, leaned into it, leaned into their faith, leaned into all that they had been taught, all that they had ingrained into their conscience, and said, I forgive you. Brother, I remember a week after the cross, I was going on to the Lord's dinner on the following Wednesday. And I was talking to each of the families along the way, and I had the chance I really was to talk to Daniel Simmons Jr. And I was about 30 seconds from going on to the Lord's Supper. And I asked him, is there anything you want me to convey to the people who will be paying attention to this speech? And he said what I also found to be unbelievable. Daniel Simmons Jr. said, I can't wait to see what God does with this atrocity. Daniel Simmons Jr. reminded me of Romans 8:28. He said, all things, not some things, but all things work together for those who love God and are called according to His purpose. You see, when we think of faith, we must think of faith in action. And when we think of, we must remember that today we stand in a place as a land of mourns, and we remember. We stand in a place where we serve the mighty God. And that's why we know Ephesians 3:20 and 21. That God is able to do exceedingly abundantly above all that He asks of you. And when those who love, the agape kind of love, this unconditional love that transcends hate, race, and everything, this kind of love that has brought our community forward. We had a 54-year fight over the federal flag. But this kind of love solved it in 23 days. I'm talking about all-consuming, unconditional, unlimited kind of love. Let us remember. Let us say it strong. Let us say it together. U.S. Senator Scott, you along with Mayor Tecklenburg and State Senator Kempton, please report to the Board of Examiners. On the back of this. On the evening of June 17, 2015, I received a phone call with my wife indicating that there was a gun shooting near Monday Manor. The
second phone call, 5 minutes later, said, no, Elder, the shooting was inside Mother Man. I immediately drove back to the church, only to be met by, at that time, Mayor Riley and the chief of police and law enforcement to escort me to Mayor Riley Hotel on the second floor. Having talked with my Reverend Father-in-law and Bishop Dr. Healy of the 7th District, who gave solid and strong and firm direction, we were able to give leadership to this community and to the state, this nation, and yes, the world. One of the persons who demonstrated committed and inclusive leadership, who attended all 9 funerals, who came with her husband and children, who gave comfort to all of the families and church members and those of our community, who also helped give leadership in bringing down of the Confederate flag, who also are called as the honorary member of the African Methodist Episcopal Church, the governor of the state of South Carolina, Governor Maybe please receive her as she comes. Please stand as she comes. Yes. Give credit where credit is due. Come on, put that hand up. We thank her for her leadership and her kindness.
So June 17th, 2015, it's a day we'll never forget. It's the day I got a text message from my chief's dad. It's the day that I got on the phone with my chief's wife. He said there had been a shooting at church. And it didn't look good. And he said, you need to know, this is Cedar Creek church. And I said, do we have somebody over there? He said, I've got all my guys over there. And I said, I'm on standby. The next thing I did was call Senator King. And I called Senator King and I got his voicemail. And I said, Senator King, I heard about what's happened. I am on standby. We have sled giving you back. I will be there first thing in the morning. Whatever you or your family's need, please let me know. I didn't know he would get that message. Because that was a session day. I thought he was in session. But he always had his priorities right. He needed to get to that Bible study. And that's what he did. The next day, the details started coming in of what exactly happened. We spoke with the investigators. We saw how brutal it was. And I heard from the people of South Carolina. Because I knew that when they found out the details that I knew, that the heart and soul of our state would be broken. And I didn't know how we were going to recover from that. But I knew we were people of faith. I knew we were people of prayer. I knew we were people of strength. And I knew that we would get through this. What I can tell you is one of my first conversations was with Bishop Morris.
while he was not in good health, did not weaken at all in his leadership and his strength. And I say that on behalf of all of the FNN churches. Because the second that we did the press conference to tell everyone how bad this was going to be, Bishop Norris had vigils scheduled all around our state, and they were full. People were shocked and they were hurt. They didn't understand. Not in South Carolina, not in our state, not in the state that's named the friendliest state in the country, the most patriotic state in the country, not in South Carolina. What went on to happen from there was a grieving process. It was a grieving process for every man and woman, black or white, regardless of their religion, across the state. They didn't have protests, they had vigils. They didn't have riots, they had hugs. And then it was important for me to know the people who went in that room. Because there were 12 amazing souls that walked into that Bible study that day. And what I want you to know is those 12 people, there hasn't been a day since June 17, 2015 that I don't think about all 12. And I ask that this not be an anniversary ceremony. I ask that you think of all 12 every day. Because what I have learned from the 12 is something that is beyond explanation. But I want to start by going through each one. And I ask that you give me that opportunity because it's important. I have all the programs from all the parents. They stay in the drawer right on our bed as a reminder of the goodness of the faith I strive to have, of the love of God that they have, of what happened in that room, and what was going on in their minds at the time they happened. First one I want to show you is the smiling, beautiful, contagious face of Reverend Daniel. He was this was a man that had a love for him. He was always there. But his whole life was run in public service. He worked for the Department of Corrections and helped rehabilitate people who wanted to change their life. He was a Vietnam veteran who dedicated given his service to our country. But he went a step further. He worked for the veterans that were disabled to help them find their strength and help them find what they needed to become better. That was Daniel Simmons. Every one of these programs I kept because after every funeral I would take them one of my children and I would introduce them to the person I met that day. And I wanted them to learn from each and every one. Next one was Mrs. Alon. Mrs. Lance had a smile on her face, but a hurt in her heart. She had lost her daughter 2 years before her breast cancer. And to get herself going for every day, she would sing a song. Whether she could sing or not is still a question. But she would sing, "One day at a time, sweet Jesus." That's all I'm asking of you. Give me the strength to do every day what I have to. I have found myself singing that song, and I don't know that I sing any better this year. But I thank you. adult home, where she had 4 beautiful daughters. And she raised 4 very strong daughters to know what it meant to be strong in their faith, to be strong as people, and to know the kindness. And I would ask you, if you want to ever do anything that will bring comfort to your heart, get a CD first, because she had the voice of an angel. That is what it is. Sharon Singleton. She's a woman that had 3 beautiful children that she adored. But she took on every child as her own. She was surrounded by students every day. But this woman found her best in every school. This woman found confidence in every school. This woman showed every student they deserved better. And she brought it out in them. And so she changed lives every single day. Which is something we all remember. That's what I remember about Sharon. Maya Johnson was always a painful for me. Because on the day she was 17, she was served by the church. And so that first moment was in that hospital. And it was marked after 4. And I just wrote recently that Reverend Johnson, her husband, gave that officer. I spent many days talking to my pastor about my childhood because I wanted to know what was in her heart. I wanted to know what they heard. And what they reminded us is God is always with us. God